The air inside the grand hall was oppressively heavy and hot, as if one were trapped in a jar being roasted over a fire. After an indeterminate length of time, the martial emperor scanned the full court of civil and military officials before asking, "The great Shah army approaches with formidable momentum. Do my esteemed subjects have any strategies to repel the enemy?" Hearing this, the ministers all lowered their heads as if they had not heard the martial emperor's query. At this point, what could they do? Moreover, Great Shah had a celestial among them. The only possibility for Great Wu to defeat Great Shah would be if Great Wu also had a celestial overseeing the realm. But if Great Wu had a celestial in charge, how could Great Shah have so quickly occupied half of Great Wu's territory? Seeing that the entire court remained silent, the martial emperor clapped his hands in frustration, shattering the armrests of the dragon throne. The next moment, the martial emperor rose from the dragon throne and left the grand hall. Shortly after, the martial emperor arrived at the imperial study room. He gazed out from the study, lost in thought. Without a celestial, that alone spelled doom for Great Wu. Every time he thought about how the ancestral legacy might fall on his watch, the true chi within the martial emperor churned uncontrollably. At that moment, the martial emperor punched the windowsill, smashing it entirely. Was there really no other way? I cannot accept this. Why should that boy receive so much support from the Celestials? Why should Great Shah possess those weapons? Why? The martial emperor roared, his true chi wreaking havoc in the room, destroying everything within. As the martial emperor raged, a soldier outside the study spoke up, "Your Majesty, Princess Junwan has sent a letter." Upon hearing this, the martial emperor let out a cold laugh. That unfilial daughter sending a letter at this time, one need not guess to know the content of her message. It was certainly nothing more than urging him to surrender and to hand over the Wu family's legacy to that whelp from Great Shah. With this thought, the martial emperor's anger grew, but eventually, he commanded, "Bring it in." The next moment, the soldier entered the imperial study room and handed the letter written by Wu Junwan over to the martial emperor. He took the letter, tore open the envelope, and glanced at its contents. Reading what was written, the martial emperor's brow furrowed. It was much as he had expected. Wu Junwan's letter was indeed an entreaty for him to surrender. However, Wu Junwan added much more to her letter, such as revealing her current realm, and she also informed the martial emperor that she was now bearing Lu Chen's child. Seeing these contents in Wu Junwan's letter, the martial emperor suddenly thought of something. He never believed that his unfilial daughter would willingly give up her power. Now it seemed she indeed wasn't willing to relinquish her authority, but she might have other plans in mind. Could it be that this unfilial daughter planned to engage in palace intrigue within Great Shah, eventually becoming the Empress of Great Shah, and later ensuring her child became the crown prince, or even the future emperor, with her as the power-wielding Empress Dowager behind the scenes? The martial emperor sneered. The unfilial daughter seemed to be treating Lu Chen like a fool. If Lu Chen could gain the support of 4 Celestials, it must mean there was something special about him. That unfilial daughter, once Great Wu fell and she no longer had the support of the entire Wu dynasty, what will she use to vie for the position of empress, to help her child become the crown prince? However, coming back to it, if Wu Junwan could break through to become a celestial, then all of this wasn't entirely impossible. But attaining the status of a celestial was not that easy. Up until now, Great Wu still had no celestials. At this time, the martial emperor clearly misunderstood Wu Junwan's intentions, but it was precisely because of this misunderstanding that his heart felt much better. He harbored the hope that one day Wu Junwan's child would ascend to the throne of Great Shah. If Wu Junwan's child became the emperor of Great Shah, it would mean his own bloodline continued. At that thought, a sense of satisfaction surged in the martial emperor's heart. Backquote. At this very moment, Great Shah, Yan County. Lu Chen was busy in the imperial study room when Bai Qingqing's voice sounded from outside. "Your Majesty, Commander Qin and consort, you request an audience." Lu Chen spoke indifferently, "Let them both come in." Shortly after, Qin Yushan and Dongfang Longyu entered the study room. Upon entering, both of them said in unison, "We greet Your Majesty, may Your Majesty live forever, forever and ever." Lu Chen put down the pen in his hand and, looking up at Dongfang Longyu, said, "Longyu, what is it? You speak first." Dongfang Longyu said, Your Majesty, the first batch of basic knowledge books have been printed, 200 copies of each category. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was slightly surprised. The printing factory's efficiency was indeed high for them to have printed so many books in such a short time. The first batch of basic knowledge books included many titles, with 200 copies printed for each category, amounting to at least 1,000 books in total. It seemed the printing factory had likely not rested at night recently. Lu Chen then said, You first distribute these books to the people I listed for you last time, let them take a look first. At this point, Lu Chen seemed to think of something else and continued, Come closer to me. Without any hesitation, Dongfang Longyu walked directly to Lu Chen. Lu Chen slowly raised his hand, the tip of his index finger touching Dongfang Longyu's forehead. The next moment, Lu Chen mobilized his entire body's spiritual power and used his divine skills, enlightenment. In an instant, countless unfamiliar pieces of knowledge flooded into Dongfang Longyu's mind. The physics and chemistry from Earth astonished her. She had not expected this world to be like this. Lu Chen was also extremely surprised. He had not thought that a mere thought from him could transmit some of his knowledge to someone else. The enlightening divine ability was simply marvelous. At this moment, Dongfang Longyu was still not fully recovered from what had happened, and Lu Chen then said, This is the knowledge I have imparted to you. Go back today and assimilate it well. If there's anything you're interested in, you can refer to the books in the library. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Dongfang Longyu managed to regain her composure, and she quickly knelt to give thanks. Thank you, Majesty, for imparting such precious knowledge to this one. Dongfang Longyu continued, Your Majesty, as the library becomes more accessible, there will be more and more tasks to handle. I would like to request more staff from Your Majesty. Although Dongfang Longyu was in charge of the library, she was also responsible for disseminating knowledge. With the combination of these two tasks, she was finding herself increasingly overwhelmed. Therefore, she decided to ask Lu Chen for a few more people, and of course, she was not referring to manual laborers, but to managers. Lu Chen searched his mind for someone suitable for library work and soon had an image of a person in mind. He then said, I will assign someone to you in a few days. Dongfang Longyu once again expressed her gratitude. Many thanks to Your Majesty. Your servant takes her leave. After Dongfang Longyu left the imperial study room, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Qin Yushan. Commander Qin, have there been any important intelligence reports recently? Qin Yushan hurriedly stepped forward, placing 2 envelopes on the desk before Lu Chen. These 2 letters, one is a report on the epidemic in Great Qian, and the other is intelligence regarding the northern barbarian tribe. After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen quickly opened one of the letters and began reading it earnestly. After reading the contents of the first letter, Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Lu Chen's first letter was an intelligence report on the barbarian tribe to the north. The spy mentioned that the barbarian tribe goddess seemed to have invented some kind of war formation with immense power. When the barbarian tribe used this war formation, they could even conjure up some illusory entities that could directly destroy a mountain peak. Lu Chen thought to himself, war formation. Although there were war formations in the world before, they were just ordinary offensive and defensive tactics. Normal war formations couldn't conjure up any tangible entities. Such illusory things didn't seem like they belonged to this world at all. Could it be that this barbarian tribe goddess came from the Misty World? The prohibitions of the Misty World had loosened long ago. Since Wu Junwan and the Yu Emperor could return from the Misty World, it was naturally possible for other people from the Misty World to come out as well. Perhaps, that barbarian tribe goddess was a powerful being who had escaped from the Misty World. Lu Chen suddenly felt the pressure mounting. A war formation capable of destroying a mountain peak, he wondered if a celestial could destroy the barbarian tribe's war formation. It seemed he needed to hurry and unify the major dynasties. If the barbarian tribe were to invade the south and destroy Great Ju, it would be much more difficult for him to conquer Great Ju once it was occupied by the barbarian tribe. He had to seize Great Ju before the barbarian tribe could destroy it. With these thoughts, Lu Chen tore open the second report and began to read it carefully. Reading the content of the report, Lu Chen frowned again. After an investigation by the Brocade Guard, it was found that the source of the epidemic in Great Qian came from the southern seas. Fishermen, while fishing, found a golden box. They initially thought they had struck it rich, but that very night, the entire fishing village where the fishermen lived broke out with the epidemic. The initial outbreak spread from that golden box. Seeing the contents of the report, Lu Chen thought that there seemed to be something in the southern seas of Great Qian. He wondered whether the epidemic could be eradicated. If the epidemic in Great Qian couldn't be resolved, how could he take over the territory? After contemplating for a moment, Lu Chen looked at Qin Yushan and said, "Commander Qin, come here." Hearing this, Qin Yushan thought of the scene he had just witnessed, and curious about what Lu Chen had done to Dongfang Longyu, he walked towards Lu Chen. Approaching Lu Chen, he saw Lu Chen raise his hand, concentrating spiritual power at the tip of his fingers, then once again used the enlightening divine ability. The next moment, Qin Yushan's mind was filled with a vast amount of knowledge about bacteria and viruses. His pupils shrank, feeling utterly astonished. However, at that moment, Lu Chen suddenly felt as if the spiritual power within him had been drained, and he instantly became weak all over. Then the system notification sounded. The number of times the host can use enlightenment within a day is related to the host's realm. As the host has not yet broken through to the celestial realm, you can only use the enlightening divine ability twice a day. Lu Chen thought to himself, no wonder his body felt so weak all of a sudden, using divine skills consumed so much spiritual power. But it didn't matter, he could still enlighten quite a few people each day, imparting modern knowledge to many. As Lu Chen was thinking about enlightening 2 people each day, Qin Yushan quickly knelt on the ground to give thanks, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting your subject knowledge." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Stand up. I have a very important mission for you." Qin Yushan replied, "Please tell me, Your Majesty." In his heart, Qin Yushan had already guessed what mission Lu Chen was referring to. By imparting so much knowledge about bacteria and viruses at this time, it was clear that he intended for Qin Yushan to investigate the epidemic in Great Qian, preparing for Great Sum's future conquest of Great Qian. Lu Chen then said, "I plan to send you to Great Qian to investigate the characteristics of the epidemic. Find out what exactly it is, whether it's bacteria or a virus. This mission is rather dangerous, so you must be extremely careful once you're in that place." Qin Yushan immediately responded, "Yes, I will definitely ascertain the specific situation of the Great Qian plague." Lu Chen said, "All right, go prepare. I have already taught you the methods to prevent the plague. Once you arrive in Great Qian, pass on these plague prevention techniques to the other Jinyue Guard soldiers, and ensure they remain vigilant at all times." Qin Yushan said, "Thank you for your Majesty's concern. I take my leave." As soon as the words fell, Qin Yushan rose and left the imperial study room. Watching Qin Yushan's departing figure, Lu Chen hoped that the plague in Great Qian was caused by bacteria or viruses. If it weren't these things but something beyond his understanding, then it would probably not be so easy to eradicate the plague when the time came. At this thought, Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. At that very moment, mysterious Moon Palace. Atop a mountain peak, Yun Shenxian in white robes that outshone the snow, stood quietly on the mountain summit, gazing at the distant green hills. Then, Chen Wanrong appeared behind Yun Shenxian. "Honored master, I plan to go down the mountain." Yun Shenxian's face remained expressionless as she spoke. "What, missing your little lover?" Chen Wanrong said, "Before returning to the mysterious Moon Palace, I told my junior brother I would go see him this year." Hearing Chen Wanrong refer to Lu Chen as her junior brother, Yun Shenxian let out a cold snort. "You're not focusing on cultivation, just indulging in the pleasures of the opposite sex, it will harm you sooner or later. When you go down the mountain, pass a message to that wayward disciple. Tell him that the prohibitions in the Mist region are about to break, and within 20 years, the restrictions in the Mist region will start to disappear. He needs to hurry up and prepare. The Mist region has many powerhouses surpassing the celestial realm. With his current strength, he is completely incapable of contending against the powerhouses of the Mist region." Hearing Yun Shenxian's warning, Chen Wanrong was taken aback. 20 years. Isn't that too short? Could Lu Chen grow strong enough within 20 years? As soon as Chen Wanrong recovered from her shock, she hastily thanked her. Thank you for the reminder, honored master. I will descend the mountain immediately to inform my junior brother of this matter. Yun Shenxian said nothing more and continued to look into the distance. After Chen Wanrong turned and departed, Yun Shenxian finally continued to speak. I wonder where the other wayward disciple has run off to, not having shown up for so many years. Could it be that she ran off to the misty world when the restrictions loosened last time? The other wayward disciple mentioned by Yun Shenxian was not Lu Chen's mother, Chu Yu, but her registered disciple, who was also the celestial who hunted grandmasters decades ago. It was because of that disciple's existence that the number of grandmasters in this world had drastically decreased, with many grandmasters going into hiding and not daring to show themselves casually. Although rumors had it that she had returned to the mysterious Moon Palace for seclusion, in reality, she had only returned to say farewell to Yun Shenxian, but at that time Yun Shenxian was in closed-door cultivation and did not see her leave. It was only after Yun Shenxian ended her seclusion that she found out the registered disciple had already left the mysterious Moon Palace, her whereabouts unknown, with no news even up to now. When the night was deep and quiet, Wanning Palace. Inside and outside the palace, lights shone brightly, and in Marong Xue's room, she wore a semi-transparent white gauze dress. Her delicate, jade-like hands held a writing brush, and she was writing at her desk. Ever since her position as the Great Zhu envoy to Great Sum was revoked, Marong Xue had been staying within the imperial palace, having nothing much to do all day. Such a life was indeed a bit too bland for her. After all, during her time in Great Zhu, she was once known as the Inner Palace Prime Minister and was very busy every day. Though busy, the taste of holding power also made her reluctant to give it up. Now that she had come to Great Sum, she no longer held any power and was just a toy to that despicable man. Thinking of this, Marong Xue sighed softly. She put down the brush in her hand, about to call in her maid, when suddenly she heard a voice at the door, Your Majesty, I greet you. Hearing this, Marong Xue was slightly stunned, and she immediately walked towards the door, but before she could get there, a voice appeared behind her. Xue, have you been feeling particularly bored lately? At the sound of this voice, Marong Xue turned around to look. Lu Chen was standing in front of the desk, holding and admiring the piece of calligraphy she had just been writing. Marong Xue said, Indeed, I am somewhat bored. Lu Chen put down the paper in his hand, smiled, and said, I have a job here, I wonder if you are interested. Upon hearing this, Marong Xue was taken aback and then asked, Aren't you afraid that I will leak the secrets of Great Sum? Lu Chen walked slowly towards Marong Xue and said as he walked, I dare to let the neighboring enemy nation's princess manage some of Great Sum's industries, do you think I would worry about you leaking secrets of Great Sum? As the words fell, Lu Chen arrived by Marong Xue's side, directly extending his hand to draw her soft waist into his embrace. The gauze dress clinging tightly to Marong Xue's body, merely holding her made one feel the warmth of her body, and the texture was incredibly silky when touched. Lu Chen's hand gently caressed Marong Xue's body as he said, I am always very confident in my women. Being caressed by Lu Chen in such a way, Marong Xue instantly felt a warmth in her body and her cheeks grew hot. She maintained her composure and asked, What job? Lu Chen said, You know about the Great Sum Royal Library, right? Hearing this, Marong Xue recalled the books she had seen at the Royal Library, and then she said, I know, I went to the Royal Library a few days ago to read some of the books there. The content within those books at the Royal Library was especially peculiar, some of it overturning Marong Xue's understanding of the world. Marong Xue was somewhat worried that those pieces of knowledge were the confidential contents of Great Sum. Although Dongfang Longyu said that Lu Chen's wives and consorts could go in to read, Marong Xue, upon thinking that she was not yet one of Lu Chen's wives, decided to avoid unnecessary trouble and hence did not go there again. At that moment, Lu Chen leaned his head on Marong Xue's fragrant shoulder and whispered in her ear, Longyu mentioned that after the library was built, she found it somewhat unmanageable by herself. I plan to have you help her manage it together, what do you think? Marong Xue said, The books in the Royal Library contain Great Sum secrets, don't they? Are you really not afraid that I will leak those things? Lu Chen said with a smile, not only am I not afraid, but I also hope that you can teach that knowledge to others, of course, to the citizens of Great Sum. When the time comes, I will teach you some basic knowledge about this world, then you will become a teacher and pass on that knowledge to the craftsmen of Great Sum. Hearing this, Murong Shui said, I just looked at a few books, and I don't even understand the knowledge in those books. How can I impart it to someone else? Lu Chen breathed gently against Murong Shui's delicate earlobe, then said, you don't need to worry about that, I will personally impart that knowledge to you. Murong Shui said, Your Majesty is so busy, you probably don't have the time. Murong Shui thought to herself that the knowledge in the books of the Great Sum Royal Library couldn't be learned in just a day or two. If Lu Chen were to personally teach her, she wondered how long it would take. As an emperor, Lu Chen had so many state affairs to handle, and besides, this guy had so many wives and concubines waiting for his tender care. It seemed impossible that he could spend too much time teaching her the knowledge from the Great Sum Library. Lu Chen smiled and said, It won't take too much time, just one night and I will be able to teach you. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Murong Shui was slightly stunned. One night? How could that be possible? She doubted she could remember the knowledge from even one book in one night, let alone that Lu Chen could impart the foundational knowledge of all the books from the Great Sum Royal Library in just one night. While she was still pondering how Lu Chen would transfer the knowledge to her, Lu Chen's hand had already landed on her buttocks, and then he wrapped his arms around her soft body, heading towards the bed in the room. Seeing this scene, Murong Shui was at a loss for words. This guy was not really imparting knowledge, it probably was just a joke, and what he really wanted to do still involved those matters. Murong Shui didn't think too much about it and followed Lu Chen to the bed. At this moment, Murong Shui's cheeks were slightly flushed. The cool and aloof talented woman had already become impassioned. Murong Shui wiggled her body slightly, turned around, and then lay down on the bed while Lu Chen also lay down, facing her directly. Lu Chen did not proceed slowly as he had before. He directly sealed Murong Shui's red lips with his and kissed her. After a moment, the two entered the state. Murong Shui also hadn't expected that today Lu Chen would not torment her like before. In the past, this guy, Lu Chen, would take half a day just to write. As midnight passed, Murong Shui's mind was originally foggy, but suddenly, she felt as if a lot of physics and chemistry knowledge had appeared in her mind. Murong Shui immediately snapped awake. What was going on? How had she suddenly come to understand so much? During this time, Lu Chen was still busily engaged in his activities, holding her slender waist, and Murong Shui wanted to ask him but couldn't. Soon, Murong Shui remembered what Lu Chen had said to her earlier. Lu Chen mentioned that he could impart the foundational knowledge of the Royal Library to her in just one night, and now it seemed that everything Lu Chen said was true. It indeed took only one night, but how did he do it? Murong Shui was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that by doing what they were now, Lu Chen could directly transfer knowledge into her brain? Was that possible? While Murong Shui was curious about how Lu Chen did it, he suddenly became more intense, and soon Murong Shui sank into the depths of sensation once again, no longer continuing her wild thoughts. Lu Chen was not an ordinary person to begin with, he could directly use certain cultivation techniques to treat diseases. Having another ability to directly impart knowledge was not surprising, and besides, this guy would probably tell her all about it in time. Early morning. The magpies were chattering non-stop outside the window. The person inside the room was disturbed and opened her eyes. As Murong Shui opened her eyes, and was about to raise her hands to rub them, she discovered her hands were being pinned down by Lu Chen's, pressed beside her body. And this guy was lying on top of her, his head resting on her shoulder, sleeping soundly. Murong Shui felt somewhat helpless, this guy really had no restraints. If she wasn't a martial artist above master level, being used as a pillow all night by him would have probably made her body feel incredibly uncomfortable. Seeing that Lu Chen was still asleep, Murong Shui didn't want to disturb him, so she just looked at the canopy above her and pondered over the miraculous knowledge Lu Chen had imparted to her the previous night. At this moment, Murong Shui found that she could easily recall that knowledge, which seemed to suggest it wasn't a fantasy produced by her brain being scrambled by this guy, those things truly existed. With that foundational knowledge, she'd be able to understand the books in the Great Sum Royal Library with ease, and then she could teach the knowledge from those books to others. After thinking for a while, Marang Xue's gaze shifted back to Lu Chen lying on top of her, and suddenly another thought arose in her heart. She had once told this guy that after Great Ju was annihilated, she would leave him. Now that he had imparted such important knowledge to her, if the day ever came when Great Ju was truly annihilated, would he still let her leave? Although the knowledge Lu Chen passed on to her was basic, having it was enough to change the world, and she didn't believe Lu Chen would let her leave peacefully. Could it be? Marang Xue felt a slight shock in her heart. Did this bad man never intend to let her leave Great Sum from the start? Upon thinking this, Marang Xue's liame furrowed slightly. Yes, it must be the case, otherwise, why would he trust her so much? As Marang Xue was thinking this, Lu Chen's body moved slightly, as if he were waking up. In their intimate position, Marang Xue's liame quivered as she gently bit her silver fangs. At this moment, Lu Chen's voice rose by Marang Xue's ear, woke up so early. Don't you want to sleep a bit longer? Marang Xue answered indifferently, Your Majesty has much to attend to today, I didn't want to delay your handling of state affairs. Lu Chen didn't continue on this topic, instead he asked, How is it, have you digested the knowledge I imparted to you? Marang Xue said, Your Majesty is truly a remarkable man, to have such methods. But I am somewhat curious, if Your Majesty can directly impart knowledge to others, why do you need me to teach someone else? Can't Your Majesty just transfer that basic knowledge directly into others' minds? Marang Xue initially thought that maybe Lu Chen could only pass on knowledge to others while engaging in such actions with a man or woman, but upon reflecting she deemed it unlikely. She must have been addled by this guy to think such a thing. Clearly, his ability to transmit knowledge to others was some kind of a mortal's method. Lu Chen said, Although I can directly impart knowledge to others, this ability has many limitations, it's not something just anyone can receive, so others still need to be taught. Lu Chen did not tell Marang Xue directly that he could only use the enlightenment, divine skill twice a day. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Marang Xue considered it and indeed figured such an astounding method must have some restrictions. If there were no limitations, then this guy would have surely already passed on that knowledge to his wives and concubines. At this moment, Lu Chen released Marang Xue's jade hands, then slowly got up, his hands propping himself by the sides of her hair, gazing at her exquisitely beautiful face. Starting today, you are the deputy librarian of the Great Sum Royal Library. Marang Xue expressed her thanks. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Chen could find things for her to do, which still pleased her heart. It showed that Lu Chen trusted her, and she had already grown tired of the boredom of doing nothing all day long in her chamber. Lu Chen's other consorts had children to attend to, but she had nothing, spending her days in the palace merely practicing calligraphy, composing poetry, and occasionally painting portraits of Lu Chen. Seeing that Marang Xue was thanking him, Lu Chen smiled slightly, Thanks. How do you plan to thank me? Surely it's not just a verbal thank you, is it? Marang Xue asked calmly, Your Majesty, how would you like me to thank you? Lu Chen said, Why don't you give me several children? Marang Xue chuckled to herself. Sure enough, this man had only the matter of producing offspring on his mind. Marang Xue then said, Whether or not I can bear children for Your Majesty is not something I can decide, that will depend on whether Your Majesty has the ability. Clearly, Marang Xue's words were meant to be provocative, no man would admit to being incapable. Lu Chen laughed out loud and then said, Do you think I lack the ability? Then, I shall have to take special care of you for the upcoming period. Having said that, Lu Chen leaned down directly and sealed her soft lips with his mouth. Not long after, the beautiful lady in the adjoining room heard the sounds of Marang Xue's apologetic voice coming from this room. Hearing the sound of Marang Xue's apologies, Wu Junwan, half reclining on the soft couch, couldn't help but sneer. Although she didn't know what Marang Xue had just said to Lu Chen, judging by the current commotion, it was very likely that Marang Xue had provoked Lu Chen. Wu Junwan muttered to herself, what an ignorant servant, daring to provoke that man. At this point, Wu Junwan glanced down at her own belly with a slight frown. Wu Junwan thought to herself that even though she, a pseudo-celestial, was impregnated by Lu Chen, sooner or later that girl Marong Shuai would end up carrying Lu Chen's child in her belly. Once Marong Shuai got pregnant, she would see what Marong Shuai would use to counter her then. Previously, when Marong Shuai saw her morning sickness, she would occasionally mock her, saying how well suited her body was for Lu Chen, that a mighty pseudo-celestial had fallen pregnant with Lu Chen's child in such a short time, as if her body was specifically made for bearing Lu Chen's children. Although Wu Junwan also thought about quickly having 3 children and then advancing to the celestial realm, Marong Shuai's words made her feel like she was being humiliated, as if she were seen as nothing but livestock bred for reproduction in Marong Shuai's eyes, which made Wu Junwan very upset. Hearing Marong Shuai's voice from the next room, Wu Junwan felt an immense satisfaction, silently cheering Lu Chen on, just like that, to get Marong Shuai pregnant sooner. The servant girl dared to ridicule her as a beast that knew only to reproduce. Once Marong Shuai's belly swelled, she would really like to see what Marong Shuai's expression would be then. In the following days, Lu Chen indeed visited Marong Shuai's room every day. Once Marong Shuai realized that pleading was useless, she thought about dragging the beauty from the next room down with her. But Lu Chen was not fooled by her tactic. Even if Marong Shuai hid in Wu Junwan's room, pretending to chat with Wu Junwan, Lu Chen would immediately carry Marong Shuai next door. In the end, Marong Shuai had no choice but to concede. A few days later, Lu Chen was busy handling affairs of state in the imperial study room when Bai Qingqing entered and said, Your Majesty, all the materials you've requested are prepared. After hearing Bai Qingqing's words, Lu Chen immediately rose from in front of his desk. He muttered to himself, at last, the formation can be constructed. Although the protecting Pulse 7 killing array had a decent defensive effect, it required a large number of materials. Lu Chen initially worried about not being able to gather so many materials, but to his surprise, he found the necessary materials for constructing the formation so quickly. It made sense, after all. If the world lacked the materials needed for constructing the protecting Pulse 7 killing array, the system would not have granted him this formation as a reward. Lu Chen walked from his desk to the Great Hall, and then moved to Bai Qingqing's side, directly embracing her waist clad in white armor, and said, Take me there. Bai Qingqing, expressionless, said, Your Majesty, please follow this servant. Afterward, Bai Qingqing led Lu Chen to the Wind Cloud Palace. The materials for constructing the protecting Pulse 7 killing array were quite valuable, so Bai Qingqing had them directly delivered to the Wind Cloud Palace to avoid any issues later. As soon as Lu Chen entered the Wind Cloud Palace, he saw his wives and concubines gathered around a pile of objects, discussing their uses. Seeing Lu Chen arrive, the women quickly cleared a path, and Chu Yukon curiously asked, Your Majesty, what are the uses of these things? On the ground were seemingly useless things like tree trunks, leaves, and animal bones, along with several buckets of blood from an unknown creature. At that moment, Lu Chen said, These items are for setting up the formation. With the formation in place, even strong cultivators from the celestial realm won't be able to cause trouble in Yan County. Upon hearing this, the women were first stunned, then incredibly joyful. Especially Mu Zixuan and Xiaozhou, Dazhou, whose cultivation states were the lowest. Each time they left the imperial palace, they had to be accompanied by powerful protectors, and they were also very afraid to go out. After all, Lu Chen had too many enemies. No one knew how many spies and infiltrators were in Yan County, who could potentially capture them to then threaten Lu Chen. For them, Yan County had become more dangerous than before. If the arrangement of the formation could continuously protect them, they would then be able to move freely around Yan County in the future. Although the imperial palace was large, it was still much smaller compared to Yan County. They would also get bored being in the imperial palace all the time. Upon regaining her senses, Mu Zixuan quickly asked, Your Majesty, can this formation continuously protect our safety? Although Lu Chen said that not even celestials would dare to cause trouble in Yan County, Mu Zixuan was not convinced that the formation could definitely ensure their safety. What if it was a defensive formation that only operated upon activation? If something happened to them, the formation might not be activated in time. Lu Chen immediately understood what Mu Zixuan was asking. He directly said, "This formation can be activated anytime. As long as it is my wives and my children, they all can activate it. But the formation cannot harm my wives and children. If you go out later, as long as you are still in Yan County, you can also utilize the power of this formation." However, the spiritual energy in this world is very thin. Although the formation can absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, it can't be activated for a long time. So unless absolutely necessary, do not activate the killing array. The protecting pulse 7 killing array is divided into two parts. One is the actively activated killing array, the other a passive defense. The passive defense is always operational, detecting the killing intent of any strong adversaries approaching, effectively keeping formidable enemies out. As for the active killing array, once an enemy enters within the formation, Lu Chen's wives and children can actively manipulate the killing array to attack the enemy. Initiating the killing array consumes a large amount of spiritual energy. At that moment, Lu Chen approached the pile of formation materials and was about to set up the formation when suddenly, a system alert sounded. The host's cultivation state has not yet reached the celestial realm. With the host's current spiritual power, it is impossible to set up the entire protecting pulse 7 killing array. Hearing this notification sound, Lu Chen was stunned. What? Unable to set up? Why did the system reward him with this formation? Soon, Lu Chen realized that although he couldn't set it up himself, he had celestials under his command, and he could have those celestials set it up. While Lu Chen was thinking this, the system notification sounded again. The host can have celestials transfer spiritual power to the host so that the host can complete the setup of the protecting pulse 7 killing array. Seeing the system say this, Lu Chen did not hesitate and directly said to Bai Qingqing, "Bai, have someone call Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang over." "Yes, Your Majesty." Bai Qingqing immediately left the Wind Cloud Palace. After Bai Qingqing left, Lu Chen was not idle. He began to seriously ponder how to arrange the formation. Not long after, Bai Qingqing appeared in the Wind Cloud Palace with Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang. The Wind Cloud Palace was Lu Chen's harem, and aside from Lu Chen's offspring, men were not allowed, so Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang both felt somewhat uncomfortable. Lu Chen had no choice. He needed to set the formation's focal points in the Wind Cloud Palace, so he could only have Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang come here. Moreover, they were only setting up a formation, and they would not stay in the harem for too long, so Lu Chen did not mind much internally. Afterward, Lu Chen said to Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang, "Sect Master Sha, Hall Master Mu, I need to set up a formation here. You two should transfer the spiritual power within you to me to ensure that my spiritual power is sufficient." Upon hearing this, the two of them hurriedly said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Following that, Lu Chen began to circulate his spiritual power, and in the next moment, all the materials for the formation floated up from the ground. Immediately afterward, a formation pattern appeared in Lu Chen's mind. He infused spiritual power according to the formation pattern, and the floating materials in the air began to mix. After mixing, the materials turned into a black liquid which then gathered above Lu Chen's head, forming a formation pattern. However, at this moment, the spiritual power within Lu Chen's body clearly could not keep up. Seeing this, Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang promptly stepped in, transferring their spiritual power to Lu Chen. Lu Chen instantly felt the spiritual power in his body become abundantly recharged, and he continued setting up the formation. Once everything was ready, the black formation pattern above Lu Chen's head rapidly rose and grew larger. Soon, the pattern covered the entire Yan County, and seeing this, the locals of Yan County were stunned. When Lu Chen felt it was about right, he immediately let the formation descend. The formation pattern in the sky fell swiftly down, startling the locals of Yan County. Some were already preparing to flee, but the formation's descent was so fast that people did not have time to hide before the pattern had already landed. Seeing that the formation pattern posed no threat to them, the locals of Yan County finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Lu Chen actively activated the formation, and after that, the pattern of the formation gradually turned from black to gold and began emitting a golden light. This golden light rapidly converged into a hemisphere, enveloping the entire Yan County within it. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but think, so this is the protecting Pulse 7 killing array, pity there are no enemies to test the effects of the killing array. Lu Chen didn't ponder more, he subsequently waved his hand, and the golden protective barrier above Yan County disappeared without a trace. After Lu Chen finished setting up the protecting Pulse 7 killing array, some ministers from Yan County rushed to the imperial palace and waited outside. The array patterns that had just spread out visibly from the palace had caused the ministers much concern, as they did not know what had happened inside the palace. At that moment, Lu Chen looked at a red array pattern on the ground, which was the core of the protecting Pulse 7 killing array. He then continued to circulate the spiritual power within his body and, following that, he bit open his own fingertip, allowing the fresh blood to drip onto the core formation of the protecting Pulse 7 killing array. In the next instant, the core formation emitted several bursts of red light, which shot straight towards Lu Chen's wives and concubines, landing on the center of their foreheads. Soon after, their bodies radiated waves of red light, and swiftly something extra appeared in their minds, as if they had also connected with the domain of Yan County, allowing them to sense the existence of the entire protecting Pulse 7 killing array. Just as Lu Chen finished all this, several female guards hurried into Wind Cloud Palace. Your Majesty, numerous ministers outside the palace are seeking an audience. Lu Chen instantly understood the situation. The commotion just now had been too great and had certainly caused some concern. He immediately said, "Go and tell the people outside that the noise was caused by us. We will mention today's events at the court assembly tomorrow, they should all return home." Yes. The female guard, having heard Lu Chen's instructions, swiftly turned and left Wind Cloud Palace. Soon, the ministers at the palace gates received the message from the female guard. The ministers did not think too much about it, reasoning that if anything truly dangerous had occurred, with those celestials present, nothing too grave should have happened. If indeed something had occurred that the celestials could not resolve, then they, as ministers, would definitely not be able to manage it either. Following that, the ministers had no choice but to return home. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was instructing Mu Zixuan and the others in how to use the protecting Pulse 7 killing array. People like Chu Yukan, who had higher cultivation realms, were able to quickly grasp how to mobilize the protecting Pulse 7 killing array, but not so for Mu Zixuan and others from Dazhou and Xiaozhou. Their realms were comparatively low, and they had not practiced martial arts before, so their foundation was weak. To fully control the use of the protecting Pulse 7 killing array was quite challenging for them. By the time evening came, Lu Chen was still coaching Mu Zixuan and the others on using the protecting Pulse 7 killing array. Just then, a maid came running hurriedly to Lu Chen. "Your Majesty, noble consort Chen has returned to the palace." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused briefly. Noble consort Chen referred naturally to Chen Wanrong, who had said when she left the capital city that she would descend from the mountain this year. At this moment, Mu Zixuan said, "Your Majesty, since Sister Chen has returned after much difficulty, you should go to her. We can practice the formation later." Lu Chen gave a slight smile. "All right, I'll continue teaching you tomorrow." Afterward, Lu Chen proceeded to Yunrong Palace. The name of Yunrong Palace came into being as a counterpart to the Yunrong Courtyard in the North Prince Mansion. Originally, each of Lu Chen's consorts had their own separate palace, but it seemed they had grown accustomed to living together, and Lin Wanyan did not wish to be separated from where Chen Wanrong lived. So the name was simply retained. Later, some raised the issue that the name Yunrong Palace did not conform to court etiquette, as it was composed of the names of Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong, with Lin Wanyan's name placed before Chen Wanrong's. However, Chen Wanrong was the imperial noble consort, while Lin Wanyan was merely a noble concubine. Thus, to some in the inner court, Yunrong Palace should be renamed as Rongyan Palace. Even Lin Wanyan herself thought so, but Lu Chen did not allow for the change to be made. The reason, Yun, was placed before Rong in the name of the Yunrong Palace in the North Prince Mansion was because Lin Wanyan was older than Chen Wanrong, and in Chen Wanrong's eyes, Lin Wanyan was almost like a mother to her. Since Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong had to live in the same palace, and Lin Wanyan's seniority was higher than Chen Wanrong's, it was natural that the name could not be changed casually. Of course, these were all trivial matters, and Lu Chen didn't really care about them. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the Yunrong Palace. At that moment, Chen Wanrong was in Lin Wanyan's sleeping chamber, sitting on the floor with her, discussing matters concerning the mysterious Moon Palace at a table. Ever since Lin Wanyan last left the mysterious Moon Palace, her situation was no different from having left it for good, and she hadn't returned even once to this day. Now, she could only learn about the current affairs of the mysterious Moon Palace through Chen Wanrong. Sitting on a lotus-patterned carpet, Lin Wanyan shifted her plump hips and sighed softly, I don't know if I'll ever be able to return to the mysterious Moon Palace in my lifetime. Lin Wanyan still harbored some feelings for the mysterious Moon Palace. Not long after she had left the capital city, she joined the mysterious Moon Palace and spent most of her time there. Now she had married Lu Chen and become his woman, living every day in the imperial palace. It seemed she might never get the chance to return to the mysterious Moon Palace in her lifetime. She didn't think her current life was bad at all. That little rascal would come and tease her from time to time, and with many sisters in the harem, her days were quite exciting. But she still wished to go back and visit, not knowing whether Lu Chen would agree or not. Seeing Lin Wanyan in low spirits, Chen Wanrong raised her delicate hand and grasped Lin Wanyan's, then said, Auntie Yun, if you wish to visit the mysterious Moon Palace, just mention it to Lu Chen. He should agree. Lin Wanyan responded, I'm afraid it's not that easy. I'm not like you are the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, and it cannot function without you. I am only an ordinary hair protector there, my presence or absence makes no difference. Even if His Majesty agrees, if the others learn that an emperor's woman is roaming around, they will talk. Moreover, I married His Majesty as a daughter of the Lin family. I have the whole Lin family behind me, and if I do something inappropriate, I will certainly be impeached. No sooner had Lin Wanyan finished speaking, than a man's voice suddenly came from the doorway. Auntie Yun, if you want to visit the mysterious Moon Palace, then just go. Who dares gossip? As soon as the voice finished, Lu Chen appeared in the room. On seeing Lu Chen, both women stood up and said, We pay respect to your majesty. Lu Chen gave a slight smile and walked directly to Lin Wanyan, embracing her plump body and saying, Haven't I already said that within the inner palace, there's no need for such formalities? Having said this, Lu Chen glanced at Chen Wanrong, then walked over to her and wrapped his arm around her waist. My lady, you've finally come down from the mountain. If you hadn't come down, I would have probably had to personally visit the mysterious Moon Palace to find you, he said. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong asked with a calm expression, Your Majesty, do you think it's appropriate to confer upon me the title of Imperial Noble Consort? Chen Wanrong was unlike Lu Chen's other women, she wouldn't often stay in the Imperial Palace. As a woman who spent most of her time in the mysterious Moon Palace, how could she be an imperial noble consort? Therefore, Chen Wanrong felt that this title conferred by Lu Chen was somewhat too lofty. Lu Chen replied with a laugh, Why would it be inappropriate? I think there's no problem at all. Enough of this, we haven't seen each other in a long time, and there are many things we need to do tonight, he continued. Hearing this, a blush arose on the frosty cheeks of Chen Wanrong. Lu Chen's gaze then fell upon Lin Wanyan. Auntie Yun, we won't disturb your rest any longer. As for your desire to visit the mysterious Moon Palace, when the time comes, you can go back with Rongrong. Don't worry about what others might say. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Wanyan was about to say something, but suddenly, with a princess carry, Lu Chen had lifted Chen Wanrong into his arms. Then, with a shadow-shifting technique, they both disappeared without a trace. Looking at the empty hall, Lin Wanyan was somewhat speechless. This bad guy really never changes, always in such a rush. She guessed that it wouldn't take long before sounds from the chamber next door would drift over. Lin Wanyan did not dwell on it any longer, she walked to the bedside, tore off a roll of paper, and plugged her ears with it. After Lu Chen carried Chen Wanrong to the neighboring room, he went straight to the soft couch. At that moment, Chen Wanrong was sitting sideways on Lu Chen's lap, with his arms circled around her slim waist. Then, Lu Chen said, "This is your bedchamber. See if there's anything that needs to be redecorated. I'll have someone come and arrange it tomorrow." Although the chamber was arranged like the Yunrong courtyard in the North Prince Mansion, Chen Wanrong was now an imperial noble consort, a much more distinguished identity. Moreover, the rooms here were larger than those in Yunrong courtyard, making the original furnishings seem sparse. Chen Wanrong glanced around the entire chamber. The chamber was based on blue tones, the curtains were light blue, embroidered with some white edelweiss, making the whole room look very pure, cold, and quiet. Chen Wanrong calmly said, "Just like this, it's fine." She did not care so much about living in luxury, as long as it was livable, that was enough for her. Just as Lu Chen was about to lay Chen Wanrong down on the soft couch to express his longing for her, she continued, "Honored Master instructed me to tell you that the seals of the Misty World will break in no more than 20 years. You should prepare yourself early." Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. Less than 20 years. So soon. He remembered hearing people say the seals of the Misty World would take at least 100 years before they vanished. Why now had it become 20 years? And it wasn't even a full 20 years. Yun Shenxian's words meant the seals would disappear in just over a decade. The strong from the Mist World would come to this world in just over 10 years. That was way too fast. Seeing Lu Chen fall silent, Chen Wanrong discerned his thoughts and said, "When the time comes, Mysterious Moon Palace will also help you counter the strong ones emerging from the Mist World." Hearing these words, Lu Chen snapped back to reality and then asked, "Will Honored Master help me?" Chen Wanrong replied, "She will. Honored Master might verbally express her disdain for you, but after she returns to Mysterious Moon Palace, she occasionally mentions you." Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled and said, "Mentions me? The way you describe it, would it not be complaining about me behind my back?" Chen Wanrong did not respond to this question. Indeed, after returning to Mysterious Moon Palace, Yun Shenxian did from time to time mention, "That ungrateful disciple of mine." Seeing that Chen Wanrong remained silent, Lu Chen lifted his hand to her chin and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. The night is long, let's talk about us instead." At his words, Chen Wanrong softly hummed in agreement. Seeing the fairy in such a cold yet subtly shy manner, Lu Chen's inner flame was instantly ignited. He then laid Chen Wanrong down on the bed and pressed himself on top of her. Meeting with her beloved once more, Chen Wanrong had discarded her previous reserve, and she became much more proactive. Deep inside, she had thoroughly accepted Lu Chen as her man. Meanwhile, Dayu Dynasty. A storm raged outside the Empress's bedchamber, with lightning flashing and thunder booming. The rain of Dayu had been falling for several days. The Yu Emperor, dressed in a white undergarment, stood by the window, watching the rainy night outside. She had already read the letters from Lu Chen and Wu Junwan. Initially, she was very angry, thinking that Lu Chen had the audacity to write to her, a barefaced provocation. However, the Yu Emperor soon calmed down. Through the letter Wu Junwan sent, she deduced that Wu Junwan seemed to truly have feelings for Lu Chen. This astonished the Yu Emperor. How could Wu Junwan be interested in a man? What was so special about this Lu Chen? Could it be that Wu Junwan, because of her advancing age, could no longer endure the emptiness and loneliness? And perhaps, because Lu Chen was quite handsome, young, and virile, she chose him. It was fairly common for princesses of the royal family to keep male consorts. This also indirectly indicated that even princesses have certain physical needs. Wu Junwan was in her 30s and had never been in close contact with a man. Perhaps her heart could no longer bear such a bland life. Then, at just the right time, she met Lu Chen, who happened to be her type. Combined with his naturally flirtatious nature, the two of them got together. At this thought, the Yu Emperor's face grew incredibly dark. Just then, a clap of thunder sounded outside the window, followed by a flash of lightning in the sky, which illuminated her somber face. At that moment, she recalled the contents of Lu Chen's letter. Although the man didn't suggest she surrender in his letter, he mentioned the vanishing restrictions in the Western Mist region and the appearance of a goddess within the barbarian tribe to the north. Lu Chen's message was simple. He believed that once the restrictions in the Mist region lifted, or if the barbarian tribes moved south, then Dayu would face a national crisis. From another angle, it was as if Lu Chen was urging her to surrender. Thinking about this, the Yu Emperor coldly said, "How absurd, expecting me to yield to Great Sum. How naive." She was very curious as to who gave Lu Chen such confidence, to believe she would willingly surrender to Great Sum. So what if the restrictions in the Western Mist region disappeared, or how powerful the northern barbarian tribe might be? Against any enemy daring to harm Da Yu, she would ensure they had no return. As for that man, since Wu Junwan liked him so much, once she defeated Great Sum one day, she would strip him of his martial abilities and bestow him to Wu Junwan as a male consort. After all, he was just a man. The Yu Emperor would not fall out with Wu Junwan over a mere man. At this moment, in the heart of the Yu Emperor, Lu Chen was nothing more than a plaything for Wu Junwan. The next day, in the court hall, clothed in a red phoenix robe and donning a phoenix crown, the Yu Emperor sat on the phoenix chair, her gaze sweeping over the ministers in the great hall. Then, a minister spoke, "Your Majesty, the barbarian tribe, under the command of the barbarian tribe goddess, has grown increasingly powerful, especially their battle formations which are enormously mighty. If allowed to grow unchecked, they will sooner or later pose a threat to Da Yu." Another minister added, "Great Sum has already dispatched troops against Great Wu. Given the current state of affairs, it's only a matter of time before Great Sum overthrows Great Wu. Once Great Sum conquers Great Wu, they will likely target us next in Da Yu. At that time, we will have to guard against the northern barbarian tribe, resist the invasion of Great Sum, and beware of Black Dragon country. It will be exceedingly difficult for Da Yu to continue." Subsequently, numerous ministers stood up, each expressing their concerns. Everyone was aware that Da Yu was on the brink of danger. Currently under pressure from three sides, if Da Yu couldn't resolve one front early on, its demise was inevitable. Hearing the voices of the ministers, the Yu Emperor fell silent. After what seemed like an eternity, a minister finally spoke up, "Your Majesty, since Great Sum will eventually attack Da Yu, why don't we launch a preemptive strike and directly send troops to assail Great Sum? Great Sum is currently occupied with attacking Great Wu and won't be able to mobilize a large enough force to defend against Da Yu." No sooner had he spoken than the ministers unanimously implored, "We earnestly request Your Majesty to send troops to conquer Great Sum." Hearing that the full court of civil and military officials were considering sending troops to subdue the Great Shah, Yu Emperor snorted coldly and then said expressionlessly, "So, you all think that the army of Da Yu is a match for the Celestials." Hearing this, the ministers in the Great Hall who advocated for the campaign against the Great Shah were instantly disheartened and didn't know what to say. Indeed, all the ministers understood that as long as the Great Shah had those Celestials, if Da Yu went to war with the Great Shah, Da Yu would have no advantage at all. A single Celestial could destroy an entire army, and since they and Da Yu did not possess any weapons to counter Celestials, sending Da Yu's army to attack the Great Shah would be sending Da Yu's soldiers to their deaths. However, if they did not take advantage of this time to attack the Great Shah, once the Great Shah annihilated Great Wu, it would be their turn next, and then they would have even less chance. Could it be that Da Yu could only wait for its own destruction? When some officials thought about this, their hearts felt incredibly bleak. The old emperors had put in so much effort to build a dynasty in this chaotic land, only to face possible destruction within a few generations. Just then, a minister suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "This servant has heard that the barbarian tribe's battle formations are extremely formidable, capable not only of defending against celestial attacks but also possessing tremendous power. Perhaps the barbarian tribe's battle formation could be used against the celestials." Hearing this, some ministers clung to it as if it were a lifeline. The Secretary of the Ministry of War stood up and said, "Your Majesty, if what Assistant Minister Li says is true, then we must find a way to obtain the barbarian tribe's method for their battle formation practice. It might be our only chance." Although the news that the barbarian tribe's battle formation could counter celestials came from the barbarian tribe itself and some doubted its reliability, it was the only method Da Yu knew to counter celestials. Even if it was unreliable, they had to try it out. What if it really worked as intended? Moreover, the barbarian tribe continued to practice their battle formation ceaselessly. If the formation were truly futile, they would not be practicing it every day. The barbarian tribe had not yet mastered the battle formation, and by attacking them now, the barbarians would not be able to leverage its potential. Thus, this was not only Da Yu's last chance but also the best opportunity to eliminate the threat from the north. Although the Great Shah's army was invincible in Great Wu, unifying Great Wu would take much time. It's easy to conquer but hard to occupy a country. More so since Great Wu was a dynasty with a long history. Without half a year's time, even if the great martial royal family had been annihilated, Great Wu would be difficult to stabilize. With Great Wu as a distraction, Great Shah wouldn't have the resources to focus on what Da Yu was doing. If they managed to annihilate the barbarians to the north, even if Great Shah attacked later, Da Yu would face less of a threat and could focus on defending against the invasion from the Great Shah. At that moment, Yu Emperor's phoenix-like eyes swept over the ministers in the Great Hall. She could see that everyone was restless and thinking of making a final struggle. She then spoke, "As of today, Da Yu is in a state of war, save for the 100,000 troops at the border with Great Shah, all armies are to move north. I myself will lead the campaign against the barbarian tribe in half a month." Hearing this, the entire court knelt down. "Your Majesty is wise." Yu Emperor scoffed in her heart. Wise. It was a desperate move, indeed. She was thinking, if the barbarian tribe really had a battle formation capable of facing the Celestials, then it suggested that the barbarian tribe goddess might be from the misty world, and dealing with that woman wouldn't be easy. Although she had reached the Unity Realm and was a pseudo-celestial, her strength was infinitely close to that of a celestial due to her cultivation of a special technique. Yet, she was not a true celestial and, having left the misty world, she had not battled a true celestial. Perhaps her strength had declined much since her time in the misty world. Yu Emperor was also unsure if she could defeat the barbarian tribe goddess. However, she believed that in this world, where spiritual energy was scarce, her strength was limited, and so was the goddess's. Even if the barbarian tribe goddess was a celestial from the misty world, she still had a great chance of victory. In the misty world, she had indeed slain celestials. Having decided to campaign against the barbarians to the north, Da Yu began preparations. The armies in the southeast, intended to fend off Great Shah, were quickly redeployed northward, leaving only 100,000 troops to guard the border with Great Shah. Although Da Yu did not have trains, the speed of troop deployment was very fast. In half a month, the majority of the troops had already been redeployed to the north. Great Ju's movements were so significant that the spies of the barbarian tribe naturally noticed Great Ju's intentions, and soon the news that Great Ju intended to attack the barbarian tribe reached the ears of the barbarian tribe goddess, Mu Yunshi. Northland. Barbarian tribe goddess's tent. Mu Yunshi wore a gown sewn with golden thread, her body shimmering with golden light, her head crowned with gems that reflected a spectrum of colors. She reclined on a soft couch, exposing her fair, smooth abdomen and her long legs, holding a piece of intelligence freshly delivered from Great Ju in her hands as white as jade. Looking at the content of the intelligence report, Mu Yunshi's face remained expressionless. After a moment, she finally said coolly, "It seems that Great Shah is putting quite the pressure on Great Ju, for Great Ju has even resorted to the idea of battle formations. I don't know who gave Great Ju the courage to dare attack this palace's forces." Hearing Mu Yunshi's words, a barbarian soldier kneeling on the ground said, "Goddess, what should we do now?" Mu Yunshi answered indifferently, "Gather the tribal leaders immediately. Since Great Ju wants to experience the effect of battle formations, this palace will satisfy them." Originally, Mu Yunshi had planned to be cautious, waiting until the barbarian soldiers could proficiently use the battle formations before marching south to annihilate all the major dynasties. She had not expected the Yu Emperor to be so bold as to attack them prematurely. Being a woman herself, she somewhat admired the Yu Emperor's guts. However, in her view, it was like an egg striking a stone. Just because she had not led troops south did not mean she lacked the power. She simply wanted to annihilate all the dynasties in one fell swoop. If someone was offering themselves up for death ahead of time, she would not indulge them. Soon, the leaders of the barbarian tribes had all gathered, and the barbarian army had also assembled in a very short time. The war between Great Ju and the barbarian tribe was about to erupt. Great Shah Dynasty. Since Chen Wanrong arrived in Yan County, Lu Chen had been soaking in the pleasures of love every day. Last night, Lu Chen visited Chen Wanrong's bedchamber again, agitating Chen Wanrong thoroughly. Facing Chen Wanrong, the aloof fairy, his desire to conquer was always very strong. Regrettably, despite being busy with Chen Wanrong for so many days, he had not managed to get her pregnant, showing that conceiving truly depended on luck. It wasn't so easy to achieve miracles with sheer force. Early in the morning, Lu Chen lay deeply asleep in the embrace of gentle jade fragrance, when the voice of Bai Qingqing was heard at the door. Has your majesty woken up yet? Bai Qingqing's voice was soft, but Lu Chen's perception was strong, and he still heard it. Lu Chen immediately opened his eyes and was about to raise his head when he found that Chen Wanrong's jade hand was still holding his head, restricting his movement. Being held by the head by Chen Wanrong, Lu Chen always felt a bit strange, so at this moment, Chen Wanrong also noticed that Lu Chen's head moved slightly. She must have woken up, so she let go of Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen then slowly rose to a sitting position, supporting himself with both hands on either side of Chen Wanrong's hair, admiring Chen Wanrong's jade-like face. Chen Wanrong's visage was as if it were carved from white jade, smooth and delicate, while also emitting a holy aura, aloof yet tinged with a hint of shyness, utterly mesmerizing. After glancing at Chen Wanrong, Lu Chen turned his head towards the doorway where Bai Qingqing stood and asked, Bai, is something the matter? Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, Bai Qingqing immediately replied, Great Zhu has gone to war with the barbarian tribe. On hearing this, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. No wonder Bai Qingqing had come to find him early in the morning, as such a significant event had occurred. Bai Qingqing herself was his woman, so she was well aware that he liked to linger in the embrace of his women in the morning, and wouldn't get up for a while. She usually would not disturb him unless something important happened. The war between Great Zhu and the barbarian tribe was somewhat significant for Great Sum, as after all, Great Sum was next planning to annihilate Great Zhu, which was a major focus for Great Sum. At that moment, Lu Chen turned his gaze back to Chen Wanrong beneath him, gently caressed her cheek, and softly said, Rongrong, I have matters to attend to, so I can't keep you company anymore. Chen Wanrong responded calmly, all right, go ahead. Lu Chen did not hesitate any further, got off from Chen Wanrong, and with her help, quickly dressed and left Chen Wanrong's sleeping chambers. It wasn't long before Lu Chen appeared in the imperial study room, where Liang Zong was already waiting to report on the war between Great Zhu and the barbarian tribe. Seeing that Lu Chen had arrived, Liang Zong hurriedly paid his respects. Greetings to your majesty, long live, long live, long live your majesty. Lu Chen said indifferently, dispense with the formalities, and walked straight behind the desk to sit down. Commander Liang, why has Great Zhu decided to attack the barbarian tribe at this time? Have you found out the specific reason yet? Lu Chen was curious, what was the Yu Emperor doing, attacking the barbarian tribe out of the blue? The territory of the barbarian tribe was vast, and the tribespeople were particularly adept at escaping. Even if Great Zhu could defeat the barbarian army, the tribespeople could simply retreat deeper into the northwest, and after some time, emerge again, at which point Great Zhu would be unable to do anything about them. It was unlikely that Great Zhu would send troops chasing deep into the areas where the barbarian tribe moved. Liang Zong replied, according to the investigation by the Brocade Guard, Great Zhu has launched a campaign against the barbarian tribe because of the battle formations that the barbarian tribe is practicing. Battle formations. Lu Chen muttered, then fell into deep thought. Lu Chen had heard of the battle formations before and was concerned that they could pose future problems for Great Sum. However, they were currently focused on annihilating Great Wu and did not have the time to address the affairs of the Northwest tribes. Yet, he had still sent several spies to gather specific information about the barbarian tribe's battle formations. Liang Zong continued, rumor has it that the battle formation employed by the barbarian tribe can not only withstand attacks from celestials, but its power is also immense, so some in Great Zhu believe that as long as they can acquire the barbarian tribe's battle formations, they will be able to contend with Great Sum in the future. On hearing Liang Zong's words, Lu Chen chuckled lightly, so that was what Great Zhu was aiming for. However, if Great Zhu could annihilate the barbarian tribe by moving north, not only would it reduce pressure, but acquiring the battle formations would be killing two birds with one stone. Most importantly, Great Sum was currently focused on Great Wu and had no time to concern itself with what was happening in the northwest, which made it a good opportunity for Great Ju. After thinking it over, Lu Chen then said to Liang Zong, keep Great Ju's spies active, always monitoring the situation between Great Ju and the barbarian tribe, especially the barbarian tribe's battle formations. I want to know exactly how effective these battle formations can be. Liang Zong bowed and said, yes, Your Majesty. At this point, Liang Zong finally took out the intelligence that had been concealed in his sleeve. Your Majesty, this is the information sent back by Great Ju's spies. At that moment, Bai Qingqing walked up to Liang Zong, took the intelligence report from his hands, and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the intelligence report, tore it open, and glanced through the content. The information was similar to what Liang Zong had mentioned. It seemed like the whole court of Deu was placing their final hope on the barbarian tribe's battle formation. Lu Chen thought to himself, hopefully, this battle formation isn't very effective. If it truly can withstand attacks from Celestials, the northern barbarian tribe might delay his unification of the world. Seeing that Lu Chen had glanced through the content of the intelligence, Liang Zong spoke, Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. Lu Chen said, yes, you may leave. I take my leave. Liang Zong then turned and left. After Liang Zong had left, Lu Chen said to Bai Qingqing, Bai, have this report sent to Great Scholar Zhuge. Bai Qingqing took the letter from Lu Chen's hand and exited the imperial study room. Lu Chen then thought to himself, if the barbarian tribe's battle formation indeed has the capability to resist Celestials, then the identity of the barbarian tribe goddess might not be simple either, and her power is currently an unknown. Their spies in the grasslands also only knew that the barbarian tribe goddess was incredibly powerful, but how powerful, nobody knew for sure. All the leaders of the barbarian tribe combined were not a match for her. Her ability to unify the entire barbarian tribe in such a short time also proved her strength. Lu Chen thought, this so-called barbarian tribe goddess might also be from another world and she could very well have reached the celestial realm. He needed to be ready to fight with a celestial. In the blink of an eye, the war between Deu and the barbarian tribe had erupted fully. Because the Yu Emperor led the charge personally, the frontline armies of the barbarian tribe could not withstand Deu's onslaught. Within just a few days, the barbarian tribe's vanguard troops were scattered and fleeing. Northwest lands. Deu, main commander's tent. The Yu Emperor, clad in a suit of black gold armor, looked at the map of barbarian lands, lost in thought. At that time in the tent, there were several generals silently watching the Yu Emperor, none of them spoke. After a long while, the Yu Emperor finally spoke, we're about to reach the old site of the barbarian court, and they have yet to use the battle formation up to now, which is a bit suspicious. According to their intelligence, ever since that barbarian tribe goddess unified them, they had been continuously practicing the battle formation. Up until now, however, the barbarian soldiers had not used this so-called battle formation against the Deu army. The journey had been too smooth for them, unnaturally so. The Yu Emperor suspected that the barbarian tribe goddess might be deliberately not allowing the barbarian vanguard to use the battle formation. The aim was perhaps to draw them deeper into the heartland of the barbarian activity area and then encircle the Deu army. Given the current situation, this possibility seemed quite high. Hearing the Yu Emperor's words, one general said, could it be that the barbarian tribe doesn't have a real battle formation at all, and this is merely a rumor spread by them? Another general then said, why would the barbarian tribe spread such a rumor? Besides, we learned of the barbarian tribe's battle formation from our own people, it cannot be a rumor. The general who had suggested it might be a rumor spoke again, but we are almost at the old site of the barbarian court now, and the barbarian army still hasn't used the battle formation. If they really had such a formation, why haven't they used it yet? The generals in the main commander's tent were all puzzled as to why the barbarian army didn't employ battle formations. If the barbarian tribe's battle formations were so powerful, why didn't they just use them to fight against the Deu army? With the current situation, the barbarian army appeared no different than paper match. At this moment, one of the great generals voiced a differing opinion. He looked at the Yu Emperor and said, Your Majesty, in this servant's view, the reason the barbarian tribe does not use battle formations is not that they lack them but because they have yet to master the one in the rumors. If the barbarian tribe had already mastered their battle formations, the Empress of Da Yu's troops wouldn't have had to march north, as the barbarian tribe goddess would have led the barbarian army south already. Hearing this, the generals in the tent looked at each other, feeling that there was some truth to what the great general had said. The intelligence they had obtained earlier indicated that the barbarian tribe was practicing a special battle formation. Perhaps, it was because the Dayu dynasty took timely action that the barbarian tribe hadn't yet mastered the use of this formation, which was why their only option upon encountering the Dayu army was to flee. Just as everyone started to agree that the great general's point made a lot of sense, the Yu Emperor spoke up, not necessarily. At these two words, the generals all turned to look at the Yu Emperor, who continued, The goddess of the barbarian tribe wants to lure us deep into their territory and then cut off Dayu's supply lines to annihilate the main force of Dayu in one fell swoop. As the words fell, the generals were momentarily stunned. The possibility described by the Yu Emperor wasn't the slightest bit unrealistic and, in fact, was highly plausible. It might just be what the barbarian tribe goddess was planning. The Yu Emperor went on, according to the intelligence gathered, the barbarian tribe has been practicing the goddess's battle formation for quite some time. Even if they cannot wield it proficiently, they should at least be able to make some use of it. It's improbable that they have yet to use it a single time. After listening to the Yu Emperor's analysis, one of the generals asked, Then Your Majesty, what should we do next? To continue the offensive, our supply line is stretched too thin, and there's a high probability that the supplies won't be able to keep up. The Yu Emperor fell into deep thought, staring quietly at the map on the table, seemingly pondering something. After a long while, the Yu Emperor finally spoke, For now, let us station ourselves here temporarily, and have the vanguard explore the way ahead. This emperor is curious to see how long the goddess of the barbarian tribe can endure. Following the Yu Emperor's orders, Dayu immediately dispatched the vanguard cavalry, who penetrated deep into the heartland of the barbarian tribe's territory. Meanwhile, within the tent of the barbarian tribe court, Mu Yunshi was also looking at a map. After glancing at the marked points on the sheepskin map, she said, The other party must have noticed our intentions by now, their advance is slowing. It's likely they will stop moving forward within the next couple of days. At this moment, a chief of the barbarian tribe stepped forward and said, Goddess, allow our Sand Wizard tribe to take the lead. Our tribe was the first to learn the battle formations and is most familiar with yours. Just let our Sand Wizard tribe fight and within 2 hours, we can crush the Dayu army. Hearing this, Mu Yunshi glanced at the king of Sand Wizard. It was true that the Sand Wizard tribe was among the first to practice the battle formation, and the soldiers from the Sand Wizard King's tribe were very powerful, with many high-ranking martial artists. Using the battle formation, they could sustain it for a relatively long period. Although Mu Yunshi had seen the army led by the King of Sand Wizard use the battle formation, so far, the Sand Wizard tribe's formation had not been tested in real combat. The extent to which it could exhibit the power of the supreme soaring dragon array remained uncertain. Seeing the King of Sand Wizard's eagerness, the other chiefs of the barbarian tribe couldn't stay put. They too wanted to showcase themselves before Mu Yunshi. Goddess, let our Blackwater tribe take the lead. Although the Sand Wizard tribe was the first to practice the battle formations, they have almost no real combat experience. When we were fighting other tribes, at least we used it once. Goddess, let our Duo Y tribe take the lead. Goddess, it should be us. For a moment, the tent was in chaos, everyone eager to take the role of the vanguard. They were well aware that whoever acted as the vanguard would receive the greatest credit, and, in turn, the rewards from the goddess would be more abundant once Dayu was conquered. Therefore, none of them was willing to relinquish this opportunity to others. However, it was at this time that Mu Yunshi spoke. King of Sand Wizard, since you so desire to be the vanguard, this palace will grant you this opportunity. I hope you will not disappoint this palace. Seeing that Mu Yunshi had chosen him, the King of Sand Wizard was tremendously excited. He quickly knelt down and said, Thank you, Goddess. I will definitely not let down your expectations. At this moment, the voice of a barbarian soldier rose from outside the tent. Goddess, a battle report from the front. Mu Yunshi calmly said, "Come in." Following that, the barbarian soldier who was delivering the message entered the tent, knelt on the ground, and said to Mu Yunshi, "Goddess, the Dayu army has already set up camp and is not advancing further, but they have dispatched a cavalry vanguard that continues to push deeper." Hearing this, Mu Yunshi chuckled lightly and said, "It seems that the Yu Emperor indeed has discovered our intentions. Since they have found out, it's highly probable that they will not advance further. In that case, it's our turn to make a move." As her words ended, Mu Yunshi began arranging her troops. She planned to crush the main force of Dayu in the shortest possible time and then deal with the Empress of Dayu. She had a fair understanding of Dayu and knew the importance of the Empress to Dayu. If they could take down the Empress in this war, they would essentially have claimed Dayu for themselves. Originally, she had planned to attack Dayu in 5 years to be cautious, but she hadn't expected the Empress of Dayu to come knocking on her door, so she couldn't be blamed now. In less than half a day, Dayu's vanguard cavalry spotted the vast, looming barbarian army. Dayu's vanguard cavalry had not expected to encounter the true might of the barbarian force so soon. The Dayu cavalry hurried back to deliver the news. When the Yu Emperor heard that the barbarian army had regrouped and was preparing to launch an attack, she knew her suspicions were correct, they had indeed been lured here. However, the Yu Emperor was not worried in the least. Since the founding of Dayu, the Dayu dynasty had fought countless wars with the barbarians, but Dayu had won the majority of these conflicts, with the barbarians retreating to hide in the northwestern hinterlands. Some barbarians, having realized that they couldn't get the better of Dayu, even fled to the Northland. At this moment, the Yu Emperor's heart swelled with the will to fight. It had been a long time since she had faced off against a worthy opponent. She had a premonition that the goddess of the barbarian tribe would be a formidable enemy. Toward evening, the red sunset hung in the sky, and Dayu had already positioned their troops in formation, waiting for the arrival of the barbarian army. After an indeterminate amount of time, countless black figures appeared in the distance. Under the glow of the setting sun, the soldiers of the barbarian tribe looked as if they were wearing bronze-colored armor. The number of barbarian soldiers was vast, and it was clear that these were indeed the true forces of the barbarian tribe. The barbarian soldiers were robust and were mostly martial artists. Only then did the Dayu troops realize that the barbarians they had initially fought were probably just from smaller tribes. The aura of the barbarian army was incredibly powerful, and just by approaching the Dayu army, their horses were frightened into whinnying constantly, with some even showing an inclination to flee. It wasn't just the horses, even the soldiers of Dayu felt as though they were being watched by some terrifying beast, causing an uncontrollable shiver to run through their bodies. The Yu Emperor, clad in black gold armor, rode upon a robust white horse, a longsword hanging at her waist and her ponytail fluttering in the wind, presenting a dashing figure. She glanced at the distant, dense array of the barbarian army but did not spot the barbarian tribe's goddess among them. The Yu Emperor furrowed her brows, it seemed that the so-called goddess had not come. Did the goddess hold such contempt for Dayu that she merely sent the barbarian army and did not show herself? At that time, the barbarian army did not continue to advance, they stood in the distance, motionless, apparently waiting for someone's command. The Yu Emperor then said coldly, "Form up, attack." As her words fell, the formations of the Dayu army began to shift, taking on a conical shape. Regardless of whether the barbarian goddess had come, the Yu Emperor intended to make it a quick battle, so she directly instructed the Dayu army to deploy an offensive formation. Following the change in Dayu's formation, the army led by the King of Sand Wizard also adjusted their formation, with the barbarian army adopting a similar conical shape. Both sides had assumed offensive formations. Seeing this, some Dayu soldiers harbored disdainful thoughts. Was this the famed battle formation? Was this all the barbarians' battle formation amounted to? It didn't seem all that impressive, did it? Could such a formation withstand Celestials? Just as the Dayu soldiers thought they had victory in their grasp, suddenly, the sound of horns echoed from within the barbarian formation. Yet, the Dayu soldiers still did not take it seriously as drumming reverberated over the plains at that moment. Soon after, countless arrows shot out from within the Dayu formation, quickly filling the sky above the barbarian army with dense volleys of arrows, yet the barbarian soldiers showed no signs of panic. King of Sand Wizard shouted loudly, "Set the formation." As he spoke, true chi was released from his body, which upon contact, seemed to also draw out the true chi within the bodies of the warriors. Seeing this, the Yu Emperor's brows knitted together tightly. Something was amiss. The King of Sand Wizard was a Grand Master, so releasing true chi wasn't unusual, but those barbarian soldiers were not Grand Masters, and some were merely first-rank martial artists. Even they were releasing their true chi. How was that possible? As true chi was released from the bodies of the barbarian soldiers, a giant golden array pattern soon appeared beneath the feet of the barbarian army. At that critical juncture when the volley of arrows shot by Da Yu soldiers were about to strike the barbarian battle formation completed, and a dragon roar sounded across the plains followed by all the arrows aimed at the barbarian soldiers being deflected away. Above the barbarian army, it seemed a golden dragon had appeared. Seeing this golden dragon, the Da Yu soldiers immediately paled in fright, witnessing such a scene for the first time. Seeing the golden dragon, the Yu Emperor thought to herself that indeed, this barbarian goddess must have come from another world. Such a formation could not possibly exist in this world. No wonder there were rumors within the barbarian tribe that their battle formations could withstand celestials. This was going to be troublesome. Seeing the Da Yu soldiers in disarray from fear, the King of Sand Wizard burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Da Yu rats. Enjoy the last rays of the setting sun. Soon you won't be able to see it ever again. Speaking, the King of Sand Wizard directed the celestial dragon in the sky straight towards the Da Yu formation. Before the Yu Emperor could intervene, the golden dragon had already toppled all the soldiers of the Dayu in front. In the blink of an eye, the military formation of the Dayu was dispersed. Seeing the Dayu soldiers in disarray, the Yu Emperor was very clear that the soldiers of the Dayu were unreliable. In the face of this golden dragon, it wasn't just the Grand Masters, but even the Grand Master who could not withstand, only a celestial could possibly make use of this formation. The war capabilities of the barbarian tribe were indeed formidable. Once Dayu acquired this battle formation, they would be confident against the celestials. Although the Dayu army seemed to be in complete chaos, appearing as if they were about to be defeated, there was not a trace of panic on the Yu Emperor's face. She had already perceived the greatest flaw in this formation. The reason why this battle formation could be initiated was because it drew out the true chi from everyone within it, even the true chi within the bodies of lower-grade martial artists was extracted. In the immortal world, the true chi of this world is spiritual energy. The bodies of ordinary martial artists originally contained very little spiritual energy which was forcibly drawn out nonetheless. A group of martial artists who were not celestials could not possibly sustain it for long. Even if Dayu did nothing, this formation would soon collapse. Once the formation collapsed, those soldiers of the barbarian tribe would instantly lose their combat effectiveness. That's why King of Sand Wizard was in such a rush to attack, intending to settle the enemy before the battle formation disappeared. Unfortunately, King of Sand Wizard encountered the Yu Emperor. At that moment, the Yu Emperor leapt up and stood on a white horse, clutching the sword in her hand, and her fingers slid across the blade, causing a sound of sword ringing to resonate. Meanwhile, on a distant small hill, upon witnessing this scene, Mu Yunshi raised her eyebrows, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, Mu Yunshi mumbled to herself, "This isn't swordsmanship from this world. The identity of this Yu Emperor is probably not simple." In an ordinary martial arts world, it was impossible for such swordsmanship capable of condensing sword intent to exist. At this moment, King of Sand Wizard had yet to realize the severity of the issue. He controlled a golden dragon, charging straight at the Yu Emperor while laughing loudly, "Beautiful lady, I am coming." As the dragon's roar echoed once more, the dragon directly lunged at the Yu Emperor. The soldiers of the Dayu were petrified by the scene, thinking that the Yu Emperor was about to die. Just as the huge dragon's jaws were about to reach the Yu Emperor, she swung her sword, unleashing sword chi imbued with destruction sword intent that instantly swept across the golden dragon. In an instant, the golden dragon was split in two. Once the golden dragon vanished, those barbarian soldiers forming the supreme soaring dragon array also suffered backlash, spewing blood. Even the King of Sand Wizard was severely injured. Some barbarian soldiers couldn't endure and fell to the ground, lifeless. Seeing this scene, soldiers from other tribal clans of the barbarian army were astounded. Their battle array was so powerful, yet it was destroyed by a single sword stroke from the Empress of Dayu. Was the Empress of Dayu that powerful? Hadn't their goddess said that this battle array could combat a celestial? Why did it seem so fragile now? Their goddess surely wouldn't deceive them. Could it be that the Empress of Dayu was already a celestial and among the strongest of them? At this moment, several barbarian chieftains beside Mu Yunshi were stunned into silence. Mu Yunshi calmly spoke, "Does anyone else want to try?" Upon hearing this question, the barbarian chieftains and leaders remained silent. Having witnessed the previous scene, they could basically gauge the strength of the Empress of Dayu. Clearly, this Yu Emperor was not someone they could contend with. Mu Yunshi also discerned their thoughts and said indifferently, "The reason why King of Sand Wizard's battle formation collapsed so quickly is mainly because his control over the formation was inadequate. You all need more practice." With that, Mu Yunshi walked towards the distance. Seeing Mu Yunshi making the move, the chieftains of the barbarian tribes finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although their battle formation had not defeated the Empress of Dayu, they still had the goddess on their side. With the celestial strength of the goddess, it should be easy to eradicate the Yu Emperor. After the Yu Emperor had destroyed the Supreme Soaring Dragon array with a single sword strike, she was preparing to make a move against the King of Sand Wizard. However, a soft and seductive voice coming from a distance made her pause. As expected of the ruler of the Dayu dynasty, you have not yet reached the heavenly human realm, yet you have already comprehended the sword intent. Such talent is rare even in the immortal world. The Yu Emperor quickly recovered, and her gaze turned towards the direction where the voice originated. She saw a woman walking slowly towards her, revealing her belly, dressed in a shimmering gold dress, barefoot. A red string with two small bells attached was tied around the woman's ankle. With each step she took, the bells would make a crisp sound. The sound of the bells seemed to pierce straight through the heart, causing a piercing pain in one's chest. The Yu Emperor instantly understood what was happening. Those bells were a spiritual artifact that directly attacked the soul. The Yu Emperor then said coldly, "You really are not from this world." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshi chuckled lightly, then spoke, "To know that this palace is not from this world shows that you are no ordinary person either." The Yu Emperor continued to ask, "I am very curious, in a world without spiritual energy, what is a cultivator like you doing in such a low-level world?" The tone of the Yu Emperor was very cold, as if she was not asking a question but interrogating Mu Yunshi. Hearing the Yu Emperor's question, Mu Yunshi replied indifferently, "This palace just happened upon this world by accident." Upon hearing Mu Yunshi say this, the Yu Emperor immediately thought of something and then said, "It seems you accidentally fell into this world and cannot leave." Being pinpointed by the Yu Emperor about her predicament, Mu Yunshi did not get angry. She smiled charmingly and then said, "You are right, this palace currently cannot leave this world, but once I annihilate the various dynasties and gain the approval of this world's heavenly Tao, this palace will be able to utilize the power of the heavenly path to leave this world." Seeing that Mu Yunshi openly shared her intentions, the Yu Emperor frowned slightly, then said, "Why would you tell me all of this?" The two of them were meeting for the first time, and the Yu Emperor did not remember when she had any interaction with this scantily clad woman opposite her. Mu Yunshi said, "Originally, this palace planned to seize this opportunity to annihilate the Dayu, but after seeing you, I changed my mind. Your talent is quite extraordinary, and this palace intends to accept you as a disciple. As long as you are willing to help this palace unify this world, once this palace gains the recognition of the heavenly Tao, I can take you with me to leave this world. Since you know that this palace is not from this world, you must also have some understanding of the outside world. This is a low-level world with an incomplete path. It is impossible to become an immortal in this world." Upon hearing Mu Yunshi's words, the Yu Emperor fell silent. Seeing that the Yu Emperor did not respond, Mu Yunshi continued to speak, "As long as you are willing to become this palace's disciple, this palace will transfer the Supreme Soaring Dragon array to you. This palace knows that you launched an attack against the barbarian tribe precisely because of the Supreme Soaring Dragon array, wanting to use it to confront Great Sum. In Mu Yunxi's view, the Yu Emperor, this native, also had some capability and could play a certain role. If she could take the Yu Emperor as her disciple, her own chances of successfully unifying this world would be even greater. After a moment of thought, the Yu Emperor also considered that joining forces with the barbarian tribe goddess against Great Sum was a good option, but this barbarian tribe goddess also aimed to conquer everything. This meant that, in the eyes of this barbarian tribe goddess, the Dayu dynasty would also eventually have to be obliterated. If she became the disciple of this barbarian tribe goddess, would she not be handing over her own position as empress? Of course, the most important thing was that this woman might not genuinely want to take her as a disciple, she might be plotting something. If she truly agreed to become her disciple, she might very well be schemed against. Having spent so many years in the misty world, the Yu Emperor was well aware of the deceit and trickery in the immortal world, where it was hard to hear any truths among cultivators. The deep relationship between her and Wu Junwan stemmed from their both having experienced the deception in the misty world, and whenever they faced danger, their trust in each other deepened their bond through each crisis. Back when she had encountered danger in the misty world, she chose to trust Wu Junwan because they came from the same world. But this woman was different. This woman was not from their world, and the Yu Emperor was well aware of how cultivators from higher worlds viewed those from lower worlds. In the eyes of cultivators from a higher cultivation world, people from a lower world were no different from ants. The Yu Emperor then said, I already have a honored master, and I do not like to submit to others. As she spoke, the aura around the Yu Emperor surged, instantly stirring up the surrounding dust. The aura fluttered the skirt of her black gold armor and her ponytail whipped through the air. Feeling the aura of the Yu Emperor, Mu Yunxi let out a light laugh. A martial artist who hasn't even entered the heavenly human realm and yet possesses such an aura, truly a fine prospect. This palace knows what you're thinking. Do you think this palace wants to wrestle the throne from you? If that's what you think, then it only shows your short-sightedness. This palace has no interest whatsoever in a flawed world like this. If you are unwilling to leave this world with this palace, I can give this world to you in the future. As she spoke, the anklets on Mu Yunxi emitted bursts of tangible sound waves, continuously assaulting the Yu Emperor's body. However, the Yu Emperor remained unmoved. What the soldiers from both sides did not know was that although Mu Yunxi and the Yu Emperor had not moved, their confrontation had already begun. After a while, the Yu Emperor said coldly, I have told you, I already have a honored master. If you truly wish to cooperate with me, I can agree, but I need to see if you have the qualifications to cooperate with me. No sooner had her words fallen than the Yu Emperor raised her sword. In the next moment, the winds changed, and heavy clouds appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of Da Yu knew their empress was about to make a move and swiftly retreated. The empress possessed the strength of a celestial, and her actions were bound to cause huge destruction. If they were too close, they would also be affected. Seeing that the Yu Emperor insisted on a confrontation, Mu Yunxi showed no anger. She murmured, since you want to test this palace's strength, then this palace shall oblige you. As she spoke, Mu Yunxi completely unleashed her celestial aura. Feeling Mu Yunxi's aura, the barbarian tribe soldiers hurriedly retreated, knowing well that their goddess made no distinction between friend and foe when she struck. Once the soldiers from both sides had moved far away, the Yu Emperor's figure flashed, transforming into a mere afterimage as she charged towards Mu Yunxi. At that moment, the whole world seemed to hit the pause button, and everything turned black and white. In the blink of an eye, the Yu Emperor appeared in front of Mu Yunxi, thrusting her sword imbued with destruction sword intent. Just as the sword was about to make contact with Mu Yunxi's body, the corners of Mu Yunxi's lips slightly curled upwards. The next moment, the bells on Mu Yunxi's ankle rang again, and a series of sound waves, materialized into form, easily blocked the Yu Emperor's sword. Seeing her sword attack blocked, the Yu Emperor didn't mind. Her opponent was a celestial, and although celestials' strength was suppressed in this world, it was not easy for her, a pseudo-celestial, to defeat a celestial. After catching the Yu Emperor's attack, Mu Yunxi not only didn't retaliate but instead smiled and said, although you are very strong, I have heard that Great Sum now has 4 celestials, along with various strange weapons, while Great Ju only has you, a pseudo-celestial. Do you think that Great Ju can withstand Great Sum's attack after they destroy Great Wu, relying solely on you? The Yu Emperor said indifferently, that's not for you to worry about. The next moment, the Yu Emperor's figure flashed, distancing herself from Mu Yunshi, followed by the appearance of countless swords in the sky, all emanating fierce flames. With a raise of her hand, she directed her palm towards Mu Yunshi, and the next moment, those flame-wreathed swords shot straight at her, and just as they were about to touch Mu Yunshi's body, the sword energies converged into one, forming an even larger sword. Seeing the oppressive aura released by this sword energy, Mu Yunshi was slightly moved, having not expected a pseudo-celestial to possess such powerful swordsmanship. Since the Yu Emperor had brought out her real strength, if she continued to concede, wouldn't it make her seem inferior to a pseudo-celestial? At this moment, Mu Yunshi raised her slender hand, and the bracelet around her wrist emitted bursts of golden light, followed by the formation of a gigantic phoenix. Moments later, the giant fiery sword in the sky collided directly with the golden phoenix. Instantly, a thick surge of spiritual power exploded, forcing both women to rapidly retreat and distance themselves. After the explosion, a huge crater appeared on the ground, yet Mu Yunshi's clothes were still neat, and although the Yu Emperor's armor was dusted, she too was unharmed. Mu Yunshi stated, "You have seen my strength. It won't be easy for you to kill me, and if I truly took action, you might not die but you would be severely injured." The Yu Emperor had by then roughly gauged Mu Yunshi's strength. She spun her sword around her palm before sheathing it. Seeing the Yu Emperor sheath her sword, Mu Yunshi knew the Yu Emperor had accepted her proposal. Just then, the Yu Emperor coldly said, "If I find out you have other plans, even if you're a celestial, I will find a way to slay you. Additionally, I will not acknowledge you as honored master." Hearing this from the Yu Emperor, Mu Yunshi wasn't surprised. She said, "Based on the swordsmanship you used, you must have a master from another world. No wonder you possess the strength of the celestial realm even before reaching it. I won't force you. If there comes a time when you want to learn a more formidable cultivation technique, you can always ask this palace to be your master." The Yu Emperor didn't pay attention to Mu Yunshi's words and directly asked, "Can your barbarian tribe's battle formation truly resist attacks from a celestial?" Mu Yunshi replied indifferently, "Naturally." The Yu Emperor then said with a mocking tone, "Then why was your battle formation destroyed by a single sword strike from me?" Hearing the Yu Emperor's mockery, Mu Yunshi replied with a smile, "Doesn't that just show your strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary celestial?" The Yu Emperor didn't want to waste any more words with Mu Yunshi and stretched out her hand, saying, "Show me the array pattern." They had attacked the barbarian tribe for the array pattern possessed by Mu Yunshi. Since the barbarian tribe goddess proposed to cooperate, it was only natural that she should hand over the battle formation pattern to demonstrate her sincerity. Upon hearing the Yu Emperor's words, Mu Yunshi didn't hesitate and took out the array pattern from her space ring. Seeing Mu Yunshi take things out of her space ring, the Yu Emperor's brows furrowed. She had scarcely seen space rings even while in the misty world. Even her own master didn't have a space ring, and the master had once told her that only the strong from superpowers possessed space rings. She had not expected that the woman before her would have one, indicating she was no ordinary figure even in the immortal world. How could such a person come to this world? The Yu Emperor felt that the barbarian tribe goddess was likely hiding something, and she herself should be careful around her. Of course, cooperation was certain. If they could make use of the barbarian tribe goddess, then Great Ju would not have to fear Great Sum. In the end, they were just using each other. Once both parties confirmed their intention to cooperate, they proceeded to determine the manner of their cooperation. Finally, after much bargaining, the barbarian tribe was incorporated into the rule of Great Ju, while Mu Yunshi assumed the role of Great Ju's state preceptor, and the Yu Emperor continued to reign as her emperor. The war between Great Ju and the barbarian tribe ended too swiftly, catching everyone by surprise. However, the war between Great Sum and Great Wu was also nearing its end. The armies of Great Sum had already reached the gates of Dawu capital, and most of Great Wu's important seigneurs had been dealt with by Great Sum. Now, with panic spreading within Dawu capital, some aristocratic families thought of fleeing, yet they did not know where to escape to. If they fled northward, considering the north was now occupied by Great Sum's troops, They feared they might be captured by Great Sum's soldiers before they even managed to reach Great Ju. To run south meant facing the only remaining Great Qian dynasty, which was currently suffering from a severe epidemic. They certainly did not wish to risk infection and death. As for fleeing to Great Sum, they had even less desire for that. In the eyes of most aristocratic families, Great Sum harbored strong hostility towards them. Furthermore, these families of Great Wu were more or less connected to the powers that be, making them potential threats. During Great Sum's retribution, they would likely be targeted and not spared. Dawu capital had reached a point of no return. The martial emperor had gone many days without sleep, not knowing how many palace maids and eunuchs he had killed to vent his anger. But no matter how many people he killed, he could not change the imminent downfall of Great Wu. Several days later, Great Sum. Soft moonlight streamed onto the bed, illuminating the pale, smooth skin of a person. Lu Chen and Chen Wanrong were cultivating their relationship. The recent surge of events had put considerable pressure on Lu Chen. Only in the embrace of his wives and concubines could he find relief. At that moment, Lu Chen was preoccupied with his own matters. Chen Wanrong, with eyes like silk, gazed at Lu Chen and whispered, "I will be returning soon." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. He halted his movements, then looked down into Chen Wanrong's eyes and said, "So soon?" Chen Wanrong lifted her arms, wrapping them around Lu Chen's neck as she gazed into his eyes with affection. "There are many matters to attend to in the mysterious Moon Palace. A few days ago, my honored master sent word, urging me to return early to handle the palace's affairs." After hearing Chen Wanrong's response, Lu Chen said, "The mysterious Moon Palace was originally her own creation. Yet she dumps all the responsibilities onto others, making herself quite comfortable." As he spoke, Lu Chen lifted his hand, gently caressing Chen Wanrong's jade-like face, and said, "How wonderful it would be if you could stay by my side forever." Chen Wanrong replied softly, "There will come a day." Chen Wanrong believed that someday her honored master would permit her to be with Lu Chen completely. After all, her master wasn't of this world and would leave this world one day. Just then, Bai Qingqing's voice came from outside the door. "Your Majesty, the war between Great Ju and the barbarian tribe has ended. There is important intelligence." Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. It's over. So soon. Knowing the importance of this matter, Chen Wanrong took the initiative to say, "Your Majesty, you should attend to your affairs first." Regaining his composure, Lu Chen looked at Chen Wanrong's stunning face and then said to Bai Qingqing at the door, "I'll be right there. Have the messenger wait in the study." With those words, Lu Chen bent down, kissed Chen Wanrong's soft lips, and then resumed his tasks. After hearing Lu Chen's instructions, Bai Qingqing turned and headed for the imperial study room, and after Lu Chen had finished his tasks, he went to the imperial study room. Lu Chen naturally felt somewhat uncomfortable when someone interrupted him during important work. Of course, he didn't take his frustration out on Bai Qingqing. After all, this was part of her duties. Moreover, the intelligence report on the conflict between Great Ju and the barbarian tribe was indeed crucial for Great Shah. When Lu Chen arrived at the imperial study room, Liang Zong hurriedly handed him the reports and directly briefed, "Your Majesty, Great Ju has reconciled with the barbarian tribe, and the barbarian tribe goddess has become the state preceptor of Great Ju." Hearing Liang Zong's report, Lu Chen's right hand, which had been reaching for the report, hung in midair, and he looked at Liang Zong in disbelief. Reconciliation. Hadn't Great Ju gone to attack the barbarian tribe to seize their war formation? How did they come to reconcile? Not only did they reconcile, but the barbarian tribe even joined Great Ju, and the barbarian tribe goddess became the state preceptor. Lu Chen didn't quite understand how such a turn of events could have happened. It's no wonder Bai Qingqing had come to find him during his own battle. The news was indeed explosive. What exactly happened for the barbarian tribe to reconcile with Great Ju? Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen snatched the report letter from Liang Zong's hands and tore it open, quickly scanning the contents with his eyes. After a moment, Lu Chen had roughly grasped what had occurred. According to the intelligence, the Yu Emperor and the barbarian tribe goddess, after clashing, found that they were evenly matched, neither able to best the other, which led to their reconciliation. Seeing the reasons given in the report, Lu Chen found it hard to believe that they had just reconciled like that. Even if they had reconciled, it seemed extreme for Great Ju to simply absorb the barbarian tribe and then make the barbarian tribe goddess their state preceptor. There must be some sort of deal between the two of them, some mutual benefit involved. Only with common interests could they potentially form an alliance. Lu Chen began to suspect that both Great Ju and the barbarian tribe goddess had formed an alliance due to Great Sha, as Great Sha's current strength indeed seemed a bit too overwhelming for the other kingdoms and powers. Not only possessing so many powerful weapons but also having 4 celestials, this strength was enough to sweep through all kingdoms. With this thought, Lu Chen continued to scan the letter in his hand, which also mentioned that both the Yu Emperor and the barbarian tribe goddess were suspected celestials. When they fought, the weather changed drastically, the disturbance far surpassing that of a grandmaster. At this point, Lu Chen's brow furrowed. Wu Junwan had told him quite early that the Yu Emperor was a celestial. He had been doubtful then, thinking Wu Junwan had mistaken a pseudo-celestial for a celestial. Later, after Wu Junwan broke through to the pseudo-celestial realm, she understood the difference between a pseudo-celestial and a celestial and mentioned to him that the Yu Emperor might not have reached the celestial realm, but merely a pseudo-celestial. And now, Great Sha's spies had gathered information suggesting the Yu Emperor was a celestial. 1 Yu Emperor, and 1 barbarian tribe goddess, combined, Great Ju might have 2 celestials. Plus, the war formations of the barbarian tribe goddess seemed capable of defending against celestials. When the time came for Great Sha to send troops to destroy Great Ju, they would likely encounter many difficulties. The thought alone gave Lu Chen a headache. It seems, the speed of his unification of the world would slow down again. Great Wu was about to fall, but the upcoming challenges with Great Ju and Great Qian would be troublesome no matter which he faced. At this moment, the Imperial study room was incredibly quiet. Lu Chen kept reading the intelligence report in his hands, not speaking for a long time. A female guard's voice then sounded at the doorway. "Your Majesty, there's a battle report from Great Wu." Hearing this, Lu Chen came back to his senses and said to the door, "Bring it in." The next moment, the female guard entered the Imperial study room and handed the newly arrived battle report to Lu Chen, who opened it to find it was a report from the front lines sent by Mu Changtian. The Great Sha army had already arrived at the capital of Great Wu. Now, just one final step was needed before Great Wu would fall. Upon receiving the war report sent by Mu Changtian, Lu Chen said, "At last, there's some good news. Once Great Wu is eradicated, then we can consider destroying Great Ju. Even though Great Ju already has 2 celestials, no difficulty can stop Lu Chen. The prohibitions of the Misty World are about to disappear, and he must unify this world within a set period, then integrate its resources to enhance the overall combat power of this world. Only by doing this might they be able to fight the enemies of the Misty World. Of course, the most crucial point is that only by unifying the world can his realm advance beyond the celestial realm." So to Lu Chen's eyes, the 2 celestials also do not pose a threat, although dealing with them might be somewhat troublesome. Not to mention his ability to command 4 celestials, even he himself possesses the power to kill a celestial. The Slayer spear in his hand is not a toy gun. Lu Chen then handed the 2 pieces of intelligence he was holding to Liang Zong. "Take these 2 reports to Grand Scholar Zug and Grand Scholar Situ." Liang Zong took the intelligence from Lu Chen, bowed, and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Your subordinate will take his leave." After Liang Zong left the Imperial study room, Lu Chen also returned to Chen Wanrong's room to continue tending to his own affairs. Meanwhile, Dawu, capital city. The capital city had completely lost order, and no one cared about the killings anymore. The influential figures of the capital city were all thinking of escaping. Nobody had the mind to deal with the affairs of the capital city. The imperial family members of Great Wu were in utter panic. Although they had anticipated such a day when the Celestials descended upon Great Wu, they never thought it would come so swiftly. Now, they had nowhere to escape to. For a moment, the skies over the capital city seemed to be blanketed with dark clouds, and the hearts of its people were filled with utter despair. Now the ministers of Great Wu were also observing the martial emperor's actions, eager to know what choice he would make. Would he commit suicide, or surrender? Given the martial emperor's character, suicide seemed more likely. After all, the foundation built by so many generations of his ancestors was about to be destroyed by his own hands, and he was a man with exceedingly strong pride. The courtiers had already made up their minds that as soon as the martial emperor committed suicide, they would immediately open the city gates and surrender. At present, the reason the ministers had not opened the city gates to let the Great Shah army in was because they all understood that the Great Shah army possessed the ability to break into the capital city. The Great Shah army did not act because they were waiting for the martial emperor's decision. If Great Shah had wanted to destroy Great Wu swiftly and directly, they could have done so during the previous descent of the Great Shah Celestials upon Great Wu, they wouldn't have needed to wait until now. This night, all eyes in Dawu capital were fixed on the imperial palace. Everyone was waiting for the martial emperor's decision. Inside the palace, the martial emperor sat on the dragon throne, looking at the empty court, pondering unknown thoughts. After what seemed like an eternity, the martial emperor's sons and daughters arrived in the hall. The children of the martial emperor stood in the hall, their bodies trembling. They were unsure of the crazy actions the martial emperor might take at this final moment. After all, they were about to be overthrown, and some monarchs, before their countries fell, would kill their own children to prevent them from being humiliated. And the martial emperor was exactly that kind of person. The martial emperor glanced at his sons and daughters and then asked, "Do you want to live?" Hearing this question, the princes and princesses all knelt down in unison. Prince Wu Ming, with terror in his voice, said, "Father, let us surrender. Junwan is now a noble concubine of the Sum Emperor. As long as we surrender, we will still have a chance in the future." Hearing Prince Wu Ming's spineless words, martial emperor didn't utter a word of rebuke, nor did he get angry. Instead, he appeared remarkably calm. Wu Ming, seeing that the martial emperor was silent, was so frightened that sweat soaked his back, and he lay prostrated on the ground trembling, as did the others princes and princesses. The martial emperor was originally known for his violent temper, so this sudden calmness was like the eerie quiet before a storm. They had no doubt that the martial emperor might draw his sword and slaughter them all in the next moment. Sitting quietly on the dragon throne, the martial emperor once again glanced over the princes and princesses kneeling on the ground. Then, in a low voice, he said, "In my lifetime, I've annihilated numerous small nations and expanded the territory bequeathed to me by my ancestors by nearly double. I have lived up to my forefathers. I have never thought that one day my capital city would also be surrounded by the soldiers of another dynasty. Perhaps this is retribution. Today I face the annihilation of my country, and one day Great Sum will experience the same fate." As he spoke, the martial emperor's aura rose, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire hall. The princes and princesses were so frightened that they completely collapsed on the ground. They thought the martial emperor was about to make his move. Everyone had already closed their eyes, they were well aware of their father's strength. If their father truly intended to kill them, they would stand no chance of escape. Just when everyone had closed their eyes, prepared to meet their death, the martial emperor still did not strike. What was going on? At that moment, a few princes slightly raised their heads to look at the martial emperor on the dragon throne, only to see him staring at them with bloodshot eyes, his expression utterly fierce and horrifying. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly lowered their heads again. Then the martial emperor continued, "You must always remember who annihilated your country and robbed you of your current glory and wealth. Not just you, but your descendants must also remember, for me, your enemy is the Daxia royal family." As the words of the martial emperor fell, true qi suddenly burst forth from his body. The true qi emitted by the martial emperor was very strange, a black and red color. This black and red true qi quickly spread throughout the entire hall, and in the next moment, it surged into the bodies of the princes and princesses. When it truly entered their bodies, everybody instantly felt their cultivation state soaring rapidly. In just a moment, some princesses with no previous realm had become 5th grade martial artists. And the princes had mostly advanced to 9th grade, some even reaching the level of half-step grandmasters. The assembly was bewildered, they couldn't fathom how their father had accomplished this. After the elevation of their realms, a symbol appeared on their foreheads, the emblem of the great martial royal family. Seeing his princes and princesses empowered, the martial emperor laughed heartily and then said, Lu Chen. Today you annihilate my country. One day, my descendants will destroy your great sum, and by then, my offspring will slaughter your Lu family to the last. After laughing for a while, the martial emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, people quickly stood up, Your Majesty. Though the princes and princesses were extremely anxious in their hearts, due to the fear they held for the martial emperor, not one dared to step forward. With blood at the corner of his mouth, the martial emperor propped himself up and said, The imperial secret art of Great Wu is what I just used on you. I have transferred all my cultivation state to you. You will surrender and leave the city tomorrow. The hope for Great Wu's restoration lies with you now. I'd rather die than surrender. With that said, the martial emperor drew the emperor's sword from his side and took his own life with a single stroke. Seeing this, the princes and princesses could no longer stand still. They rushed to the dragon throne, lying in front of the martial emperor's body and wept bitterly. In their tears, how much was for the martial emperor, and how much was for their own futures, nobody knew. The princes and princesses of Great Wu cried for so long that dawn had already begun to break. At this time, Prince Wu He recovered from his sorrow, looked at his younger brothers and sisters beside him, and said, Our father emperor has passed away, and we all carry his mission on our shoulders, so we must not let anything happen to us no matter what. The Sum Emperor, in order to show his benevolence, will not kill us for the time being. We just need to pretend to surrender, and we will be able to live. Hearing this, a deeper sadness pierced the hearts of the princes and princesses. The thought of becoming prisoners, trapped and humiliated, made them feel it would be better to die. But for some reason, just when the desire to die surfaced in their hearts, their minds suddenly jolted, and the sorrowful emotions in their minds were instantly replaced by a surge of hatred. It was all Lu Chen. It was all Great Sum. They caused the loss of everything, and they vowed to kill Lu Chen and overturn Great Sum. Their eyes turned blood red, looking extremely terrifying, whether it was from crying too much, or from inner hatred, or perhaps influenced by something else. When everyone regained their senses, they all agreed with Wu Hei's words. Great Sum had delayed their attack until now, waiting for their surrender. Since their father emperor was gone, there was no point in being stubborn anymore. If they were to die now, they would not be able to avenge themselves, nor restore their country. Subsequently, Wu Hei stepped out of the Grand Hall and ordered the summoning of the ministers. When the ministers arrived at the Grand Hall and saw the self-slain martial emperor by the dragon throne, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the martial emperor dead, they too could seamlessly surrender. If they performed well, the Sum Emperor might not trouble them. Wu Hei then proposed surrender, and not a single minister opposed. Thus, Wu Hei took the jade seal and led the ministers to the city gates, opening them of his own accord. It was just at the break of dawn. Mu Chengtian and other military generals of Great Sum were still discussing matters within the camp. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the tent, excitedly saying, Generals, Great Wu has surrendered. Upon hearing this, the generals immediately revealed smiles. After such a long wait, Great Wu had finally chosen to yield. But then the question arose, who would accept the letter of surrender from Great Wu? To do so would be a great honor for anyone. At this moment, the generals in the tent looked at each other. Several main commanders of equal rank had come for the conquest of Great Wu, such as Mu Chengtian, Xuanyuan Chen, Song Xuelin, and others. All being of equal rank, to whom should this merit be awarded? At that point, Song Xuelin said, General Mu, why don't you go and sign the letter of surrender with Great Wu? The Mu family currently held a very high status. Although Mu Zixuan was not the empress, her child was the crown prince. Upon hearing Song Xuelin's words, the other generals also chimed in, Yes, General Mu, you should be the one to receive the letter of surrender. Mu Chengtian hastily replied, This isn't appropriate. Mu Chengtian did not wish for the Mu family to draw too much attention. Their status was already so high, and achieving more merit could potentially be seen as a threat by those in Yan County. Besides, with his grandson already the crown prince, what need did he have for more honors? Mu Chengtian then looked at Xuanyuan Chen and said, Let General Xuanyuan accept the letter of surrender from Great Wu, as he is the main commander most valued by His Majesty and needs this achievement. Hearing Mu Chengtian's words, Xuanyuan Chen quickly declined. However, after much passing back and forth, in the end, it fell upon Xuanyuan Chen to accept Great Wu's letter of surrender and the Jade Seal as the representative of Great Sum. The news of Dawu's surrender quickly spread throughout Great Sum. Even before the war report of Dawu's surrender reached Yan County, some citizens of Great Sum had already heard of Dawu's surrender. In such a short period of time, an entire dynasty was annihilated, and it was a dynasty that had once threatened Great Sum. This made all the people of Great Sum feel elated and immensely proud. Soon, the war report of Dawu's surrender also arrived in Yan County. The war report entered the city at night, and Lu Chen had been hard at work at Marong Shui's place. As a result, he got called out by Bai Qingqing. However, when Lu Chen learned that it was the news of Dawu's surrender, he did not feel the slightest bit of annoyance. At this very moment, Lu Chen held the war report from the Dawu capital in his hand and felt indescribably refreshed inside. But just then, he was stunned when he saw the news on the war report about the martial emperor's suicide. He had just been enjoying himself next door to Wu Junwan when he received the news that his father-in-law had committed suicide. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel an indescribable emotion in his heart. Lu Chen sighed softly, unsure of how to break the news to Wu Junwan. Even though Wu Junwan didn't have much of a father-daughter relationship with the martial emperor, she was still his biological daughter and shared a blood connection. If Wu Junwan were to hear the news of her imperial father's suicide, she couldn't possibly be completely unaffected. Lu Chen stared at the war report in his hands, falling into a prolonged silence. After who knows how long, he finally handed the war report to Bai Qingqing, asking her to deliver it to the official gazette and the Eastern Newspaper Agency, hoping that all the citizens in the city would know about Dawu's surrender by early the next morning. Afterward, Lu Chen still headed to Wu Junwan's chamber. Wu Junwan was half reclining on a soft couch, covered only halfway by lotus gold silk quilt as she embroidered. Since becoming pregnant, Wu Junwan had become even more mature and charming. Seeing Lu Chen running to her chamber, Wu Junwan asked indifferently, "Your Majesty, why have you come to my quarters?" Having heard the boisterous noises of that wanton woman next door earlier, Wu Junwan naturally knew that Lu Chen had just been over there tending to Marong Shui. Ever since she became pregnant, Lu Chen hardly visited her room, for she was now carrying a child and unable to serve Lu Chen. Lu Chen rarely laid hands on his wives or concubines once they were with child. Hearing Wu Junwan's question, Lu Chen smiled faintly, then came to sit down by the couch and directly placed his hand on Wu Junwan's belly. "Of course, I was worried my lady was feeling lonely next door, so I came to keep you company," he said. Hearing these words, Wu Junwan gave Lu Chen a dismissive glance. Before Wu Junwan could say anything, Lu Chen took his shoes off and climbed into her quilt. Wu Junwan quickly said, "Your Majesty, I'm pregnant and cannot attend to you." Wu Junwan thought this man, with his lust unfulfilled next door, had come to have his way with her. While covering himself with the quilt, Lu Chen said, "I know, I just want to be with you, I won't do anything rash." Upon hearing these words from Lu Chen, Wu Junwan sensed something was off. After Lu Chen entered the quilt, he opened his arms and embraced Wu Junwan's soft and voluptuous body, then fell into silence, saying nothing more. Wu Junwan suddenly remembered the voice of Bai Qingqing she had heard earlier. Bai Qingqing wouldn't come looking for Lu Chen in the middle of the night unless it was important, otherwise, she wouldn't interrupt Lu Chen's pleasure. And after leaving Marong Shui's room, Lu Chen didn't return to continue his activities but instead came to find her. What did this imply? It suggested that what Bai Qingqing had discussed with Lu Chen earlier possibly involved her. After the discussion, Lu Chen came to her and held her without speaking. In an instant, Wu Junwan guessed what it might be about. Calculating the time, Great Wu should have fallen by now. After a long pause, Wu Junwan finally asked, "Has the capital city of Dawu been breached?" Lu Chen simply uttered a faint, in response. Wu Junwan continued to inquire, "Did my father, the emperor, take his own life?" Lu Chen did not reply immediately but fell into silence. At this moment, the entire bedchamber was exceedingly quiet. One could hear even the breathing of people. A gentle breeze entered the room, causing the red curtains of the bedchamber to flutter slightly and rustle softly. Although Lu Chen did not answer, his silence had already conveyed the answer to Wu Junwan. It was no wonder Lu Chen had come to her in the middle of the night. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wu Junwan then spoke up. What does your majesty plan to do with my father's corpse? From Lu Chen's mouth, two words were softly uttered, honorable burial. Wu Junwan then expressed her thanks. Thank you, your majesty. Wu Junwan continued to ask, what does your majesty plan to do with my brothers and sisters? Lu Chen said, they will be relocated to Yan County. After all, they were members of the great martial royal family. Placing them elsewhere could lead to people getting other ideas. Only by having them relocated to Yan County, under Lu Chen's watchful eyes, could he effectively prevent them from causing trouble. Wu Junwan understood Lu Chen's approach. If it had been another emperor, they might have slaughtered all of the imperial family members when the city fell. Being spared was already a tremendous grace, and Wu Junwan couldn't properly object. She herself had already become Lu Chen's woman, carrying the seed of this young man in her womb. What else could she do? She certainly couldn't champion a restoration of Great Wu. The two once again fell into a long silence. Just as Lu Chen had initially thought, even though Wu Junwan had little affection for the martial emperor, she was, after all, his eldest daughter, and Great Wu was indeed her motherland. Now with her father having taken his life and her motherland conquered, her siblings imprisoned, her heart always felt an unrelenting discomfort. After yet another undefined span of time, Lu Chen whispered in Wu Junwan's ear, from now on, Great Sum is your home. Wu Junwan didn't say anything. She just rested her head against Lu Chen's chest. As a strong woman, she didn't shed tears. She just felt a deep heartache. Seeing that Wu Junwan was no longer speaking, Lu Chen sighed once again. He did not want to say words of comfort at this time. After all, he had just conquered Wu Junwan's motherland. Comforting her now and telling her not to feel sad would be too hypocritical. He could only let Wu Junwan slowly adjust. He believed she would be able to recover soon. At that moment, Wu Junwan suddenly spoke up. You have conquered my country, and after I have borne your child, I shall beat your child every day. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. He replied, if that would make you feel better, go ahead and beat them. Just don't beat them to death. Hearing this, Wu Junwan said, not even protecting your own child, your majesty really is cold-blooded and ruthless. Lu Chen gently stroked Wu Junwan's hair and whispered in her ear, whether or not I'm cold-blooded and ruthless, you should be the clearest about that. Wu Junwan did not continue the topic. She asked, now that your majesty has conquered Great Wu, is Great Zhu next? Some time ago, I heard Qingru personally led troops to fight the barbarian tribe. I wonder how Great Zhu fares now. Wu Junwan's sources were naturally not as informed as Lu Chen's. Events transpiring in other kingdoms took a long time to reach her ears. Lu Chen replied, the Yu Emperor has formed an alliance with the barbarian tribe goddess. The barbarian tribe has been integrated into Great Zhu. The Yu Emperor remains the Yu Emperor, and the barbarian tribe goddess has become the Great Yu national master. Hearing Lu Chen's response, Wu Junwan could hardly believe it. Her dear sister had led troops to attack the barbarian tribe, so how had they ended up forming an alliance with them instead? Dayu and the barbarian tribe could be considered arch-enemies. Since the establishment of Dayu, the barbarian tribe had assembled large armies to attack Dayu numerous times. There was deep-seated hatred between the people of Dayu and the barbarian tribe. Mention of the barbarian tribe alone would make the people of Dayu grind their teeth in anger. And now, they had reconciled. Even the barbarian tribe had become a part of Dayu, and their goddess had become the state preceptor of Dayu. Seeing that Wu Junwan wasn't speaking, Lu Chen said, you also find it hard to believe, right? When I first received this intelligence, I also found it unbelievable, but this is what has happened. Wu Junwan said, so that means Dayu now possesses the battle formations of the barbarian tribe. A long time ago, Lu Chen had told her that the barbarian tribe's battle formations might have the capability to combat celestials. Now that Dayu had absorbed the barbarian tribe, and the barbarian tribe goddess had even formed an alliance with the Yu Emperor. This meant that the Dayu army also had access to the barbarian tribe's battle formations. With this development, it would likely be incredibly difficult for Great Sum to annihilate Dayu. Lu Chen said, according to the spy's report, the Dayu army has indeed been practicing the use of the battle formations given by the barbarian tribe goddess. But whether they can truly harness the power to confront celestials, that is something we will only know in actual combat. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan fell silent once again. In that moment, Lu Chen's other hand was gently caressing Wu Junwan's belly, and while caressing, he said, I know it's difficult for you to be caught between the Yu Emperor and me, so you don't need to worry about the matters between the Yu Emperor and me. I promise you that even if Dayu falls, I will find a way to keep her alive. Lu Chen was unsure whether the Yu Emperor would, like the martial emperor, commit suicide, but regardless of whether the Yu Emperor would do so, since she was a close friend to Wu Junwan, he would find a way to keep her alive. Now that Wu Junwan's homeland had been destroyed and her father had committed suicide, the Yu Emperor was her only source of support besides him, her darling. If anything were to happen to the Yu Emperor as well, Wu Junwan might be struck with immense grief. Although Lu Chen might not be considered a good person, he also did not wish to see the woman he cared for in sorrow. After hearing Lu Chen's assurance, Wu Junwan sighed softly and then expressed her gratitude, Thank you, Your Majesty. As soon as she spoke, Wu Junwan's arms instinctively wrapped around Lu Chen's waist, and her whole being snuggled into his embrace. Afterward, the two remained silent, holding each other quietly. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Chen headed for the Hall of Political Affairs. Lu Chen wanted to spend more time with Wu Junwan, but with Great Wu annihilated, how to govern the lands of Great Wu was a significant issue. Today's court assembly was of great importance, he couldn't just stay in bed with Wu Junwan. In the early morning, before the officials of Yan County had entered the Hall of Political Affairs, they learned of the annihilation of Great Wu. All the ministers were excited. Great Sum had suddenly acquired such a large territory, and they now had matters to attend to. For most ministers, this was a great opportunity. If they could manage some of the governance issues of Great Wu well, they had a strong chance of being promoted, so most officials were excited. Today's court assembly was presided over by Lu Chen himself, focusing mainly on the governance of Great Wu. After a day of discussion, the governance plan for Great Wu was finally set. It aligned closely with what Lu Chen initially had in mind. The royal family and seigneurs of Great Wu would all relocate to Yan County. As for some of the aristocratic families, those that needed to be dealt with would be dealt with, while Great Sum would send a large number of its officials to take up posts in Great Wu as local officers. However, to ease the local populace's resistance, some officials from Great Wu would still be appointed as local officers, and Lu Chen planned to hold an imperial examination in the region of Great Wu 2 years later. Those who passed the assessment would have the chance to become officers. As for granting a general amnesty to all under heaven, such a thing was not in Lu Chen's plans. He intended only to release those who had been imprisoned due to political struggles. Criminals who committed evil deeds would be dealt with according to Great Sum's laws. After the governance plan for Great Wu was determined, all officials of Great Sum became busy with their tasks. 1 month later, a massive caravan appeared outside Yan County. The individuals seated in those carriages were members of the Great Martial royal family. Although Great Martial had already surrendered, they had surrendered to the army of Great Martial. Upon arriving in Yan County, the representatives of Great Martial would once again conduct a surrender ceremony before the common people of Great Sum and offer their allegiance to Lu Chen. Wu Junwan inwardly did not wish to witness this scene, but in the end, she still endured it and followed Lu Chen to the outskirts of the city. Soon, Lu Chen's luxurious carriage appeared outside Yan County. Upon seeing that extravagant carriage, all members of the Great Martial royal family felt a tightness in their hearts. Although the Sum Emperor had promised to spare their lives, no one knew whether the Sum Emperor would go back on his word. As for the phrase, an emperor does not make false promises, it simply did not apply to an emperor with great power. Besides, the Sum Emperor had countless ways to eliminate them without anyone noticing. At that moment, the guard general shouted beside the carriage, His Majesty's carriage has arrived. As his voice fell, all the commoners present, including the soldiers on the city walls, knelt down to pay respects. "We greet your majesty, long live, long may your majesty live." The sound of the people paying homage resounded through the sky, lingering for a long time. At this moment, the members of the great martial royal family also knelt down. Lu Chen glanced at the members of the great martial royal family, and quickly, he spotted a familiar figure among them. Prince Wu Ming of Great Martial, upon feeling Lu Chen's gaze, trembled all over with fright. Lu Chen simply smiled faintly and did not say anything to Wu Ming. Lu Chen then said, "Rise." Immediately, the voices of the people rose again, "Thank your majesty." Subsequently, everyone stood up. Wu Hei immediately walked towards Lu Chen with a wooden tray in hand, which contained the jade seal and the surrender document. As he approached Lu Chen, Wu Hei knelt down and said loudly, "Your sinful servant Wu Hei greets your majesty." As Lu Chen was about to proceed with the ceremony and invite him to rise, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. For some reason, he felt that Wu Hei emanated some dark aura. More precisely, there was a dark aura on his forehead. Lu Chen then swept his gaze over the other imperial family members of Great Martial. Not all members had this dark aura, only some did, and these individuals were all direct descendants of the Martial Emperor, that is, the Martial Emperor's children. Moreover, they shared another common point, which was that they all had a mark on their forehead. Lu Chen frowned, sensing that something was quite not right. Seeing that Lu Chen had not invited Wu Hei to rise, everyone present was very puzzled. According to the procedure, Lu Chen should accept Wu Hei's salute, and the great martial royal family would then be considered part of Great Sum. People wondered to themselves, could it be that the Sum Emperor has regrets? Is that why he has yet to take the jade seal and the document of surrender from Wu Hei's hands? After what seemed like a long time, Lu Chen finally spoke, "Minister Wu, rise." Upon hearing these words, Wu Hei and all the members of the great martial royal family breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that Lu Chen was going to renege. Lu Chen then picked up the jade seal of Great Martial from Wu Hei's tray, looked at it, and then took the surrender document of Great Martial to read it. Finding nothing amiss, Lu Chen said, "From this day forward, the Wu family will be a part of Great Sum. I hope you can integrate into Great Sum as soon as possible and start a new life." Hearing these words, the members of the great martial royal family knelt once again. "We thank your majesty for your graciousness." After the surrender ceremony, Wu Hei and the other members of the Wu family were assigned to a specific area. As a member of the Dao royal family, Junwan ultimately chose to visit her brothers and sisters. When Junwan was reunited with them, her royal sisters were crying inconsolably. Wu Hei and the other princes felt incredibly conflicted. In the past, to expel Junwan from Great Wu, they employed all kinds of means and finally managed to send her to Yan County. Unexpectedly, Junwan had now become the noble concubine of the Sum Emperor, while they had all become prisoners, likely to be confined in Yan County for life. Junwan did not mock the princes. Now that Great Wu was no more, their relationship was no longer one of competition, and Junwan had come to terms with this in her heart. Junwan stayed near where the imperial family members of the Wu family were living for almost an entire day, not returning to the imperial palace until evening. Upon arriving at her own chambers, Junwan saw Lu Chen waiting for her inside. Seeing her return, Lu Chen asked, "Your brothers and sisters don't hold any resentment toward you, do they?" Now as the imperial noble consort and with the members of the Dao royal family being prisoners, those members might feel imbalanced internally and develop an aversion to Junwan. Junwan responded, "Not outwardly. Now that I am the imperial noble consort of Great Sum, even if they despise me in their hearts, they obviously can't express that." The status of the imperial noble consort was there for all to see. If those royal family members were unwise, a few casual remarks from Junwan could easily cost them their lives. So, no matter how much they hated Junwan in their hearts, accusing her of betraying Great Wu, they would never say it openly, only greet her with smiles. At that moment, Lu Chen approached Junwan, lifted his arms to encircle her slender waist and, supporting her body, he started walking step by step toward the soft couch, all the while saying, "During the surrender ceremony, I noticed some of the Dao imperial family members had marks on their foreheads. Do you know how those marks came about?" I recall that Wu Ming came to Yan County twice, and his forehead didn't have that kind of mark before. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Junwan also remembered. When she had visited her siblings earlier, she too had noticed the marks on their foreheads. Moreover, those marks were the emblem of the Dao royal family. She hadn't asked about them at the time. Junwan said, I noticed that as well. They must have just put those marks on their foreheads. Lu Chen gave a faint smile, put on. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Junwan was puzzled. If not that, then how? Could it be they used a branding iron? After all, they were members of the Dao royal family. It seemed unlikely they would use such tortuous implements like a branding iron to leave marks on themselves. Lu Chen said, I don't know either, but I feel there is something wrong with the marks on their foreheads. As he spoke, Lu Chen, with Junwan in his arms, slowly settled down on the soft couch, then placed Junwan across his lap. Upon hearing Lu Chen express his suspicion, Junwan's brows furrowed slightly as she asked, What did your majesty discover? After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen replied, Today, as I was receiving the jade seal, I noticed that there seemed to be a dark energy emanating from their foreheads, and this was only present in those who had the marks. This. Junwan fell into deep thought. Junwan was unaware of how those marks had come about, nor did she know their purpose. She was seeing for the first time that members of the royal family had the emblem of the Dao royal family marked on their foreheads. She initially thought it was Dao royal family's way of constantly reminding themselves of their identity. Now, given Lu Chen's words, she felt these marks might have some other purpose, but as for what that was, she was uncertain. Lu Chen continued, Perhaps before your father, the emperor, passed away, he entrusted them with something. After pondering for a moment, Wu Junwan said, Tomorrow I will bring a princess to the palace and ask her what the mark on her forehead is all about. Since it was a mark that caught Lu Chen's attention, it definitely was not an ordinary one, and Wu Junwan suspected it might serve some special purpose. She was worried about the members of the Dao royal family causing trouble in Yan County. If they could not stay in line, Lu Chen would inevitably dispose of them sooner or later. Under Lu Chen's watchful eye, there were countless ways he could make their deaths look like accidents. Although Wu Junwan didn't have strong feelings for her siblings, they shared the same blood after all, and she didn't want to see all of them get eliminated. Lu Chen said, Then I'll trouble you with that. Wu Junwan replied indifferently, It's what I should do. I'm also worried about the troubles my father may have left behind. Seeing Wu Junwan so reasonable, Lu Chen smiled slightly. It seemed that Wu Junwan had fully integrated into Great Sum and had embraced her identity as the imperial noble consort. With the conversation over, Lu Chen's attention focused on Wu Junwan's beauty. Gazing upon Wu Junwan's noble, dignified, and coldly enchanting face, and feeling her soft body, Lu Chen felt his restlessness rising. Sensing the change in Lu Chen, Wu Junwan knew what this man was thinking again. She then said, Your Majesty, it's already so late, let Mirong Shui come and attend to you for rest. Wu Junwan couldn't really send Lu Chen away since he was the emperor, so she intended to directly summon Mirong Shui to her room, considering she was right next door. Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, There's no need tonight. Lu Chen wasn't heartless enough to formally accept the surrender of Great Wu during the day and then humiliate another woman in front of Wu Junwan at night. Although Wu Junwan was not so fragile, her heart still harbored some sadness, and the current necessity was comfort. Lu Chen didn't want her to get upset and risk her pregnancy because of grief. Then, Lu Chen gently lay down on the soft couch, holding Wu Junwan throughout the night, and did nothing wrong. Feeling the warmth of Lu Chen's chest, Wu Junwan's heart became incredibly peaceful. She had never imagined that she would fall completely for a younger man, who was also her enemy to some extent. Wu Junwan couldn't help but wish that this young man would never change, that he would always be like this. No matter how lustful this young man was, no matter how many women he had, she didn't care. What she cared about was his attitude towards her. Having lived with Lu Chen for so long, she had gradually understood what kind of person he was. Although there were many women in his harem, he was more responsible than most men and treated every woman well, making him an extremely rare presence in this world. At that moment, Wu Junwan thought about the impending war between Great Sum and Great Ju. How much she wished there would be no war between the Yu Emperor and Lu Chen, but she also knew that was impossible. Lu Chen's determination to unite the world was unshakable, just as the Yu Emperor's determination to protect Great Ju. A decisive battle between the two was inevitable. Thinking of this, Wu Junwan sighed softly, hoping everything would develop in a positive direction. To reflect Lu Chen's benevolence, the places where the martial royal family members resided were incredibly luxurious, and they weren't all squeezed into one area. Early in the morning, Junwan had arrived at the residence of one of the martial emperor's consorts. Originally, after Great Wu was annihilated, Lu Chen had most of the consorts disbanded and sent back to where they came from. However, Wang Shufei was different. The Wang family of Great Wu belonged to the hardliners, and when Great Sum was attacking Great Wu, they also annihilated the Wang family en route. Now, Wang Shufei had no place to go. Of course, the reason she was able to stay, to reside in the house provided for the Dao royal family by Great Sum, was mainly because she had borne the martial emperor a princess. Using the pretext of taking care of her daughter, Wang Shufei stayed where her daughter was imprisoned. Just as Junwan entered Wang Shufei's courtyard, Wang Shufei hurriedly brought her daughter over to Junwan and performed a courtesy, "Noble consort, I greet you." If this were in Great Wu, Wang Shufei, a beloved consort of the martial emperor, would not have had to pay any heed to Junwan, but times had changed. Junwan was now the noble consort of the Sum emperor, a personage Wang Shufei dared not provoke. Yet this also made Wang Shufei curious. She was merely a consort of the martial emperor, and during the time in Great Wu, she had little to do with Junwan, the princess. Why then had she come to this place today? In this courtyard, there were only she and her daughter, with no particularly important members of the Wu family's royal house present. Even if the Sum Empress regretted her decisions and wanted to dispose of the Wu family's people, it wouldn't come down to this mother and daughter on their own. In this era, often when it came to eradicating a lineage, it was only the men who were killed, women were usually spared. As Wang Shufei speculated about Junwan's reasons for coming, Junwan took a look at Wang Shufei and then said, "I'm here to find Wu Yao, your sister." Hearing this, Wang Shufei felt her heart skip a beat. To see her daughter. For what purpose? Could it be that Junwan intended to have her enter the imperial palace to serve as a maidservant to the Sum emperor? This thought made Wang Shufei's face reveal a trace of worry. If it were someone else, they might be very happy to send their daughter into the imperial palace and might even entertain thoughts of their daughter ascending to the emperor's bed. But Wang Shufei was different, she was acutely aware of the sensitivity of her identity. The Wang family of Great Wu had been stubborn opponents and caused a great deal of trouble for Great Sum's military. If her daughter entered the imperial palace, and certain individuals became aware of it, even if the Sum emperor did nothing to her, it was very possible that some people within Great Sum would find a way to deal with her. Having lived in the imperial palace before, Wang Shufei knew how dangerous it was inside. She herself had been the target of numerous assassination attempts because of the martial emperor's favor. Her daughter might not gain the Sum emperor's favor, but with their identities, her daughter was bound to suffer greatly once inside the imperial palace. If something happened to her daughter, she feared she would be driven out of this courtyard. With this thought, Wang Shufei felt a great sense of panic. Junwan, perceiving the turmoil within Wang Shufei, directly said, "His Majesty just has some questions for her, you need not worry." Wang Shufei quickly asked, "Can she return tonight?" Junwan replied, "She will be sent back before evening by someone I assign." With these words from Junwan, Wang Shufei finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Wu Yao, standing beside Wang Shufei, looked at Junwan and asked, "Princess Junwan, what does His Majesty want to ask me?" Junwan replied, "You will know once you are in the imperial palace. Also, don't tell any of the other Wu family people that I'm taking you to the imperial palace." Hearing this, Wang Shufei revealed a bitter smile on her face. The courtyard where she and her daughter resided was still far from where the rest of the Wu family's people were detained. The likelihood of them meeting other members of the Wu family was slim, let alone informing them about this matter. Nevertheless, Wang Shufei responded, "I understand, I will surely keep my lips sealed." Wu Junwan did not linger for long, afterward she turned and said, "Let's go." At that moment, Wu Yao glanced at her mother beside her, then at Wu Junwan's retreating figure. Wang Shufei let out a deep sigh and eventually pushed Wu Yao's back. Yao Yao, go ahead, your Princess Junwan would not harm you. Reluctantly, Wu Yao said, Mother consort, I'm leaving. Subsequently, Wu Yao had no choice but to follow Wu Junwan to the imperial palace. At the same time, Lu Chen was busy in the imperial study room. Now that Great Wu had been taken down, he was beginning to prepare for the extermination of Great Zhu. While Lu Chen was occupied with dealing with all kinds of documents, Bai Qingqing's voice sounded from outside, Your Majesty, noble consort Wu seeks an audience. Hearing that it was Wu Junwan who had arrived, Lu Chen realized she must have brought the Wu family's people with her and immediately said, Enter. The next moment, Wu Junwan walked into the imperial study room with Wu Yao, and both of them bowed and said, We pay our respects to your majesty. Lu Chen saw Wu Junwan bowing to him as well and couldn't help but smile, dispense with the formalities. Lu Chen glanced at Wu Yao standing next to Wu Junwan. Wu Yao appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age, with a score of over 80, she certainly had the makings of a beauty. Wu Junwan then introduced, Your Majesty, this is one of my imperial father's daughters. Lu Chen rose from his desk and walked slowly to the front of Wu Yao. When Wu Yao saw Lu Chen approaching her, she immediately started to tremble with fear. Smiling, Lu Chen said, Little sister, don't be afraid. I will just ask you a few questions and won't do anything to you. At this point, Lu Chen suddenly felt strange, as if there was some kind of creepy uncle luring a little sister vibe. Wu Yao, who was also around 12 or 13 years old, quickly stabilized her emotions given that people matured earlier in that era. Your Majesty, please ask, and I will tell you everything I know. Lu Chen did not immediately inquire, he glanced at the mark on Wu Yao's forehead. Indeed, the mark was emitting a dark aura, and it seemed to be embedded deep into the skin. It appeared that this mark indeed served some purpose. Can you tell me how the mark on your forehead came to be? Wu Yao hesitated upon hearing the question, but she still responded, This was when my imperial father passed away. She paused there, unsure of how to continue. Lu Chen said, Don't rush, just tell me everything that your imperial father did to you and what he said before he died. I understand. Before my imperial father passed away, Wu Yao went on to tell Lu Chen about how the martial emperor had gathered his children in the Great Hall, implanted true qi into their bodies, and the words he had spoken to them. After listening to Wu Yao, Wu Junwan's expression subtly changed. She had already guessed that her imperial father would leave behind some tactics, but she did not expect that he would use such methods on his own children. Although the exact function of these marks was unknown, they were definitely not benevolent. Wu Junwan was now worried that Lu Chen, in order to deal with the trouble, would directly have all the Wu family members executed. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen thought to himself, a thought steel stamp, force-feeding hatred to one's own children, and wondered if this mark could be removed. With that thought, Lu Chen raised his hand. Seeing Lu Chen raising his hand, Wu Yao immediately fell to her knees, terrified, Your Majesty, have mercy, I've said everything I know. Lu Chen said with a smile, Am I that frightening? Junwan also looked at Lu Chen with some concern. She had told Wang Shufei that she would bring Wu Yao back before evening. If Lu Chen killed Wu Yao, she would have broken her promise. Moreover, Junwan did not want to see Lu Chen kill a girl who was only 12 or 13 years old. At this moment, Lu Chen continued, Rise, I will not kill you. I just want to see the mark on your forehead. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yao quickly said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Then, Wu Yao shakily got to her feet. Once Wu Yao had stood up, Lu Chen placed his hand on her forehead and then used the rejuvenating skill, attempting to remove the mark on her forehead. When Lu Chen's spiritual power entered Wu Yao's body, her face immediately showed a look of pain. Lu Chen soon sensed the source of the dark energy. Under the skin on Wu Yao's forehead, there was a dark mass. He then circulated his spiritual power, trying to dissolve the dark energy, but it was very stubborn, and Lu Chen struggled to dissolve it. However, as the spiritual power of the rejuvenating skill was infused, the dark mass slowly transformed into a mist that emitted from Wu Yao's forehead. Seeing that his rejuvenating skill was effective, Lu Chen immediately increased the infusion of the spiritual energy. A moment later, the mark on Wu Yao's forehead disappeared, and no dark energy continued to emit from her forehead. Lu Chen then used the rejuvenating skill to check Wu Yao's physical condition and, making sure everything was fine, he ended the treatment. At that moment, Wu Yao's eyes darkened, and her body slumped. Seeing that she was about to fall, Junwan quickly came to support her. Looking at Wu Yao, who had already fainted, Lu Chen said to Bai Qingqing, "Bai, she must be tired. Have someone take her back to rest well, and have someone monitor her condition at all times. If there is any change in her body, or discomfort, have them report to me immediately." Bai Qingqing bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Subsequently, Bai Qingqing called a few guards, and they took Wu Yao back. After Wu Yao left the imperial study room, Junwan finally spoke, "Your Majesty, what were you doing just now?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Nothing much, I just felt that the mark was ominous, and it's not nice for a little girl to have such a big scar on her forehead, so I just helped her remove it." Hearing Lu Chen's response, Junwan's face showed a suspicious look. She felt that Lu Chen must have concealed something from her, but since Lu Chen chose not to say, she did not want to continue questioning. At this moment, Lu Chen felt somewhat guilty. He could have removed the marks from all the Wu family's people, but he chose not to do so. If the mark really had the ability to amplify hatred, the children of the martial emperor would surely find ways to cause destruction in great sum one day, which would actually be beneficial for Lu Chen as it would give him a legitimate reason to eliminate those people. Junwan then said, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave now." Lu Chen indifferently said, "Yes, all right, my lady, take care." Junwan then turned and left the imperial study room. After leaving the imperial study room, she continually felt that Lu Chen was scheming something. She had just heard what Wu Yao said and sensed that there might be something wrong with these marks. Being someone who had been to Misty World and knew some of the incantation skill of the cultivation realm, she suspected that her father had used some kind of curse on all his children before he killed himself. These curses might one day endanger great sum. Junwan decided to pay more attention to her siblings in the future. If they showed any abnormality, she would need to stop them immediately. Great Ju, Imperial Palace. Inside the Empress's bedchamber. At this moment, the Yu Emperor, dressed in a white inner garment, sat at the tea table in the room, seriously reading the intelligence report in her hands. Meanwhile, Mu Yunshi was half reclining comfortably on the Yu Emperor's phoenix bed. Mu Yunshi lifted her slender, fair legs, her delicate fingers running between her thighs as she remarked, "Your Majesty's phoenix bed is indeed soft, far more comfortable than the places I slept at in the barbarian tribe." Although Mu Yunshi had the best conditions among the barbarian tribe, constrained by the location, the barbarian tribe could not compare with Great Ju in terms of food, clothing, and shelter. Since forming an alliance with the Yu Emperor, Mu Yunshi had finally enjoyed a comfortable life, especially the Emperor's large and soft phoenix bed, which she occasionally visited to lie upon. With an expressionless face, the Yu Emperor coldly said, "I advise you it's best not to lie on my bed." Though they had formed an alliance, it did not mean the Yu Emperor was without any guard against Mu Yunshi. She didn't believe their relationship had progressed to the point of sharing the same bed. Upon hearing the Yu Emperor's words, Mu Yunshi did not get up. Her peach blossom eyes slightly curved in a smile as she teased, "Your Majesty, with such a large bed, don't you feel lonely sleeping alone? Why not let me accompany you?" The Yu Emperor ignored Mu Yunshi and said, "Speak if you have business." The Yu Emperor didn't believe Mu Yunshi had come to see her so late just to be coquettish in front of another woman, that would be pointless. Mu Yunshi then said, "Great Wu has already been annihilated, and next, it will be Great Ju's turn. Aren't you worried at all?" Hearing this question, the Yu Emperor calmly said, "The troops of Great Wu have already mastered the supreme soaring dragon array and can fend off ordinary celestials without issue." Mu Yunshi chuckled and said, "You seem quite confident in my battle array." At that moment, the Yu Emperor asked, "Did you come from the Misty World?" On hearing the term, Misty World, Mu Yunshi inquired in surprise, "Have you been to the Misty World?" Mu Yunshi was well aware of the misty world in the western part of the continent and how it came into existence. The Yu Emperor, making no attempt to hide her knowledge, directly stated, I have. Mu Yunshi said, the misty world has restrictions. Being able to enter and come out of the misty world is quite impressive. At this point, Mu Yunshi responded to the Yu Emperor's question, I indeed have entered the misty world, but I am not from there. I come from a higher level cultivation world. Moreover, the misty world doesn't have any so-called natives. It belongs to a chaotic space, extremely unstable, and the land of the misty world also fell in from other shattered worlds. As Mu Yunshi finished speaking, the Yu Emperor continued, Lu Chen was able to rise so quickly. There might also be cultivators from other worlds behind him, perhaps with similar goals as yours. Mu Yunshi said, I believe so too. The Yu Emperor then probed, since you share the same goal, have you not considered forming an alliance with Great Sum? Hearing this, Mu Yunshi revealed a slight smile, her beautiful eyes fixated on the Yu Emperor as she said, you need not probe, if I wanted to cooperate with Great Sum, I would have done so already. Although the cultivators behind Great Sum might share a similar goal to mine, after opening the world gate, it can only lead to one place. This world is a closed world, and it is a world where spiritual power is depleted. Opening a world gate once consumes a large amount of this world's spiritual power. I only have one chance, and I will not share this opportunity with anyone. Creating a world gate requires the consumption of this world's spiritual power, and the gate operates on a point-to-point basis. Most importantly, even transporting a single person needs a large amount of spiritual power. Especially the higher one's realm, the more spiritual power is needed. For Mu Yunshi, other worlds' cultivators are competitors, and it is likely that only one person can leave this world. Naturally, she wouldn't share this chance with anyone else. Hearing Mu Yunshi's response, Yu Emperor felt somewhat relieved. Her greatest concern was that Mu Yunshi would suddenly turn against them and collaborate with the cultivators from other worlds behind Great Sum's back. Just then, Mu Yunshi slowly rose from Yu Emperor's soft couch, stretched lazily, and displayed her impressively curvaceous figure. Seeing Mu Yunshi's demeanor, Yu Emperor couldn't help but suspect that Mu Yunshi might be a demon cultivator from the cultivation world, with such a dissolute way of acting. After stretching, Mu Yunshi continued, rest assured, not to mention 4 celestials, even 10 of them might not be a match for me. Yu Emperor retorted coldly, if you were really that powerful, you wouldn't be having the barbarian army practice battle formations but would have led them to flatten the several dynasties directly instead. Mu Yunshi did not get angry at these words. She raised her slender hand and tapped her lips, yawning and showing a fatigued expression, you don't understand. I just dare not fully reveal my strength, that's all. The heavenly Tao of this world is extremely xenophobic. Once I show strength that surpasses a celestial's, I am likely to encounter a vicious heavenly tribulation. Yu Emperor continued to question, isn't the point of you cultivators cultivating to fight against heavenly Tao? Are you still afraid of heavenly tribulation? Mu Yunshi replied, the heavenly tribulation I'm talking about is not an ordinary one. It is one sent by the heavenly Tao using the power of the heavenly path. Once the heavenly Tao issues such a tribulation, it means that it would rather self-destruct than let me survive. Even if I were more powerful, I still wouldn't be mighty enough to fight against the will of the world. Forget it. You wouldn't understand anyway. All you need to remember is that with me here, nobody can conquer Great Ju. Having said that, Mu Yunshi did not continue to waste words with Yu Emperor. Her figure disappeared instantly from the spot, leaving only the fragrance of her body lingering in Yu Emperor's bedroom. Smelling the scent, Yu Emperor's brows knitted slightly. She was used to the fragrance of Wu Junwan and couldn't accept the body scent of other women, which only made her feel somewhat nauseated. With a snort, she then commanded the palace maids to open the windows and doors to their fullest to air out the room and to replace all the bedding, such as sheets, covers, and pillows. At this very moment, Great Qian Dynasty. Inside the Imperial Palace. Today the atmosphere within the Imperial Palace was exceptionally oppressive. No one had expected that despite their utmost precautions, they still couldn't prevent the plague from entering the Dakian capital city. What was even more unexpected was that Qian Emperor had been infected by the plague. Now he had great difficulty even speaking, and could only lie weakly on the dragon bed. At this time, within Qianning Palace, the eunuchs and palace maids all stood outside Qian Emperor's bedroom. They dared not approach his room. Qian Emperor had been infected with the plague, and this plague was terrifyingly deadly. Once infected, there was almost no chance of survival. The eunuchs and palace maids were all terrified. In their eyes, entering Qian Emperor's bedroom virtually equated to a death sentence. Right then, a woman dressed in an exquisite cyan palace gown, with her hair arranged in a dignified updo and carrying an air of elegance, approached Qian Emperor's bedroom. Seeing the woman's arrival, the eunuchs and palace maids hurriedly knelt. "We pay respects to the empress." Lu Qingqiu looked coldly at these eunuchs and palace maids, then spoke in an emotionless voice, "Is this how you serve His Majesty? All of you, go inside." Hearing these words, the eunuchs and maids instantly turned pale, quickly kowtowed, and said, "Empress, please have mercy." Lu Qingqiu paid no attention to their pleas, and addressed the imperial guard instead. "If anyone refuses to go, kill them all for me. If they aren't serving His Majesty anymore, then there's no use keeping them." Hearing this, the imperial guards behind Lu Qingqiu immediately drew their swords. Seeing this, some of the eunuchs and maids quickly got up and said, "Empress, your servant will go in to serve His Majesty right away." They rushed towards Qian Emperor's bedroom in haste, fearing the imperial guards would chop off their heads. As the eunuchs and maids entered Qian Emperor's bedroom, Lu Qingqiu also headed toward the chamber. Just then, the commander of the imperial guard hurriedly stepped in front of Lu Qingqiu. "Empress, you must not. Your Majesty has already been infected with the plague, and now even the imperial physicians have no means of treating it. The hearts of the people in the court are in turmoil. If you were to be infected as well, who would govern the court politics then?" Lu Qingqiu said indifferently, "I am His Majesty's Empress. Now that His Majesty is gravely ill, how can I abandon him? Get out of my way." At this point, Lu Qingqiu prepared to forcefully enter the Qian Emperor's bedroom. However, just then, a eunuch with a trembling voice came out and said, "Empress, His Majesty has decreed that the Empress shall not enter His Majesty's bedroom. Please prioritize state affairs, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Lu Qingqiu faced the Qian Emperor's bedroom and put on an expression of great sorrow as she said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will surely find a way to treat the plague. Your Majesty, please rest and recover. I will also take care of the court affairs on your behalf. I shall return for today." As she spoke, Lu Qingqiu turned and left the Qianning Palace. On her way out, she looked back every 3 steps, seemingly unable to bear leaving the Qian Emperor. However, once Lu Qingqiu had left the Qianning Palace, her face instantly turned ice cold, and an icy aura seemed to emanate from her body, transforming in an instant from a virtuous wife and good mother to a haughty and aloof noblewoman. After leaving the Qianning Palace, Lu Qingqiu went to her own living quarters. As she entered her bedroom, a dark shadow appeared within her room. Lu Qingqiu asked expressionlessly, "Have you found out who those people are?" The shadow immediately replied, "Your Highness, they are from the Flying Star sect." Hearing the shadow's reply, Lu Qingqiu voiced her doubt, "Flying Star sect?" The shadow continued, "It's a local minor sect of the Great Qian. They didn't have much fame before, but recently they seem to have suddenly found a method to prevent the spread of the plague. Several counties, citizens have regarded them as their saviors." On hearing this, Lu Qingqiu snorted coldly, "Saviors? Coming to my territory to play the role of saviors? Eliminate the people from the Flying Star sect immediately, Great Qian has no need for them." Yes. Suddenly, Lu Qingqiu remembered something and added, "I've heard that Great Wu has already been destroyed by Great Sum." Great Qian's recent attention had been on the domestic outbreak of plague, so there had been little focus on the conflict between Great Sum and Great Wu, and information wasn't up to date. The shadow answered, "Your Highness, indeed, Great Wu has been vanquished. After the martial emperor committed suicide, Wu's Prince Lu Yi led the surviving officials to surrender." Hearing the shadow's answer, Lu Qingqiu fell into thought. She had thought Great Wu would be able to hold out for a while, but she had not expected them to fall so quickly. Great Wu truly was a case of being strong on the outside but empty on the inside. In the past, Great Wu had dispatched troops everywhere, annexing so much territory, appearing very powerful. Yet when faced with Great Sum, they were wiped out in less than a year. Thinking this, Lu Qingqiu sneered, the martial emperor really was a wastrel. At this, Lu Qingqiu ordered, for the next while, pay close attention to Great Sum's movements. As soon as there is any new development, report it to me immediately. Yes. Lu Qingqiu. You may leave. The shadow said. This subordinate takes leave. With his words falling, the shadow left the room. Lu Qingqiu then muttered to herself, this Lu Chen does have some ability, it's just unknown whose piece he is. As she spoke, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Qingqiu's eyes. No matter whose piece he is, as long as he interferes with my grand schemes, he must die. Yan County. Inside the imperial palace, Lu Chen stood behind Murong Shuiyi, holding a brush, writing something on her jade-like back. At that moment, Lu Chen asked, how are the craftsmen progressing in their learning? Since imparting some basic knowledge from Earth to Murong Shuiyi, she had become a teacher, starting to train the craftsmen of Great Sum. Of course, the first batch of craftsmen were carefully selected. These craftsmen, summoned from the system's designated area, had absolute loyalty to Lu Chen. They would never betray Great Sum. Upon hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, Murong Shuiyi, who was quietly lying on the bed, slightly turned her head and looked at Lu Chen, writing, and replied, the craftsmen are quite talented and grasp the teachings quickly. It won't be long before they can study independently. Murong Shuiyi also imparted only basic knowledge to the craftsmen. As for the specific knowledge, they had to study on their own in the Great Sum Royal Library. Hearing Murong Shuiyi's response, Lu Chen was very satisfied inside. His idea was to have Murong Shuiyi train the craftsmen and then have those craftsmen serve as teachers in various schools established across Great Sum, passing on their knowledge to the scholars of Great Sum. In this way, the people of this world would soon be able to embrace a substantial amount of modern knowledge, potentially entering an industrial age within a couple of 100 years. Of course, these were just Lu Chen's thoughts. The pace of industrial development in this world would depend on many factors. At that moment, Lu Chen said with a smile, once that batch of craftsmen have learned enough, I will make a list for you to train more people. Later, we can have those trained craftsmen teach others the foundational knowledge. Murong Shuiyi said faintly, I understand. After her words fell, Lu Chen's hand heavily landed on Murong Shuiyi's buttocks. Gazing at her jade-like back, Lu Chen mumbled to himself, it would be great if the curse pattern were also on the back. The curse pattern Lu Chen referred to was, naturally, the one on Murong Shuiyi's lower abdomen. Hearing this comment, Murong Shuiyi gave Lu Chen a cold glance, this bad element, always thinking up some mischief. After his words had fallen, Lu Chen raised his hand and activated his spiritual power. The next moment, a fine brush flew off Murong Shuiyi's bookshelf, followed by a bottle of special ink. Although this ink was also black, once mixed with spiritual power, the markings it made could stay on the skin for a long time. Lu Chen then picked up the fine brush, dipped it in the black ink, and bent down to start drawing the curse pattern on Murong Shuiyi's jade-like back. Murong Shuiyi remained kneeling. She paid no attention to Lu Chen's actions as she was already used to it. Let him do as he wished. Murong Shuiyi then turned her head back, lowered it and said, that woman next door is always laughing at me. When will you deal with her? For Murong Shuiyi, an occasional visit from Lu Chen was enough. This man often visited to try and impregnate her, and she was almost overwhelmed by it. She had pleaded with Lu Chen countless times, yet he still refused to spare her, as though he wouldn't rest until she became pregnant. As a result, now, whenever she went out, she was mocked by Wu Junwan, saying she was no different than those licentious women in the 100 Flowers Tower. Murong Shuiyi felt helpless. She indeed wanted to conceive, but her stomach remained unresponsive. What could she do? Her heart was also somewhat gloomy. Even Wu Junwan, that pseudo-celestial, had succumbed, so why couldn't she become pregnant? Murong Shuiyi planned to divert the trouble elsewhere, luring Lu Chen next door. Having heard Murong Shuiyi's words, Lu Chen instantly saw through her little scheme. That beauty wanted to divert the trouble. Lu Chen then said, you know she is carrying my child. No matter how much I want to harm her, I wouldn't do anything at this time. I'm not a beast. Hearing this, Mirong Shuai scoffed in her heart. In her eyes, this guy was no different from a beast, and even those beasts couldn't compare to him. Mirong Shuai continued, Your Majesty has so many concubines in the harem, yet you keep coming to me. Over time, they will have complaints. Lu Chen indifferently replied, What complaints can they have? If anyone complains, I will make her serve my bed for 10 consecutive days, then she will have no complaints. Mirong Shuai was completely speechless. This guy really wanted to get her pregnant. Mirong Shuai said, Your Majesty, some things can't be forced. You know that martial artists of high realms are not so easily impregnated. Lu Chen nonchalantly said, Of course, I know that martial artists of high realms don't easily conceive, but the more attempts, the greater the possibility. The less you are able to conceive, the more I must come here. Otherwise, how many years will it take for you to conceive? Hearing these words from Lu Chen, Mirong Shuai simply stopped talking and quietly lay there waiting for Lu Chen to draw. Lu Chen didn't know how long he had been drawing until he finally finished the curse pattern on Mirong Shuai. Seeing the beautiful and intricate black curse pattern against her fair skin, Lu Chen suddenly felt a bit fuzzy in his brain, and a violent emotion surged within him. Lu Chen paused for a moment. At that moment, Mirong Shuai also noticed the anomaly. Seeing that Lu Chen had stopped drawing, she turned her head again to look at him, and noticed his eyes seemed somewhat bloodshot. Startled by this sight, Mirong Shuai exclaimed, Your Majesty, what is happening? Before Mirong Shuai could finish speaking, Lu Chen simply waved his hand, and all the brushes and inkstones by his side flew to the desk in the room, then he leaned over. After exclaiming, Mirong Shuai glared at Lu Chen, but he ignored her look and started attending to his own matters. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen sobered up a bit. He thought to himself that the curse pattern was said to control people, and he had doubted its effects on himself since he was immune to all poisons. However, now it seemed that the curse pattern did have some effect. It indeed could influence one's emotions, at least making him more irritable. The Yu Emperor might have made a mistake when initially applying the curse pattern on Mirong Shuai, as the effects seemed to be better when applied to the back. Early morning. When Lu Chen got up, he glanced at Mirong Shuai beside him, who was completely incapacitated. Seeing this, Lu Chen was very pleased and said with a smile, Shuai, your body is indeed soft. Hearing this, Mirong Shuai wearily turned her head and said weakly, Your Majesty truly treats me like a plaything. Lu Chen said, Do I? You are my consort, how could I treat you as a plaything? Mirong Shuai sighed and then said, Well, now that I have fallen into your Majesty's hands, you can do as you please. Mirong Shuai had resigned herself to her fate. Her mind felt muddled and unclear, and all she wanted was a good sleep. Lu Chen also noticed that Mirong Shuai was very tired, so he said, Rest well, I still have to attend the court today, so I will get up now. With that, Lu Chen slowly got up. Although Mirong Shuai wanted to rest more, once Lu Chen got up, she too got up and personally helped him dress. After dressing, Lu Chen grabbed something to eat in Mirong Shuai's room to replenish the energy he had expended the night before and then made his way to the Hall of Political Affairs. Today's imperial court meeting was presided over by Lu Chen. Although he was the emperor, he had developed a habit. If he was hosting a court meeting, he would always run through what he intended to say in his mind before the session. In doing so, he could express his thoughts smoothly and clearly during the meeting, and it would also help to shorten the duration of the meeting. When Lu Chen arrived at the Hall of Political Affairs, he found that many ministers had already gathered there. Though the court meeting required attendance only at the appointed time, the ministers of the imperial court did not dare to make the emperor wait for them, so most of them rose very early, except for a few who was delayed for some reason. Usually, Lu Chen would appear in the Hall of Political Affairs only after all the ministers had assembled, but today, he arrived much earlier than many of the ministers. Seeing that Lu Chen had come so early today, the ministers instantly realized that there might be important matters to discuss, otherwise, the emperor wouldn't have come to the Hall of Political Affairs so early. Upon seeing the emperor, some ministers quickly rose from their seats and said, We greet your majesty. We greet your majesty. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively and said lightly, The court has not yet begun, no need for formalities. Everyone please review your own items for discussion. After Lu Chen spoke, he took his seat on the dragon throne and began to read a notebook intently. As more ministers entered the Hall of Political Affairs and saw that the emperor had come so early, a chill ran down their spines. They were ministers, and yet they had come to the hall after the emperor, making him wait for them, an egregious offense. Just as some ministers were about to kneel and beg for mercy, Lu Chen said indifferently, "Take your seats when you enter, and don't disturb us." Hearing this, the ministers hurriedly went to their respective seats. Noticing that Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the notebook in his hand, they felt reassured. Before the time for court had arrived, nearly all the ministers had assembled. They waited a while longer until the bell outside the Hall of Political Affairs rang. At this sound, the ministers stood up and bowed in the direction of the dragon platform. "We greet your majesty, long live, long live, long live our emperor." Lu Chen said calmly, "Rise." After these words, the guard beside Lu Chen shouted, "Take your seats." The ministers returned to their seats as Lu Chen set down the notebook and scanned the assembly of ministers in the grand hall. He then declared, "Today's court meeting will be personally presided over by us." Hearing this, the ministers weren't surprised at all. The emperor had come to the Hall of Political Affairs early in the morning, earlier than some of the ministers, indicating there were indeed important matters at hand. Lu Chen continued, "We plan to personally lead an expedition against Great Ju." At this declaration, the court erupted in astonishment. Personally lead an expedition. Was this some kind of joke? The military strength of Great Sum was formidable, and with several celestials among them, there was no need for the emperor himself to go to war. At that moment, a minister quickly stood up, moved to the center of the hall, and then knelt to plead, "Your Majesty, it must not be done. Great Ju has now allied with the barbarian tribe, and it seems they already have a method to counter the Celestials. The battlefield is blind to the sword, and if any harm were to come to your sacred body, what then would we do?" After this minister had spoken, another followed suit, moving to the center of the hall and kneeling, "Yes, Your Majesty. With so many valiant and strong soldiers at Great Sum's disposal, you need only command from Yan County. With one order, your soldiers can take down Great Ju and present it to Your Majesty. Why should you personally wage war against Great Ju?" Following these two ministers, several more stood up to persuade Lu Chen, urging him not to personally lead the expedition, including those among Lu Chen's own people. For them, the safest place for Lu Chen was to remain in Yan County. There was utterly no need to take risks. Gazing upon the officials kneeling in the middle of the Great Hall, Lu Chen then spoke indifferently, "I am aware of the concerns my loyal ministers have for my safety, but I must go on the military campaign against Great Ju. You are all also aware that Great Ju now possesses a battle formation capable of confronting Celestials. Even if we were to dispatch Celestials, we might still be unable to break Great Ju's battle formation. In that case, when would we be able to conquer Great Ju? Should I personally lead the campaign, even if I were to encounter Great Ju's battle formation, the divine weapon in my hand could easily destroy it." At the mention of divine weapon, people were reminded of the spear that Lu Chen held in his hand back in the capital city. An official from the capital city hastily spoke again, "Your Majesty, the former emperor's weapon must not be used at all, such an evil weapon, should anything happen to you." The minister did not continue. Lu Chen immediately responded, "This divine weapon has already been subdued by me. The situation from the capital city will not happen again. My beloved officials need not worry." Even though Lu Chen assured them that there was no problem, the ministers were still somewhat concerned at heart. Lu Chen continued, "My realm is already infinitely close to that of a celestial. Even if I truly encounter danger, I'll be able to resolve it with ease." As his words fell, Lu Chen once again swept his gaze across the kneeling officials in the Great Hall, then said solemnly, "This campaign is a personal undertaking so that I might hasten the end of the war, achieving unification. My loyal ministers should return to their seats. This matter is settled. Instead of persuading me against the campaign, consider how we can fight this battle to bring a quicker end to the war." Hearing this, the kneeling ministers looked at each other, with glances exchanged, until finally one of the ministers stood up, followed by the others also rising to their feet. Once they had returned to their seats, the ministers began discussing the campaign against Great Jew. Because Lu Chen was personally leading the campaign, many things turned out to be quite complicated, and the court meeting discussed the matter for the entire day. Come evening, Lu Chen visited the Yunrong Palace and headed straight for Chen Wanrong's chambers. At this time, inside Chen Wanrong's sleeping quarters, both Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan sat on the floor, with Lin Wanyan holding Chen Wanrong's hand, seemingly deep in conversation. Chen Wanrong should have returned by now, as Yun Shenxian had been writing letters urging her to go back and attend to the affairs of the mysterious Moon Palace. But Chen Wanrong, unable to bear parting from Lu Chen, wrote back to Yun Shenxian, stating that she felt close to a breakthrough and wished to stay by Lu Chen's side for a while longer to cultivate together. Yun Shenxian was no fool. She could guess Chen Wanrong had her own little schemes, but in the end, she still allowed Chen Wanrong to stay a while longer. However, in a few days Chen Wanrong must return. If she delayed any longer, Yun Shenxian might personally come to Yan County to fetch her. Upon entering Chen Wanrong's sleeping quarters, Lu Chen was immediately captivated by her serene, noble, and stunningly beautiful visage, a face he never tired of no matter how many times he saw it. When Lu Chen arrived, Lin Wanyan stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I shall not intrude upon you too." Lin Wanyan knew that Lu Chen was about to discuss important matters with Chen Wanrong, so she intended not to stay and disturb them. However, just then, Lu Chen spoke with a smile, "No need, Aunt Yun, please stay. I have something to discuss with you as well." Upon hearing this, the beautiful lady's cheeks instantly flushed with color, and Lin Wanyan could naturally discern the implication in Lu Chen's words. Lin Wanyan then whispered softly, "I understand." After leaving Lin Wanyan behind, Lu Chen came to Chen Wanrong's side, with one arm encircling her slender waist. In the inner sanctum of the main hall, there was a layer of carpet, placed for the convenience of people to kneel and sit on. Although Lu Chen had always advocated the use of stools and chairs, his wives and concubines still preferred to kneel and sit. Lu Chen also squatted down at this time, and then he looked up at Lin Wanyan who was still standing, and patted the carpet beside him. "Wanyan, take a seat." Hearing Lu Chen call her Wanyan, Lin Wanyan's face blushed, and she slowly knelt down to sit beside him. Lu Chen then raised his other arm, directly wrapping it around Lin Wanyan's slender waist. When Lu Chen's hand touched Lin Wanyan's voluptuous waist, her delicate body trembled slightly, but she quickly adjusted. At that moment, Chen Wanrong turned her head towards Lu Chen and asked, "I heard that you plan to personally lead the campaign against Great Jew." Lu Chen replied, "Yes, the battle formations of Great Jew are tricky to deal with, and it's very likely that I'll need to take matters into my own hands." Although Lu Chen was not yet a celestial, with the Slayer spear in his possession, he had already acquired the strength of a celestial. To be precise, his destructive capability had completely surpassed that of a celestial. Hearing Lu Chen's response, a look of concern appeared on Chen Wanrong's face, Lu Chen seeing this expression on her for the first time. Lu Chen then raised his hand, gently touching her cheek, and asked, "Are you very worried about me? If you're worried about me, don't go back and stay with me on the trip to Great Jew, how about that?" Hearing this, Chen Wanrong said helplessly, "My honored master mentioned that there's important business upon my return." Lu Chen smiled slightly, "She's just trying to sway you, what important business could she possibly have? But I'm just saying. I wouldn't really let you join me on a battlefield and risk your life." If he could fight by reducing dimensions, taking Chen Wanrong to the battlefield wasn't something Lu Chen would worry about, but this time, the other side also had celestials and even methods to counter celestials. With the impending battle between Great Sum and Great Jew, there could be unforeseen circumstances, so Lu Chen wouldn't risk taking his wives and concubines to danger. At this point, Lu Chen rubbed Chen Wanrong's cool cheek, flushed with a hint of shyness, and continued, "Rest assured, if there really is any danger, I will retreat immediately." Having said that, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Lin Wanyan. "Wanyan, this time you should go back with Rongrong." During their last chat together, Lin Wanyan had expressed a desire to visit the mysterious Moon Palace once more. Lin Wanyan immediately expressed her thanks. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Chen said, "We're family, no need to be so formal." Mysterious Moon Palace is your maternal home. I certainly can't stop you from visiting your home. Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan had spent many years at the mysterious Moon Palace and had long considered it their home, having deep feelings for the place, so if they wished to return, Lu Chen naturally would not prevent them. It's just that inwardly, he felt a bit reluctant to let them go. At that moment, Lu Chen once again wrapped an arm around Chen Wanrong's slender waist, wearing a smile as he spoke. My ladies, the night is deep, we should also rest. Hearing this, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan both softly hummed in agreement and said no more. Soon after, Lu Chen brought them to the soft couch. In a few days, they would leave Yan County, and to prevent them from missing him too much after their departure, Lu Chen planned to spend these days in close companionship with the two of them. A while later, with his arms around Chen Wanrong's waist, Lu Chen whispered in her ear, I've been thinking about something. If you had a child, would honored master let you stay by my side forever? Chen Wanrong's face flushed as she said softly, I don't know. Lu Chen laughed, then after I unify this world, I'll ask honored master myself. As he spoke, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. While keeping himself busy, he continued, actually, there is another way. Honored master likes to have you follow her, right? As long as honored master stays by my side in the future, you won't have to leave me. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong instantly knew the mischief Lu Chen was up to, but she didn't mind, as she had no inclination to care about it at the moment. After a soft moan, she said, honored master is no ordinary woman. In the past, Chen Wanrong did care about the relationship between Lu Chen and Yun Shenxian, but since Lu Chen had been frequently engaging in heart-to-heart talks with both Lin Wanyan and her recently, she had gradually grown accustomed to it. She used to mind Lu Chen's relationship with Lin Wanyan as well, but now she felt indifferent, and naturally, she no longer cared about Lu Chen and Yun Shenxian's relationship either. However, knowing Yun Shenxian, Lu Chen might find it quite challenging to trick her into his bed. After all, Yun Shenxian was a cultivator from the high-level cultivation realm and had lived for over 1,000 years. She had seen all sorts of outstanding men, so it was unlikely she would be attracted to Lu Chen. Of course, it was just difficult, not impossible. While she was at Mysterious Moon Palace, Chen Wanrong often heard Yun Shenxian mentioning Lu Chen, indicating that he did hold a place in Yun Shenxian's heart. Even if Yun Shenxian disparaged Lu Chen at every turn, as a woman, Chen Wanrong could tell that Yun Shenxian had some feelings for Lu Chen, however slight. Whether Lu Chen could win over Yun Shenxian was up to his own abilities. After listening to Chen Wanrong, Lu Chen suddenly felt a strong desire to conquer, and he became even more vigorous. Lu Chen also knew that simply increasing favorability wouldn't be enough to win over Yun Shenxian. If it were only about increasing favorability, a woman might still choose not to be with you due to various rational reasons. Take Chu Yukan, for instance. Although her favorability towards him was nearly 100%, she still refused to become his woman, mainly because she felt bound by conventional morality. Yun Shenxian was no different. Although she might have feelings for him coming from the high-level cultivation realm, it was likely that due to her experience, she would maintain a rational mind. Yun Shenxian had practiced the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill with Lu Chen many times, but each time she was able to rapidly calm her mind when she was about to lose control, which showed her strong self-discipline. So, with a woman like Yun Shenxian, it wasn't only about increasing favorability but also about slowly breaking down her psychological defenses. But then again, the reason Lu Chen was quickly able to break down Chu Yukan's psychological barriers was that she stayed with him all the time. Prolonged physical contact eventually made Chu Yukan unable to hold on any longer, and she gave herself to Lu Chen completely. However, Yun Shenxian was different. She stayed up on the mountain without coming down, not spending long periods with Lu Chen. Breaking through Yun Shenxian's psychological defenses was truly no easy feat for Lu Chen. The thought of the difficulty in overcoming Yun Shenxian ignited a flame within Lu Chen. Of course, it wasn't a flame of anger but rather it made him somewhat impatient. Lu Chen continued to whisper in Chen Wanrong's ear, no matter, if I can't have her, then I'll insult her disciples and have her disciples bear my children. As soon as he spoke, Lu Chen became more unrestrained. Suddenly, a new thought struck him, and he said, I won't just insult her disciples. I'll also insult the protectors of her sect, HMPH. Lu Chen, unable to vent his anger on Yun Shenxian, directed all of it towards Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan. During the time Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan returned to the mysterious Moon Palace, they were repeatedly humiliated by Lu Chen. Several days later, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan left Great Sha, thoroughly satisfied. After their departure, the war between Great Sha and Great Ju was about to commence. The procedure for declaring war on Great Ju was the same as that for Great Wu, beginning with the issuance of a proclamation of conquest. The proclamation conveniently used Great Ju and the barbarian tribe as grounds for declaring war. Before the establishment of the Deu dynasty, the region had suffered greatly from the depredations of the barbarian tribe. The common folk living in Great Ju had endured tremendous suffering. Even after the founding of the Deu dynasty, the barbarian tribe still raided the south from time to time. Great Ju and the barbarian tribe had a deep-seated enmity. It was only after the Yu Emperor ascended to the throne that such frequent raids ceased. But the hatred had already been embedded in the hearts of the people of Great Ju. Now that the Yu Emperor had not only failed to annihilate the barbarian tribe during his military campaigns but had also integrated them into Great Ju and even appointed their goddess as the state preceptor of Great Ju, discontent was brewing among a significant part of the populace of Great Ju. This situation was bound to stir discontent among a substantial portion of the common folk of Great Ju. As Great Sha too had suffered from raids by the barbarian tribe, it was well positioned to appeal to the moral high ground and incite opposition against the Deu dynasty among the people of Great Ju. Once Great Sha's proclamation of conquest was issued, and with the manipulation of the Brocade Guard, it quickly became known to the people of Great Ju. The proclamation indeed resonated with many in Great Ju, who questioned why their well-ordered dynasty should ally with those unwashed barbarians. Suddenly, Great Ju was in turmoil. Meanwhile, in the chambers of the Empress. Inside the room, the flickering candlelight cast shadows on the Yu Emperor's sideways face, revealing her grim and aloof expression. Just then, a clear, enchanting voice appeared at the chamber window. He, Your Majesty's expression is truly terrifying. I wonder who has provoked you this time. Upon hearing Mu Yunxi's voice, the Yu Emperor immediately released spiritual energy, turning the intelligence document in her hand to ashes. The Deu Intelligence Agency has discovered that Lu Chen will personally lead the campaign in Great Sha's war against Great Ju. At these words, Mu Yunxi paused slightly before a smile appeared on her face. This must mean that even the heavens are helping us. If we could kill Lu Chen. Before Mu Yunxi could finish, the Yu Emperor interrupted, I have no intention of killing Lu Chen. Hearing the Yu Emperor's firm tone, Mu Yunxi was taken aback. She had not expected the Yu Emperor to say such a thing. For Great Ju, Great Sha was a formidable enemy, and its emperor an even more daunting foe. Yet the Yu Emperor had no plans to kill him. Mu Yunxi teased, could it be that your majesty has taken a liking to this Lu Chen? The Yu Emperor casually responded, my affairs are none of your concern. I plan to capture Lu Chen and cripple his martial prowess. The Yu Emperor had already decided that since Wu Junwan truly loved Lu Chen and they had already consummated their marriage, she would cripple Lu Chen and then give him to Wu Junwan as a favored consort. This way, it wouldn't harm the relationship between the two sisters. Mu Yunxi then said, although I do not know what your majesty intends, I must remind you that this Lu Chen might not be a mere mortal. If we do not kill him, we might make a disastrous mistake. The Yu Emperor insisted, I do not wish to discuss this a second time. Seeing that the Yu Emperor still insisted, Mu Yunxi said indifferently, well then, since your majesty is so fond of Lu Chen, if I capture him, I will leave him for your majesty as a male concubine. The Yu Emperor did not say much, as long as Mu Yunxi did not kill Lu Chen. Mu Yunxi continued, this time, the four celestials of the Daxia dynasty are likely to take action, and the pressure on me is great. The Yu Emperor said expressionlessly, didn't you say you were not afraid of the celestials of Daxia? Mu Yunxi said lightly, I am naturally not afraid of them, what I fear is that I might accidentally reveal my true strength, and then the heavenly Tao would descend a heavenly tribulation on me. However, on the other hand, if we can eliminate the four celestials of Daxia, we would essentially be destroying both the Daxia and Great Wu dynasties. After that, we just need to eliminate Great Qian to unify this world. In Mu Yunshi's view, the Celestials were the highest combat power in this world. Without the Celestials, the remnants of the royal families of the Daxia dynasty and Great Wu would be like lambs to the slaughter. The only difficulty now seemed to be Great Qian. Though she had sent spies to Great Qian early on to gather information, the spies she sent ended up missing, and she still hadn't figured out exactly what the situation in Great Qian was. The situation in Great Qian was somewhat strange, making Mu Yunshi feel somewhat endangered. At this moment, Mu Yunshi had not yet anticipated that the real danger was not the land of Great Qian, but the impending arrival of Lu Chen. The next day early in the morning, the Yu Emperor began a mobilization, starting to recruit a large number of reserve soldiers. The soldiers recruited later had not been trained in battle formations and certainly would not be going to the battlefield, but they still had a significant role. They could take charge of logistics, transporting supplies, and the like. Despite the Daxia's proclamation for the conquest resonating with many of the people of Dayu, when the Yu Emperor announced the recruitment of soldiers, there were still many who volunteered to join the defense war against Daxia. Even though the barbarian tribe was detestable, the people of Dayu did not want their dynasty to be occupied by another. In Dayu, they were still citizens of the Dayu dynasty, first-class citizens, but if Dayu were to be destroyed in the future, they could well become second or even third-class citizens. Soon, Dayu had assembled an army of 700,000. Lu Chen had not expected that Dayu could recruit so many soldiers in such a short time. However, among these soldiers, only about 300,000 were capable of going into battle, so this was not much of a threat to Daxia. Time flew by swiftly, and soon the day arrived when Lu Chen was to set off. It was still dimly light, and the common people of Yan County spontaneously took to the streets, waiting for their emperor to pass by on the main street. The proclamation for the conquest of Dayu not only resonated with the people of Dayu, but also deeply outraged some people of Daxia. After all, Daxia was frequently raided by the barbarian tribe, and the thought that Dayu had actually allied with the barbarian tribe made the people of Daxia see little difference between Dayu and the barbarian tribe. Thus, their emperor personally leading the campaign against Dayu was also a campaign against the barbarian tribe, and the people of Daxia naturally supported Lu Chen. At that moment, at the entrance of the imperial palace, Lu Chen was ready to don his armor and mount his horse, while Mu Zixuan and the rest of his wives and concubines stood at the doorway, watching him with reluctant eyes. Lu Chen, with a smile on his face, said, "Don't worry, my wives, I will be back soon. The battle between Daxia and Dayu won't take long." Lu Chen was so confident that the battle would not take long because he had learned from intelligence that Dayu planned to use battle formations to counter the Celestials. They intended to decide the outcome in one battle without wasting forces needlessly. Thus, all the significant military forces of Dayu would be concentrated together. As long as Dayu's main force was defeated, the war could pretty much be considered over. At this time, Wu Junwan looked at Lu Chen and said, "Your Majesty, I would like to go with you to Dayu." Upon hearing Wu Junwan's request, Lu Chen didn't even think before refusing. Wu Junwan now had a child. How could he possibly allow her to risk her life on the battlefield? The battle between Celestials often inadvertently endangered those nearby. Wu Junwan knew that Lu Chen wouldn't let her go, but her heart was still anxious. On one hand, she worried that Lu Chen might encounter danger. If Lu Chen were in danger, she could stand up for him, and perhaps the Yu Emperor might spare Lu Chen for her sake. On the other hand, she also worried about the Yu Emperor. She thought that if she were there, perhaps Lu Chen would not make things difficult for the Yu Emperor out of respect for her. Of course, there was another reason. If she were there, the Yu Emperor might not fight to the death in the end. The Yu Emperor had a rather fierce personality and was likely to refuse compromise. He would rather die than surrender. If she were there, she could persuade her dear sister, and perhaps the Yu Emperor would choose to live for her sake. Lu Chen also knew what Wu Junwan was thinking. However, for the safety of Wu Junwan and the child in her womb, he could under no circumstances allow her to follow him to the battlefield. Wu Junwan also knew that Lu Chen did not want her to go, but for the sake of Lu Chen and the Yu Emperor, she had to meet with the Yu Emperor. At that moment, Lu Chen, riding his horse, said, Junwan, I know what you're worried about, but rest assured, I will handle this matter. If you're really worried, after the war is over, I can arrange for someone to bring you to Great Ju to meet the Yu Emperor. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Wu Junwan could only respond, I understand. May your majesty return triumphant. I will wait in Yan County for your majesty's good news. Lu Chen smiled faintly and then turned to Chu Yukon, saying, Madam Chu, I'll leave the imperial palace in your care after I leave. Chu Yukon said, Your Majesty, march with ease. Junwan and I will surely protect Yan County. Lu Chen's gaze then swept over his wife's concubines one by one. He thought to himself that after this personal campaign ended, he probably wouldn't need to leave them for the next dozen years or so. He would then live a joyful life with them every day. His current efforts were all for the purpose of enjoying a better future. Hoping everything would go smoothly, Lu Chen then loudly commanded, March. As his words fell, Lu Chen rode his horse straight through the main street. When the commoners of Yan County saw the emperor on horseback, they immediately knelt down, Hail, Your Majesty! Long live, forever and ever! At that moment, someone shouted, May Your Majesty have great military fortune and return victorious. The people then followed, shouting loudly, May Your Majesty have great military fortune and return victorious. The voices of the commoners resonated throughout the main street. The soldiers following Lu Chen also felt their blood boiling. Never before had the entire city's commoners seen them off to war. For many soldiers, it was their first time witnessing such a scene. The people of Yan County didn't just shout a few times and then stop, they kept shouting continuously. Even as Lu Chen moved beyond the city gates, the voices of the entire city's commoners still echoed in the sky above Yan County. Although among these people, there were some who shouted merely following others, most of Yan County's commoners deeply appreciated Lu Chen and genuinely wished to see him return victorious. Hearing the people's voices along the way, a strange sense arose within Lu Chen, a deep-seated sense of mission, making him feel that if he did not defeat Great Ju, he would let down the commoners of Yan County, those of Northland, and also those of Great Sum. Soon thereafter, Lu Chen rode his horse to the railway station and then boarded a train heading to the border city adjoining Great Ju. When Great Ju learned that Lu Chen had mobilized his troops, the Yu Emperor immediately redeployed her forces. Much like what Lu Chen had initially thought, the Yu Emperor did not plan to send troops for a mere probe. She even withdrew all her stationed troops from the regions bordering Great Sum. For both sides, the first battle was decisive and, indeed, the final battle. After Lu Chen reached the border city of Great Sum, he heard that the Yu Emperor had pulled back the armies of Great Ju. He was not surprised, and Lu Chen did not rush to attack either. He sent a message to Black Dragon Country, signaling that they could now make their move. Upon receiving Lu Chen's order, Lu Zhengchu, the ruler of Black Dragon Country, immediately led 100,000 elite soldiers to press directly towards the borders of Great Ju. Great Ju Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Study Room, candlelight flickered, it was already nighttime. The candlelight reflected on the cheeks of every minister in the Imperial Study Room, with each of them having a solemn, serious expression. In the middle of the ministers, there was a large table, and on it was placed a rough map of the world. At that time, the Yu Emperor still sat at her own desk, several meters away from the ministers in the Imperial Study Room. She spoke icily, Great Sum has already deployed its troops. My dear ministers, where do you think we should choose as the battleground for the decisive battle? The final battle between Great Ju and Great Sum could be considered large-scale army warfare. Such a scale of combat definitely required the selection of a suitable location. Upon hearing the Yu Emperor's words, the ministers in the Imperial Study Room looked at each other. Just then, the voice of a soldier suddenly came from outside the Imperial Study Room, Your Majesty, there is movement from Black Dragon Country. On hearing this, everyone inside the hall held their breath again. Movement from Black Dragon Country. Why would Black Dragon Country make a move at this time? Was Black Dragon Country trying to take advantage of the situation? Soon, a soldier entered the Imperial Study Room and knelt on the ground, holding up an urgent military report from the west above his head. With a wave of her hand, the military report flew straight to the Yu Emperor's hands. She then unrolled the scroll and glanced over the contents of the military report. After reading the contents of the military report, a ball of gunpowder suddenly appeared in the Yu Emperor's hand, and in the blink of an eye, she burned the report to ashes. Seeing this, the ministers in the imperial study room dared not even breathe heavily. At this point, one minister courageously asked, "Your Majesty, may I inquire about the situation in the West?" Normally, such an important military report would have been shared with the ministers for review. But the Yu Emperor had just burned it directly. How then could the ministers know exactly what the situation was in the West? Of course, this also showed how very angry the Yu Emperor was at that moment. At that time, the Yu Emperor said coldly, "The ruler of Black Dragon Country personally led 100,000 elite troops to invade the territory of Great Ju. It seems they have already reached some form of cooperation with Great Sum." The Yu Emperor was not a fool. Although previously she might not have noticed, but this time, Black Dragon Country moved at the same time as Great Sum, and the Yu Emperor also thought of the details of past events. Whenever Great Ju intended to trouble Great Sum in the past, Black Dragon Country would emerge to put pressure on Great Ju. Previously, they thought Black Dragon Country simply wanted to take advantage of the situation. Even regarding this occasion, numerous people within Great Ju undoubtedly thought Black Dragon Country was trying to take advantage of the chaos. However, upon close consideration, if Black Dragon Country truly wanted to exploit the situation, they would not have been inactive every previous time, and a celestial from Black Dragon Country made their move this time. This clearly indicated that there was some relationship between Black Dragon Country and Great Sum. Although the Yu Emperor did not know the specifics of this relationship, it was undeniable that Black Dragon Country was siding with Great Sum. Upon hearing the words of the Yu Emperor, the ministers in the imperial study room were immediately shocked. The monarch of the Black Dragon Country personally leading troops to attack Great Ju. Is the Black Dragon Country serious this time? Previously, the Black Dragon Country only ever made minimal military movements, with their monarch mostly staying in the capital. Why so serious this time? What do we do now? The main force of Great Ju's army has been dispatched to the east, and there's no defense in the west whatsoever. There's simply no way to resist an attack from the west by the Black Dragon Country. After all, the monarch of the Black Dragon Country is a celestial, which is definitely a threat to Great Ju. If Great Ju doesn't defend its rear, even if they win on the front line, they could still collapse due to a stealth attack from the Black Dragon Country. Even if Great Ju doesn't fall into disarray, it will certainly suffer a heavy blow, and with the appearance of the Black Dragon Country, securing a victory in a decisive battle just got a lot more difficult. It was at this moment that a voice, cold but with a hint of captivating allure, floated in through the window of the imperial study room. "I didn't expect you all to be frightened by a mere Black Dragon Country." Everyone looked toward the voice and saw Mu Yunshi leaning on the windowsill. Seeing Mu Yunshi appear, the Yu Emperor calmly said, "Oh. Does this mean you have a solution, State Preceptor?" Mu Yunshi replied, "Just send 2 battalions trained in the Supreme Soaring Dragon Array to the west, and as for the 4 celestials that might appear at the front, I will hold them off for you. While I can't simply strike offensively, there should be no problem in helping you fend off their attacks." Upon hearing what Mu Yunshi said, the Yu Emperor thought for a moment. If this woman really was as powerful as she claimed, then perhaps it was worth a try. Moreover, there were no other options available at the moment. If the Black Dragon Country launched a surprise attack from behind, it could very well lead to the failure of the battle array. So, it was better to send 2 battalions to hold off the invasion of the Black Dragon Country's 100,000 troops. The soldiers of Great Ju were now essentially masters of the Supreme Soaring Dragon Array, even more skilled than the barbarian tribe soldiers, who had trained in the array for quite some time but couldn't compare to Great Ju's forces. This was hardly surprising, since although Great Ju's military discipline might not match Daxia's, it was still far superior to that of the barbarian tribes, allowing Great Ju's soldiers to rapidly consolidate their power when deploying the Supreme Soaring Dragon Array. At this moment, the Yu Emperor thought that if 2 battalions were dispatched to the west, there was a high probability of holding off the Black Dragon country. Since the Black Dragon country didn't have the supreme soaring dragon array and had only one celestial, all they needed to do was to keep the Black Dragon monarch tied down. With this in mind, the Yu Emperor immediately wrote 2 military orders, arranging for 2 battalions adept in the supreme soaring dragon array to intercept the invading army of the Black Dragon country. After several hours of discussion, the Yu Emperor and his ministers finally decided on the location for the decisive battle. The chosen location for the decisive battle was in Shaohai County of the Dayou dynasty, a sparsely populated area with vast lands, devoid of any significant towns. Even if the power of celestial combat caused immense destruction, it would not inflict too much damage upon Great Ju. With the location for the decisive battle confirmed, all that was left was to wait. A few days later, in Guangyuan city of the Daxia dynasty, Lu Chen, clad in black golden armor, was looking at a map in the courtyard when a soldier rushed in, seemingly in great haste. "Your Majesty, we have a result." The soldier was extremely excited, appearing as though he had just learned some excellent news. Lu Chen looked up at the soldier and asked, "Where?" The soldier handed the intelligence in his hand to Lu Chen, then continued, "In Shaohai County." Hearing the soldier's response, Lu Chen did not immediately open the intelligence in his hands, but looked down at the rough map of Great Ju, lost in thought. After a long while, Lu Chen said to the soldier, "Summon all the generals immediately for a military conference." Since Great Ju had already decided on the location for the decisive battle, there was no need for Great Sum to continue waiting. The reason why Lu Chen had stopped at Guangyuan city without moving forward was that he was waiting for Great Ju to decide on the location of the decisive battle. Lu Chen also did not want to set the battleground in a populous area. A battle between celestials had enormous destructive power. Moreover, this time there were several celestials, not just one, and he also possessed the Slayer Spear. Once the Slayer Spear was used, the destruction it caused would be even greater. To Lu Chen, the population of Great Ju was also a resource. He did not wish for Great Ju to suffer too great a loss of its people. In not too many years, the prohibitions of the Misty World would disappear. At that time, who knew how many soldiers would be needed to resist the invasion of powers from the Misty World? The military generals of Great Sum, hearing that a military conference was to be convened, knew that Great Ju must have determined the location for the decisive battle. They quickly arrived at Lu Chen's courtyard and initiated a series of discussions. When the ordinary troops would take the field, when the Celestials would appear, and what to do after the battle between the Celestials had finished, these were all deliberated over in the military conference. After the military conference concluded, Lu Chen personally led Great Sum's army of 500,000 men straight toward Great Ju's Shaohai County. Both Great Ju and Great Sum tacitly understood each other, with the main force of Great Ju also converging towards Shaohai County and quickly completing its assembly. 1 month later, Lu Chen's army of 500,000 reached Shaohai County, only to find the Dayou army had long been waiting. The forces of the two countries met in a basin, and the atmosphere immediately became tense, with a great battle between them about to erupt. Lu Chen did not hurry to attack. Instead, he mounted his horse and looked at the opposing side through binoculars. He had never seen the Yu Emperor, nor had he seen Mu Yunshi, so he was somewhat curious. He wanted to know what these two women looked like and to understand their real strength. However, the Yu Emperor was sitting in a huge carriage drawn by 16 tall black warhorses, each of which was more than double the size of the horse Lu Chen was riding. Of course, Lu Chen's interest was not in the horses. The door of the carriage obstructed his view, and there was no way for Lu Chen to see what the Yu Emperor inside the carriage looked like. Just then, a breeze blew across the no man's land between the two armies, stirring up dust and making the air unusually hot. At this moment, a cold, domineering voice came from within the Yu Emperor's carriage. "I have long heard that the Sum Emperor is extraordinarily handsome, like a banished immortal descending to earth. Seeing you today, indeed, your reputation is well deserved." Before meeting Lu Chen, the Yu Emperor was filled with curiosity about him, considering his situation somewhat unbelievable. Her good sister was not without experience of men, nor had she not seen good men. In the sect they used to belong to, there were countless exceptional and talented disciples. And there were also many men who pursued Wu Junwan, but she had never consented. Why? After leaving the misty world, did Wu Junwan choose Lu Chen as her man, and even plan to bear his children? At this point, the Yu Emperor, through a small hole in the carriage window, had gotten a clear view of Lu Chen and was now partly understanding why her good sister liked this man. This man was indeed different from ordinary men, his figure clad in battle armor and his hair flowing, a sight that could hardly resist captivating a woman. Even the Empress herself thought that having this man as a consort would be completely unproblematic. At that moment, from a distance, Lu Chen heard the mature voice coming from inside the carriage and his heart skipped a beat. Without mentioning anything else, just that voice alone was truly pleasant to the ear. Lu Chen then said, I have also heard that the Empress of Deu is as beautiful as a celestial, a rare sight in this world. It is unfortunate that separated by doors and windows, I cannot have the honor of beholding your grace. After hearing Lu Chen's words, the Yu Emperor immediately said, if you want to see what I look like, that depends on whether you, some emperor, have the strength. On the battlefield, where most people would speak of righteousness, the Yu Emperor did not mention such things. Lu Chen had already prepared his response. Once the Yu Emperor accused him of invading Great Ju and so forth, he would immediately accuse the Yu Emperor of colluding with the barbarian tribe, betraying the ancestors of Great Ju, and betraying the people of Great Ju. However, the Yu Emperor didn't utter those superficial words, rendering Lu Chen's prepared rebuttals useless. Since the opposition didn't mention these issues, Lu Chen, as the aggressor, felt it inappropriate to bring up matters of righteousness. What would follow then was to see whose tactics were more formidable, whose fists were harder. Lu Chen immediately said, you will soon know whether I have that strength. At this, Lu Chen immediately drew the emperor's sword from his waist and shouted, attack. As his words faded, the artillerymen immediately began to arrange themselves into formation. Soon, the artillery was set in formation, and simultaneously, the Deu army had also lined up. The tactic planned by Lu Chen's side was simple, first bombard the Deu army with cannons. Faced with cannons, the Deu army could only resort to using their so-called battle formation for defense, which would inevitably wear down that formation to some extent. Once the Deu battle formation was depleted, the Celestials from the Daxia side would then engage. But Lu Chen soon realized that their plan was not working. As the horn sounded and the cannon fired, countless cannon blasts echoed in the sky above the basin. Just as the cannonballs were about to fall into the Deu army, suddenly, the sound of bells emanated from within the carriage where the Yu Emperor sat. Immediately after, the sounds of the bells rippled like visible water waves. The next moment, when the cannonballs hit the ripples from the bells, they were directly absorbed by the visible sound waves, and then exploded above the Deu army. Seeing this scene, the Daxia soldiers were stunned, such a powerful force was able to block all the cannonballs. At this moment, the Daxia soldiers also realized that the upcoming battle was not one they could continue to participate in. The Celestial of the enemy had taken action, and only Celestials could contend with Celestials. Seeing the cannonballs explode in the sky, Lu Chen was not surprised. He had long been aware that the barbarian tribe goddess and the Yu Emperor might be Celestials. Since they had to confront Celestials, now they could only deploy their own Celestials. Lu Chen then shouted, entire army, retreat. As his voice echoed, the drums within the Daxia army sounded, and the Daxia army swiftly retreated, while the Deu army remained in their position and did not advance. The Daxia army completed their withdrawal in an extremely short time, retreating to a distant place. Now, only Lu Chen, the Sunset Sword sect, and the people of Tai Chu Divine Hall remained on the field. Feeling the presence of two strong individuals beside Lu Chen, Mu Yunshi and the Yu Emperor were somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it said that Lu Chen had 4 Celestials by his side? Why were there only 2 Celestials now? Where had the other 2 Celestials gone? Or was there some error in their intelligence, and the Daxia actually had only 2 Celestials? If Great Sum only had 2 Celestials, even without battle formations, those 2 alone could stand against Great Sum. As Mu Yunshi and Yu Emperor thought this, Lu Chen, mounted on his horse, loudly said, I have heard that Great Ju's battle formations are extremely formidable, capable of contending with Celestials. I am very keen to see if they are as rumored. I wonder if you Emperor could grant me such an experience. Hearing this, Yu Emperor immediately replied, since the Sum Emperor wishes to witness great Jews battle formations, I shall fulfill Sum Emperor's wish. Having said this, Yu Emperor coldly directed the Dayu army, form up. As soon as these words fell, the sound of horns echoed above the Dayu army, quickly resonating across the basin. Several units of the Great Jew's army rapidly adjusted their positions. Although they didn't immediately activate the battle formation, they could launch it instantaneously as soon as any of the Daxia Celestials made a move. Seeing that the Dayu soldiers adjusted their positions and then halted, Lu Chen felt somewhat puzzled. This so-called battle formation seemed hardly remarkable. Just as Lu Chen thought this, suddenly, a massive golden dragon appeared above one of Great Ju's regiments. This golden dragon charged straight at Lu Chen and his men. Lu Chen hadn't expected that Great Ju would take the offensive initiative. It seemed that Great Ju was not taking them seriously. Lu Chen immediately said to Mu Hongguang and Sha Tianyuan, Hall Master Mu, Sect Master Sha, it's up to you now. The two replied in unison, yes, Your Majesty. Upon their response, Sha Tianyuan immediately drew his sword, slashing out with it and sending a massive wave of sword chi instantly towards that golden dragon. After Sha Tianyuan made his move, Mu Hongguang also took action, releasing a pressure from his body that overwhelmed the Dayu soldiers, rendering them unable to stand. However, the soldiers from the other Dayu regiments quickly reacted, immediately employing the Supreme Soaring Dragon Array. In response, 4 golden dragons charged at them. These 4 golden dragons exuded a pressure not inferior to celestials. Even Mu Hongguang and Sha Tianyuan felt their lives were threatened. Feeling the pressure emanating from the golden dragons, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel somewhat impressed, thankful that he had come himself, as just sending 2 celestials might genuinely have not been able to handle Great Ju. He hadn't expected a battle formation to play such a significant role. If the Daxia army learned this battle formation, could they then resist formidable enemies from the Misty World in the future? Thinking this, a smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Just then, the 4 golden dragons had reached Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang. It seemed they were about to strike, but luckily, as celestials, avoiding such attacks was not too problematic for them. Mu Hongguang and Sha Tianyuan moved simultaneously, their figures flashing as the 4 golden dragons collided with each other, causing a massive explosion of spiritual power that almost sent Lu Chen, standing far off, flying. Yu Emperor and Mu Yunchi were somewhat surprised to see Lu Chen still seated steadily on his horse, unmoved. Although they only sensed the strength of a pseudo-celestial from Lu Chen, judging from his ability to resist the aftermath of the explosion from the Supreme Soaring Dragon Array, Lu Chen's true strength may very well be closely approaching that of a celestial. This man indeed had some skills. At this moment, Yu Emperor huffed coldly to herself, thinking, no wonder her dearest friend was so enchanted by this man. He had strength and potential, was remarkably handsome, like a banished immortal descended to earth. A woman who saw him wouldn't easily unlove him unless she was someone like herself who follows the unfeeling Tao and holds no interest in such men. After the remnants of the Golden Dragon's explosion had passed, Lu Chen dismounted his horse and then patted the mare's rear, indicating that it should move away from the battlefield. The instant he did so, his horse understood his meaning and turned to run towards the rear. Standing still afterwards, Lu Chen looked towards the center of the explosion and loudly said, I really hadn't expected the Great Ju's battle array to possess such power, yet unfortunately, it's still not strong enough. Hearing this, Yu Emperor snorted coldly. Although this man had successfully blocked the residual impact of the Supreme Soaring Dragon Array's explosion, and his strength was still acceptable, it was, after all, only the residual impact of the Supreme Soaring Dragon Array. The Golden Dragons had not made direct contact with Lu Chen's body. If the Golden Dragon illusions of the Supreme Soaring Dragon Array had directly hit a person, let alone a pseudo-celestial, even a celestial might have been heavily injured or even perished. Of course, regardless of whether Lu Chen's words were a provocation, Yu Emperor would not allow her soldiers to directly attack Lu Chen, as she still planned to capture him and later give him to one of her close sisters as a male pet. At that moment, Lu Chen took out the shrunken Slayer Spear from his sleeve. As soon as the Slayer Spear appeared, it instantly grew to the size of Barrett. Seeing the strange weapon in Lu Chen's hand, both Yu Emperor and Mu Yunshi were momentarily stunned. Yu Emperor did not know what rank the Slayer spear was, she only felt that the weapon was peculiar. However, Mu Yunshi, who was beside Yu Emperor, quickly recovered and furrowed her brows, immediately recognizing the rank of the Slayer spear. Though she did not know what type of spiritual artifact the Slayer spear was or how it was used, any Earth-grade spiritual artifact was bound to have a significant impact. It puzzled Mu Yunshi. How could such a world have an Earth-grade spiritual artifact? Would this world's heavenly Tao allow the existence of an Earth-rank artifact with such an immense destructive power? A spiritual artifact that is too powerful might harm the very foundation of this world when used, thus damaging the world. Looking at the Slayer spear in Lu Chen's hand, Mu Yunshi fell into deep thought. This has become somewhat troublesome, she had already been careful enough. She was afraid to take action for fear of upsetting heavenly Tao, yet here had appeared not only the dangerous element of this world's heavenly Tao but also an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. If the spiritual artifact in Sha Tianyuan's hands was offensive, it was entirely possible that it could injure her body with the power of an Earth-grade artifact. Not acceptable, she could not just wait passively. It looked like she would have to get rid of her ally Yu Emperor first. At that moment, Mu Yunshi had already prepared to flee, while Yu Emperor, known as Li Qinru, was still completely unaware that her ally was plotting an escape. Just then, the horn within the Dayu army sounded once again, and a few golden dragons reappeared in the sky. Seeing these golden dragons, Lu Chen unhesitantly lifted the Slayer spear and then aimed it at one of them. Lu Chen then told Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang, Sect Master Sha, Hall Master Mu, come back here and replenish some spiritual energy for me. Hearing this, the two immediately reacted. They swiftly moved to Lu Chen's side and began to transfer their own spiritual energy into Lu Chen's body. Using the Slayer spear was extremely depleting of spiritual energy, and Lu Chen was only a pseudo-celestial at the moment. Even though he could minimize the energy consumption of the Slayer spear, being an Earth-grade spiritual artifact, its minimal consumption of spiritual energy was still enormous. Seeing Mu Hongguang and Sha Tianyuan returning to Lu Chen's side, Mu Yunshi felt an increasing sense of crisis, yet she still harbored a stroke of luck, thinking, how could a pseudo-celestial possibly make an Earth-grade spiritual artifact recognize him as its master? Perhaps this Earth-grade spiritual artifact had not yet recognized a master. If it hadn't and someone forcefully used it, it might likely cause the artifact to backfire. Artifact backfire was extremely dangerous, especially with high-grade artifacts. Mu Yunshi was now waiting for Lu Chen to suffer from the artifact's backfire. If Lu Chen were affected by the backfire, not only could she easily eliminate him, but she could also obtain an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Although Mu Yunshi's calculation was good, she soon realized she had underestimated Lu Chen. At that moment, the muzzle of the Slayer spear gathered a large mass of purple spiritual energy, containing extremely terrifying power, the mere sight of which made Yu Emperor Li Qinru and Mu Yunshi's hearts pound with fear. Li Qinru's eyebrows raised as she had been in the misty world for so many years and had never come across something that gave her such a sense of life and death crisis. This weapon must not be simple. While Li Qinru was thinking this, Lu Chen pulled the trigger, and subsequently, a purple beam of light shot out from the muzzle of the Slayer spear, clearing all the golden dragons in the sky. The moment those golden dragons vanished, the huge backlash from the battle array caused all the soldiers who formed the array to fall to the ground, and some of the weaker ones died instantly. Seeing the Dayu soldiers collapsing in heaps, Li Qinru's eyebrows furrowed deeply. This was something she had completely not anticipated. She had thought that Lu Chen's reliance was on those four celestials, but it turned out that his true reliance was the terrifying weapon in his hands. How could a weapon with such immense power exist in this world? Li Qinru quickly snapped back to reality, knowing this was not the time to ponder such things. She coldly said to Mu Yunshi standing beside her, "You once said that no celestial in this world is your match, and Lu Chen is just a pseudo-celestial, so he surely isn't your match either, right?" Hearing this question, Mu Yunshi didn't show any negative expressions. She smiled charmingly and then said, "I naturally don't fear him." Hearing Mu Yunshi's response, Li Qinru felt a slight relief. Now it all depended on whether this goddess of the barbarian tribe was reliable. If she wasn't, Li Qinru might truly be unable to deal with Lu Chen. What Li Qinru didn't know was that inside, Mu Yunxi truly wasn't afraid of Lu Chen, but she was very fearful of the Slayer spear in his hand. At that moment, Mu Yunxi thought to herself that gaining the recognition of the heavenly Tao in this world was not going to be easy. This plan had to be long considered. Although she wanted to return to her homeland, she wasn't about to lose her life for it. After Lu Chen dispersed all of Dao's battle arrays with one shot, he didn't aim the Slayer spear at the carriage of Li Qinru. He put away the Slayer spear and asked, I wonder if the Yu Emperor still thinks Dao's battle arrays are impressive. The moment Lu Chen finished speaking, the sound of bells came spreading out from Li Qinru's carriage, and the next moment, a majestic aura burst forth, instantly forcing the carriage doors open. The next moment, purple ribbons were blown chaotically by the force, and a seductive, beautiful woman appeared in Lu Chen's sight. Upon seeing the woman appear in the carriage, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. The woman was dressed in a purple gown, her skin white as snow, revealing her fair abdomen, and her body sparkled with gold everywhere. Her jade feet stood in the carriage, and the purple gown fluttered with the wind, exposing her long, fair legs. Around the woman's ankle, there was a red string, tied with a bell. With a figure curvy from front to back, she looked enchantingly charming, making anyone's blood surge with a single glance, and Lu Chen was captivated by her beauty. However, Lu Chen quickly came to his senses. After all, he had seen fairies like Yun Shenxian. At that moment, Lu Chen looked into the carriage, and saw a woman dressed in a golden phoenix robe, sitting inside. She wore a phoenix crown and had a stunning appearance with a dignified aura, giving off a feeling of a motherly empress to the world. Although Lu Chen had not used the system to identify the two women's identities, their dressing styles were distinct, making it apparent at first glance who was the Yu Emperor and who was the barbarian tribe goddess. Moreover, Lu Chen instantly concluded that their scores were definitely over 90, and even close to 100. Of course, whether the score was high or not was not for him to decide, it depended on the system's calculation. Immediately, Lu Chen looked at the Yu Emperor and first used the system to identify her. Name: Li Qinru. Identity: Deu Empress, close friends with Wu Junwan, 33 years old, in the pseudo-celestial realm, plans to capture you after knowing you have had marital relations with Wu Junwan, strip you of your power, and then send you to Wu Junwan as a male concubine. Score: 99. Favorability: 96. Seeing Li Qinru's favorability, Lu Chen was taken aback. Why was Yu Emperor's favorability toward him also this high? As Lu Chen was puzzled, the system notification sounded. Wu Junwan once gave dragon and phoenix tea to Li Qinru. Upon seeing this notification from the system, Lu Chen immediately understood and could not help but reveal a smile. It turned out to be Wu Junwan's advance assistance. His woman was really considerate. With Wu Junwan's prior help, it would be relatively easier for him to win over the Yu Emperor. However, having said that, he had heard from Wu Junwan that Li Qinru followed the unfeeling Tao. Even if she had a favorability of over 90 towards him, she might not necessarily want to become his woman. From Li Qinru's data, it was clear that she intended to send him to Wu Junwan, thus, there were no romantic feelings involved for him. The favorability might be just pure admiration. Thinking of this, Lu Chen glanced once more at the barbarian tribe goddess with her bare abdomen. The next moment, her data also appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. Name: Mu Yunxi. Identity: Barbarian tribe goddess, Deu national master, other cultivators from the cultivation world, 1000 years old, Genesis realm. Currently, her strength is suppressed by the heavenly Tao, allowing her only to exert the power of a celestial. She attempts to control this world, gain the recognition of this world's heavenly Tao, and then use this method to open the world channels and leave this world. She is very curious about some Emperor Lu Chen. Score: 99. Favorability: 50. Having seen the information about Mu Yunxi, Lu Chen was not too surprised. He had long realized that this so-called barbarian tribe goddess was not from this world, and now it seemed she indeed came from another one. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Mu Yunxi's realm. Genesis realm, Besides this Mu Yunshi, the strongest in this world was only at the celestial realm. He had not expected that a Genesis realm expert would appear now. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao of this world suppressed Mu Yunshi's skill, otherwise Lu Chen was not entirely sure if he could defeat Mu Yunshi. At this point, Lu Chen was also curious that this woman had a favorability score of 50 towards him. Li Qinru had a high favorability score toward him because of the influence of the dragon and phoenix tea, but Mu Yunshi probably hadn't drunk the dragon and phoenix tea, yet her favorability toward him was also so high. For someone he met for the first time, a favorability of 50 was considered very high. Lu Chen still remembered when he went to Yan County to be the seigneur, the people of the Northland didn't even have a favorability of 30 toward him. Too bad a high favorability was of no use, they were now enemies. To turn an enemy into a friend, he needed to defeat them first. At that moment, Mu Yunshi's ethereal and enchanting voice came through. It seems we underestimated you. Some emperor truly merits being able to obliterate a dynasty in such a short time, possessing such formidable strength. Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, I also underestimated you. I initially thought that Deu had at most 2 celestials, but I didn't expect there to also be a guest from another world, even a Genesis realm expert. Upon hearing this, the smile on Mu Yunshi's face instantly solidified, her eyebrows raised and she instantly became alert. She indeed was of the Genesis realm, but she did not think someone from this world could discern her realm, especially since her skill had been greatly suppressed by this world's heavenly Tao, making it seemingly impossible for Lu Chen to figure it out. How did this man determine her realm? She suddenly felt this man was extremely dangerous. It made sense, really, how could an ordinary person in this lower-level world possess an Earth-grade spiritual artifact? Could it be that this some emperor also came from another world? He might even be from some powerful cultivator of an aristocratic family from the cultivation world. If that were the case, it was best for her to stay away from this guy. Her family had many enemies in the cultivation world, and if Lu Chen came from a rival family, she might be in danger. With this thought, Mu Yunshi was already preparing to flee, but to gather more information, she did not run away immediately. She then asked, knowing my true realm, does that mean, some emperor, you are also a cultivator from another world? Lu Chen said indifferently, if I said no, would Miss Mu believe me? But on the other hand, Miss Mu just turned 1,000 years old this year and landed in this low-level world, which must be very uncomfortable for you. Upon hearing Lu Chen directly state her age, Mu Yunshi's complexion instantly darkened. If Lu Chen had only figured out her realm, she might simply think that he, like her, was from another world. The outside world was so vast, Lu Chen might not necessarily be from those rival families of the Mu family, but now that Lu Chen directly called out her surname and even stated her age, it meant that Lu Chen knew about the Mu family and even recognized her, knowing her real name and her real identity. This terrified Mu Yunshi. She had never revealed her age before. Of course, there was another possibility, that Lu Chen was so powerful that he had surpassed her and could see her bone age. If that was the case, it was equally distressing for her. Mu Yunshi raised her eyebrows slightly, now she was in trouble. Li Qinru, who was sitting in the carriage at the time, also noticed that there was something off about Mu Yunshi's complexion. She felt very curious as well, even she didn't know Mu Yunshi's true realm, nor her age. How could this man know? Could it be that this man also had the ability to deduce a person's origins? From the look on Mu Yunshi's face, it was clear that the man must have hit the mark. Otherwise, her expression wouldn't be so grave and indifferent. For a moment, Li Qinru, too, felt pressure mount upon her. If Lu Chen was capable of threatening a Genesis realm powerhouse, then should a confrontation truly arise later, she probably would not be a match for him either. It was at this point that Mu Yunshi spoke up. Being able to discern my age, it seems your strength is even greater than I had anticipated. I am quite curious, what would someone as powerful as you be doing in such a lower world, one that even demon cultivators are unwilling to come to? Lu Chen replied indifferently, if the fairy is willing to surrender and become one of mine, I might be inclined to tell the fairy about my affairs. Mu Yunshi immediately let out an ethereal laugh before responding, it is rumored that the Sum Emperor is a lecher. Seeing you today, the reputation is indeed well deserved. To think of making me yours, I'm afraid you don't have the strength for that. Although Mu Yunshi was genuinely wary of the Earth-rank Slayer spear, escaping was still not an issue for her. It wasn't certain that Lu Chen could hit her with the Slayer spear even if he used it. Lu Chen said, whether I have the strength or not, we'll only know after we've fought. As they spoke, Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang continued to increase the infusion of spiritual energy. In no time, Lu Chen's body was filled with spiritual energy, and then he once again lifted the Slayer spear. Naturally, Lu Chen had no intention of killing the two women, but in order to capture them, he must defeat them. Seeing that Lu Chen was wielding the Slayer spear once again, both women's hearts tightened, their expressions growing even colder and more solemn. Although ready to flee, Mu Yunshi still decided to first test Lu Chen's strength. In the future, if she were to leave this world, she would inevitably cross paths with this man again, it was unavoidable. At that moment, Mu Yunshi's body released waves of purple spiritual energy. Then, the bells on her jade feet also began to shake, emitting a series of bell tones. However, the sound of the bells did not materialize this time. Instead, they took the form of sound waves that reached Lu Chen's ears. Everyone who heard this sound was shocked. Even the soldiers of the Daxia army who were leaving the battlefield stood still, their eyes vacant. After being affected, Lu Chen quickly regained his composure. Seeing him recover his lucid gaze in such a short period of time, Mu Yunshi became even more certain of her guess. This Lu Chen must have been sent by an aristocratic family for tempering. Some cultivation families like to send their outstanding descendants to lower worlds for training. For a moment, Mu Yunshi felt somewhat unlucky to have encountered a descendant of an aristocratic family out-tempering himself. It seemed that leaving this world would be no easy feat. Those major families dared to let their disciples temper in lower worlds because they had made sufficient preparations. Competing with Lu Chen for the opportunity to leave this world would not be easy. At that moment, Lu Chen once again broke the silence. Fairy, there is really no need for us to cross swords. After all, your wish is to leave this world, and perhaps one day we may find a way to take you with us. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Yunshi gave a soft laugh, then spoke, the Sum Emperor really knows how to sweet talk. Since the Sum Emperor knows of my desire to leave this world, then you must also be very clear that the spiritual energy in this world is too thin. There is no way to transport multiple people away, not to mention the place I wish to go as far indeed. Outside of this world lies the chaotic space. Without using all the remaining spiritual energy of this world, it is highly unlikely that one could construct a spatial channel to leave it. In Mu Yunshi's view, no matter how many cultivators from other worlds there are, only one person can leave this world, while the rest will be trapped here for a lifetime until their natural lives reach their limits. After hearing Mu Yunshi's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, Fairy Mu is too pessimistic. Who can predict the future? What if there is another way to leave this world? Mu Yunshi let out a light chuckle again and then said, the Sum Emperor doesn't believe he can break through to the All-Law realm, does he? With the spiritual energy of this world, it is impossible to produce a strong cultivator of the All-Law realm. Lu Chen was actually right. There is another way to leave this world, which is to break through to the All-Law realm. As long as one can break through to the All-Law realm, one's own spiritual power will be able to withstand the spatial turbulence. But for this world to produce a strong cultivator of the All-Law realm, it would probably require 10 times the world's spiritual energy. Therefore, Mu Yunshi had never considered leaving through cultivation. Lu Chen said, Fairy Mu, what you said is correct, I indeed can break through to the All-Law realm. If Fairy Mu does not believe it, you can wait and see. If one day Fairy Mu has a change of heart, you are welcome to come find me. Lu Chen also realized that it was not easy to keep Mu Yunshi, a strong cultivator of the Genesis realm. Therefore, it was very likely that Mu Yunshi would abandon Li Qingru and flee in a moment. However, as there were so few women with a score of 90 in this world, Lu Chen did not want to let Mu Yunshi escape like that. He was determined to have her. While speaking, Lu Chen had already raised the muzzle of his gun, but he did not immediately attack Mu Yunshi. Instead, he aimed the Slayer spear upward above them. Seeing Lu Chen's confidence, Mu Yunshi released the spiritual energy inside her body once more. In the next moment, the aura around her surged, becoming incredibly ferocious, and the sound of the bells turned into tangible ripples of water. Immediately after, a water dragon emerged from the ripples and charged straight toward Lu Chen. She didn't forget to remind Lu Chen, "This is my most powerful cultivation technique. If you don't want to die, dodge now." For some reason, even though Mu Yunxi had attacked Lu Chen, she didn't actually want to see anything happen to him. Deep inside, she had a strange feeling. She felt an incredible familiarity with Lu Chen, and she now strongly suspected that Lu Chen was from the same cultivation world as her. Hearing Mu Yunxi's warning, Lu Chen simply smiled faintly, then lifted the Slayer spear, aimed at the water dragon, and pulled the trigger directly. The next moment, a purple beam shot out from the barrel of the Slayer spear. When the purple light touched the water dragon, it instantly shattered the creature, and the extraordinary ripples in the air shattered like glass. However, in the instant the water dragon exploded, the sound of a bell rang out above the basin, followed by Mu Yunxi's ethereal voice. "You are indeed very powerful. I acknowledge your strength now. Next time we meet, I will not hold back. Besides, I still don't believe you can cultivate to the All-Law realm." When Mu Yunxi's voice dissipated in the sky above the basin, the residual force of the exploding water dragon also vanished, and long ago there was no trace of Mu Yunxi on the carriage. At this moment, Li Qinru's face was as cold as frost, sword chi flickering incessantly around her. Soon, the carriage was completely destroyed by those sword chi. Obviously, Li Qinru was furious because of Mu Yunxi's escape. She had long been aware that the alliance between them was unreliable, but she hadn't expected Mu Yunxi to flee at this time. After all, Mu Yunxi was a powerhouse of the Genesis realm, yet she had such little courage. If that woman was of no use, then she would have to rely on herself. Although Lu Chen was very strong, in her world, there was no such word as fear. She did not believe that she had no way to deal with Lu Chen. Just then, Lu Chen spoke, "You Emperor, now that Junwan has become my woman and you and Junwan are good friends, there really is no need for us to cross swords." Upon hearing these words, the Yu Emperor snorted coldly and then said, "What, you want to include me in your harem as well? Ridiculous. Not to mention she detested men the most, even if she didn't, she would never compete with her own sister for a man's favor." In her eyes, Lu Chen was nothing more than Wu Junwan's paramour. Hearing the Yu Emperor's icy tone, Lu Chen said with a smile, "If the Yu Emperor is willing, it is not impossible." Li Qinru sneered and said, "If you want me to become your woman, you'll have to see if you have the strength for that." As she spoke, sword chi around Li Qinru's body gathered together to form a huge tornado. Immediately after, the tornado surged towards Lu Chen, who promptly raised the Slayer spear and aimed it at the tornado. With a single thrust, the sword chi tornado containing destructive power disappeared without a trace. However, Lu Chen did not immediately attack, he only needed to defend passively until Li Qinru admitted defeat. Although Li Qinru was strong, in the absence of a battle formation, her personal strength alone was not enough to contend with Lu Chen and the two celestials standing behind him. Li Qinru did not give up after her first attack was interrupted. She drew her spirit sword and this time directly unleashed the destructive sword intent. Originally, she had not intended to use sword intent. She was unsure whether Lu Chen could withstand her sword intent. If Lu Chen were to be injured, she might not be able to explain herself to her good sister later. But not using sword intent was no longer an option. If she didn't use it, she would likely not be a match for Lu Chen, especially considering the enormous power of the spiritual artifact in his hand. In fact, Li Qinru had also noticed that although Lu Chen possessed such a powerful spiritual artifact, he had not launched an offensive move, he had always been in a defensive state. This indicated that Lu Chen was holding back, probably sharing the same thought as hers, but even if both did not wish to harm the other's life, a victor still needed to be decided. As the purple sword chi imbued with destructive sword intent neared Lu Chen, he once again raised the Slayer spear, and with another thrust, the destructive sword intent dissipated. Seeing this scene, Li Qinru's brows furrowed slightly, she felt somewhat astonished. If even the sword intent could be easily destroyed, then that spiritual artifact was indeed extraordinary. The crux of the matter was that Lu Chen had two celestials constantly replenishing his spiritual energy from behind. In such a situation, Lu Chen could use that spiritual artifact multiple times. Yet even so, Li Qiongru still did not give up. She once again employed the destructive sword intent and launched another attack, followed by 10 successive assaults, all of which were blocked by Lu Chen. At this point, Li Qiongru's body had clearly become weak, and her icy cheeks had turned even paler. It was evident her body had expended a great deal of spiritual energy and was struggling to hold up. Just after Li Qiongru utilized the destructive sword intent again, her body reached its limit. She instantly fell to her knees, then, using her sword to prop herself up, displayed immense frailty. In the past, even in the Misty World, she had rarely encountered a battle of this magnitude. Although Lu Chen was constantly on the defense, and she incessantly on the offense, it was she who ended up wounded and weakened. If this continued, Lu Chen would have no trouble capturing her when he wished, and she would have no choice but to surrender. Her pride would not allow her to become this man's prisoner. It was at that moment that Sword Chi once again gathered around Li Qiongru's body. Lu Chen originally thought she would resume her attacks, but he quickly sensed something amiss. Li Qiongru's sword chi was only converging around herself, with no intention of being released. Lu Chen immediately understood, and he hastened to say, "Don't do anything foolish, Junwan is still waiting to see you. If something happens to you, how is she supposed to go on?" Li Qiongru let out a light chuckle, then said, "Are you trying to use Junwan to threaten your majesty? Junwan knows what kind of person your majesty is. She has long foreseen the choices your majesty would make. Go back and tell her that we cannot be sisters in this life. In the next, we shall be friends." As she spoke, the sword chi around Li Qiongru grew increasingly violent. She continued, "Since Junwan trusts you so much, your majesty believes you will always treat her well. She is in your care now." With that, Li Qiongru prepared to commit suicide. However, in the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared behind Li Qiongru, embracing her body directly, and the next moment, all the spiritual energy within her was sealed, and she lost all her strength. Li Qiongru was stunned, and after recovering her senses, she fiercely exclaimed, "How dare you!" But Lu Chen paid no heed to Li Qiongru. Li Qiongru immediately began to struggle, trying to break free from Lu Chen's grasp. No matter how Li Qiongru struggled, she could not escape Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen firmly held her arms, and with her spiritual power sealed, all her efforts to struggle were futile. Lu Chen then said, "Your Majesty promised Junwan that no matter what happens, I would ensure your survival. So if you wish to commit suicide, it will have to be with your Majesty's consent." The Yu Emperor let out a scoff and said, "Ridiculous. Your Majesty can commit suicide at any time, and I don't believe you can watch over your Majesty forever." Li Qiongru's thinking was simple. Lu Chen, after all, was a sovereign of a nation. How could he possibly keep her under watch forever? As soon as Lu Chen released her, she would have a chance to end her life. She would absolutely not become this man's captive, let alone his woman. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, "You know what, your Majesty is right. I really can keep an eye on you indefinitely." With that, Lu Chen turned to the soldiers of Great Ju and said, "The Yu Emperor has been captured alive by your Majesty, and Great Ju has been defeated. Those who wish to live, lay down your weapons immediately, and in a few days, your Majesty will accept you, under the title of Imperial Noble Consort. Your Majesty promises, as long as you lay down your arms and do not resist, there will be no indiscriminate killing of the innocent." Hearing Lu Chen's words, and seeing the Yu Emperor held tightly by Lu Chen from behind, immobilized, the Dayu soldiers knew their cause was lost. At this moment, the Dayu soldiers discarded their weapons one after another, then raised their hands, making a gesture of surrender. Soon, the entire Dayu army surrendered, and even the generals chose to yield. Their mightiest emperor had been captured by the Sum Emperor. If they continued to resist, they would meet nothing but destruction. Moreover, the Sum Emperor had said that he would take the Yu Emperor as his imperial noble consort. Even if Dayu was annihilated, as long as the Yu Emperor was alive, the people of Dayu might not become slaves. After the army of Dayu had laid down their arms, the Daxia army approached, and a group of military generals came before Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen embrace the Yu Emperor Li Qingru in an ambiguous manner, the generals looked at each other with uncertainty. Lu Chen was, after all, a sovereign ruler. It was inappropriate for him to continue holding the Yu Emperor like this. However, since Lu Chen had just declared Li Qingru to be the imperial noble consort, the generals were not in a position to suggest directly stripping her of her martial arts skills. And even if they did disable Li Qingru's martial arts, she could still take her own life if she chose to. Lu Chen, realizing the impropriety of the situation, directly said, "Prepare the carriage, I will personally escort the Yu Emperor to the Dayu capital city." Upon hearing these words, people immediately started to make preparations, and soon the carriage was ready. Seeing the carriage before her, Li Qingru once again attempted to struggle, but she still found herself unable to break free. She didn't understand how Lu Chen achieved this. Merely touching her body was enough to drain all her spiritual power. It was her first time hearing of such a technique. Lu Chen then embraced Li Qingru's body and directly entered the carriage, and the next moment, the horns sounded to advance, as the Daxia army, escorting the soldiers of Dayu, continued their march towards the capital of Dayu. After Lu Chen brought Li Qingru into the carriage, he had her sit directly on his lap. Li Qingru's phoenix robe was already somewhat tattered at this point, revealing her fair thighs. At that moment, a faint fragrance from Li Qingru drifted into Lu Chen's nostrils, instantly stirring him. Sensing Lu Chen's change, Li Qingru coldly said, "The Sum Emperor truly is a lecherous man." Lu Chen, smiling, replied, "I have never denied being a lecherous man." Hearing this from Lu Chen, Li Qingru was completely helpless. She couldn't escape his grasp, and with all her spiritual power sealed, she would be powerless if he decided to dishonor her in the carriage. Li Qingru suddenly thought of something, then said, "You obtained Junwan's body in the same way, didn't you?" Lu Chen answered indifferently, "My relationship with Junwan is true love, I don't need to resort to such methods." Li Qingru scoffed, then said, "Do you think I would believe that? It seems that is how Junwan was defiled by you, so she had no choice but to become your woman." Although Li Qingru did not know what method Lu Chen used, she was certain he must have employed it on countless women, including Wu Junwan. Once the martial skills of a female warrior were sealed, Lu Chen could do whatever he pleased with them. Li Qingru continued, "What do you plan to do with me?" Lu Chen answered, "Didn't I already say? I will make you my imperial noble consort, and you will bear my children." Li Qingru immediately said, "I walk the unfeeling Dao. To think I would bear children for you, you are delusional. Even if I truly became pregnant with your child, I would personally see to its end." Li Qingru had no intention of becoming Lu Chen's woman. She had once been a ruler of a nation, after all. How could she accept such humiliation? Even in death, she would not become Lu Chen's woman. After hearing Li Qingru's words, Lu Chen said indifferently, "It's normal for you to have such thoughts now. Wait until you meet Junwan. You'll find she had the same thoughts initially, but now she is carrying my child." Li Qingru's heart skipped a beat, her liame brows furrowing slightly. As a ruler of a nation, to be enthralled by lust for women, even if you unite the world, one day great sum will fall by your hand. Hearing Li Qingru's words, Lu Chen said, unconcerned, "I am merely fond of beauty, not a muddled ruler. I would never let my indulgence in beauty delay my responsibilities. Now, there are so many beauties in my harem, yet it still hasn't affected my campaign against Great Jew." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Qingru always felt some discomfort in her heart. She diligently governed Great Jew, ensuring a stable life for its citizens, and even annexed the barbarian tribe. In the end, she lost to such a lecherous man, which to her, was an utter and great humiliation. But now she was captured by Lu Chen and had no way to end her own life. The thought of being violated by this man made her feel worse than death itself. Lu Chen did not care what Li Qingru was thinking. On the way to Dayu capital city, he held Li Qingru the entire trip. In the pseudo-celestial realm, it was no problem not to eat, drink, or relieve oneself for 10 days to half a month. Meanwhile, the Dayu army that set out to intercept the Black Dragon country's forces also suffered a defeat. Although the Dayu army could employ battle arrays, they posed little threat to Lu Zhengchu, an experienced celestial. Lu Zhengchu led the Black Dragon country's forces and swiftly broke through the Dayu army's defenses. After more than 10 days, Lu Zhengchu's Black Dragon country forces formally joined up with the Daxia army outside Great Zhu's capital city. Upon hearing of the Yu Emperor's defeat in the siege by the Great Sum army, the officials and nobles within Great Zhu capital city were so frightened that they hurriedly came out to surrender, and with that, Great Zhu was officially conquered. While accepting the surrender, Lu Chen and Li Qinru both sat inside a carriage. It was Great Sum's military generals who received the surrender letters. Hearing the servile words of Great Zhu's ministers, Li Qinru felt a deep pain in her heart. The nation that her father had managed to establish, under her rule, had not lasted 100 years before it fell. After the surrender ceremony concluded, Lu Chen had the carriage brought into the imperial palace. As the carriage entered the imperial palace, Lu Chen held Li Qinru as they alighted. Looking at the Jinluan hall before them, Lu Chen whispered in Li Qinru's ear, "What do you think? I said I wouldn't let you die, and I meant it." Li Qinru replied coldly, "Now that Great Zhu has fallen, what's the point of bringing me here?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "To me, you are the emperor of the enemy country. Now that the enemy country has been conquered by me, what do you think I should do with you, the emperor of the enemy nation?" Hearing this, Li Qinru seemed to realize something, her face turning pale instantly. Then, she once again tried to mobilize the spiritual power within her body. Li Qingru's struggles were ultimately in vain, as with her spiritual power sealed, she had no means to counter Lu Chen. Lu Chen directly carried Li Qingru into the Jinluan hall, then placed her on the phoenix chair. Realizing that things could continue to take a turn for the worse, she might lose her chastity, Li Qingru immediately threatened, "If you dare to do such a thing to me, I'll kill myself right away." Hearing this, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Even if I don't do that to you, you'll still kill yourself." As he spoke, Lu Chen turned Li Qingru's body around and pinned her jade arms behind her. He leaned his entire body onto her buttocks and continued to whisper in her ear, "On the way to Great Zhu, I asked Junwan if she would mind if I wanted you. Junwan indicated that as long as I wished, I could make you my woman." Stunned by Lu Chen's words, Li Qingru was momentarily at a loss. She never expected Wu Junwan, her close sister in arms, who had shared life and death with her and knew her personality, could betray her so easily. For a moment, Li Qingru felt a chill in her heart, never having imagined her dear sister would betray her one day. Seeing that Li Qingru stopped struggling after hearing Wu Junwan's name, Lu Chen whispered in her ear, "Junwan is still waiting for you in Yan County. Death isn't a solution to the problem. Even if you're no longer the Yu Emperor, your future life won't be too bad, and I won't slaughter the common people of Great Zhu indiscriminately." Upon hearing Lu Chen mention the common people of Great Zhu, Li Qingru instantly understood what he was implying. This man was threatening her with the lives of Great Zhu's citizens. If she did not comply with him and was determined to commit suicide, he might lift the sword against the commoners of Great Zhu. In fact, Li Qingru was overthinking. Lu Chen had no such intentions, he spoke the truth. To be united against the enemies from the misty world in the future, Lu Chen would as much as possible unite the people of this world. Why would he kill without reason? Killing was not the goal, but a political tool. Certainly, some would have to be killed, but only those who defied his rule or plotted against him. As long as the people of Great Zhu truly surrendered to Great Sum, Lu Chen would treat them just like the citizens of Great Sum. At that moment, Li Qingru fell into silence. Seeing that she did not speak anymore, Lu Chen's hands moved to her already tattered phoenix robe. During the 10+ days on the road to Dayu capital city, Lu Chen had been holding Li Qingru in an ambiguous posture, and for him, patience had already reached its limit. Li Qingru was about to say something when she heard a ripping sound. She quickly twisted her body, trying to struggle, but the more Li Qingru struggled, the more frequent her contact with Lu Chen became. "Scoundrel! I am the ruler of Great Zhu, you cannot defile my purity like this." Lu Chen certainly didn't care about Li Qingru's words. Holding her body, he gently turned her head and covered her red lips with his. It was Li Qingru's first time kissing a man. She initially wanted to resist, but soon she found her mind becoming extraordinarily clear, as if she had encountered something refreshing and invigorating. Li Qingru was puzzled. How could kissing a man make her feel so spirited? However, this feeling did not last long, and soon her consciousness became blurry. Deep inside her, a voice kept reminding her that she was the ruler of Great Ju, and she couldn't let the enemy take advantage of her here. But no matter how the voice inside her called, it was useless, she had completely sunk into it. Just as Li Qingru's mind was hazy, she suddenly sensed something wrong. Li Qingru snapped alert in an instant. This person who cultivated the unfeeling Dao now felt both shame and rage. The despicable man had actually. Immediately, Li Qingru cursed Lu Chen in her heart. Bastard. How dare he treat me like this? I must kill him. As the situation was now a fait accompli, Li Qingru gradually accepted her fate, at least for the short term. After all, in her current predicament, with her spiritual power sealed and her body strengthless, there was nothing she could do to resist whatever the male pet of Wu Junwan wanted to do to her. Soon, Li Qingru came to a realization. Lu Chen had also consummated marriage with Wu Junwan, and now that Lu Chen had taken her own purity, it was as if she had indirectly shared an intimate connection with Wu Junwan as well. Of course, this was merely a thought to comfort herself. Under Lu Chen's control, Li Qingru quickly became dazed, and Lu Chen said with a smile by her ear, Junwan was right, one must use a firm hand with you, otherwise you would never submit. Hearing this, Li Qingru sobered up a bit and exhaled before saying, Junwan would never say such a thing. Even now, she still refused to believe that Wu Junwan had betrayed her. Lu Chen said with a smile, wait until you get to Great Ju, then you can ask her if she has ever said such a thing. With that, Lu Chen turned Li Qingru over, making her face him directly. Li Qingru's face, typically as cold as ice, was now covered with a crimson blush. Li Qingru's eyes stared fixedly at Lu Chen, as if she wanted to kill him with her gaze. Lu Chen, however, did not care for Li Qingru's look and continued as he pleased. At that moment, Lu Chen remarked, you usually hold court here, don't you? I wonder what the ministers of Great Ju would think if they knew what you and I were doing in this place. Facing Lu Chen's humiliating words, Li Qingru felt an immense sense of shame, but what could she do? Now she regretted not having taken her life earlier, which had resulted in her capture by this man and reduced her to his plaything. However, just as Li Qingru was overwhelmed by shame, she suddenly discovered that the spiritual power within her body seemed to have started moving again, and a special form of spiritual power had entered her body, forming a cycle with her own spiritual power. It was as if the restrictions on her years of cultivation had been completely lifted at that moment. Li Qingru was puzzled. What was happening? Wasn't she following the unfeeling Tao? Why would losing her virtue lead to a loosening in her cultivation? The misty world was different from this one. In the misty world, even after cultivators entered the unity realm and became pseudo-celestials, they would not have any enlightenment on how to become true celestials. They could only rely on their own insights to become true celestials. Li Qingru became a pseudo-celestial in the misty world, so she had always believed that by continue following the unfeeling Tao, she would be able to break through and become a true celestial smoothly. But she had not anticipated that a celestial from the misty world and one from this world were not the same. The condition for her to become a celestial in this world was to be defeated by a stronger man and become his woman. By a twist of fate, Lu Chen inadvertently helped Li Qingru become a celestial. Lu Chen also felt that Li Qingru's aura was madly climbing, and her imposing presence had already clearly surpassed his own. This is. Lu Chen stopped his actions and glanced at Li Qingru, who was lying on the phoenix chair. At that moment, an immense oppressive force was released from Li Qingru's body. Feeling that she had broken through to become a celestial, Li Qingru let out a cold laugh, then looked at Lu Chen and said, you didn't expect this, did you? I have broken through at this moment. Now those two celestials are outside, how will they come to your rescue? Tell me, how do you wish to die? The intent to kill in Li Qingru's eyes was chilling. Although she was still beneath Lu Chen's body, she was already prepared to act against Lu Chen at any moment. This man had taken her purity, even if he was Wu Junwan's male pet. No matter how much Wu Junwan liked this man, she had to punish this man harshly, otherwise, she could not quell the anger in her heart. Feeling Li Qingru's breakthrough to the heavenly human realm, Lu Chen not only didn't feel scared, but a smile appeared on his face instead. I want to die happily, is that possible? Seeing that Lu Chen was still joking even at this time, not immediately kneeling down to admit his wrongs but instead continuing to press on her, Li Qingru said coldly, it seems that you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Having said this, Li Qingru was about to act against Lu Chen, but as soon as she lifted her jade arm, Lu Chen caught it with both hands and pressed them to either side of her head, pinning her onto the phoenix chair. Li Qingru was stunned momentarily. She had indeed broken through to the celestial realm and had felt the flow of spiritual power within her body, so why at this moment did her spiritual power seem to have vanished? What was going on? At this time, Li Qingru seemed to understand why Lu Chen was not afraid of her earlier. She said indignantly, what have you done to me? Although a celestial was not a big deal in the misty world, a celestial was still considered one of the highest combat powers in this world. How could Lu Chen so easily suppress her, a celestial, and so thoroughly at that, it was beyond Li Qingru's comprehension. Lu Chen looked down at the phoenix-shaped pupils of Li Qingru and said with a smile, I told you, I want to die happily, now I'm giving you a chance to let me die happily. You. Li Qingru wanted to say something else, but Lu Chen covered her red lips with his mouth, and ultimately, the Yu Emperor who had become a celestial, suffered under Lu Chen's torment for several days and nights in the Jinluan Hall. Unfortunately, Li Qingru still did not succeed in letting Lu Chen die. On the contrary, Li Qingru felt she was about to die herself. She, a proud celestial, couldn't defeat Lu Chen, which once again plunged her into boundless humiliation. After several days of interaction in the Jinluan Hall, Li Qingru's mindset had begun to change, and she realized why Wu Junwan had chosen this man. This man was truly exceptional, and if he were to be regarded as a male pet, then nothing could be more suitable. These past days, Li Qingru had constantly been thinking of ways to turn the tables and take charge. As the former empress of Deu, her dignity wouldn't allow her to be suppressed by a man, but no matter how hard she tried, she could only passively be dealt with by Lu Chen. Utterly exhausted, Li Qingru failed to turn the tables and was thoroughly defeated. The Jinluan Hall was in complete disarray at this time, with Lu Chen still hugging Li Qingru, lying on her back. Suddenly a voice came from outside, Your Majesty, the Qian Emperor has died. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was startled. He thought about getting up, but remembering the ruthless woman beneath him, he didn't get up. Instead, he said to the brocade guard at the door conveying the message, I got it, report to me later. Yes. Seeing that Lu Chen actually didn't get up, Li Qingru said coldly at that moment, How long do you plan to continue like this? Do you plan to stay this way for a lifetime? Leaning down beside her ear, Lu Chen said, You're right, I indeed plan to stay this way for a lifetime. Lu Chen's words were not without merit. His reference to a lifetime did not imply without pause or interruption. Li Qingru said, If you release me now, I can consider sparing your life. Lu Chen replied, Your Majesty. Deu seems to have forgotten that you are no longer the Yu Emperor but my imperial noble consort. There cannot be two sovereigns in one nation, you should refer to me as I. Li Qingru said coldly, As long as I live, Deu has not perished. Seeing Li Qingru so stubborn, Lu Chen had no choice but to start using means. Soon, the dialogue between Lu Chen and Li Qingru resounded again within the Jinluan Hall. Huff huff, has Deu perished or not? It has not. Ah. Say it again, has it perished? It hasn't. What is your identity now? I am. Deu has perished, and I am your woman. Under Lu Chen's relentless questioning, Li Qingru finally stopped denying and admitted both the fall of Deu and her identity as Lu Chen's woman. However, as soon as Lu Chen ceased his techniques, Li Qingru spoke again, You are well aware that the words I just spoke were coerced by you, and I will not submit to this. As soon as you release me, I will certainly kill you. Seeing Li Qingru stubborn once more, Lu Chen originally planned to continue using his methods, but he did not do so this time. Instead, he slowly stood up and separated from Li Qingru. Li Qingru, who had been suppressed for several days, suddenly felt her spiritual power fully restored and her body free again at that moment. She looked at Lu Chen beside the phoenix chair in disbelief. Li Qingru asked coldly, "You do realize what the consequences of releasing me are, right?" As she spoke, the celestial might of Li Qingru was instantly unleashed. For the past few days, she had been toyed with by Lu Chen as if she were a mere plaything. Although she hadn't suffered any material losses, her pride had been deeply wounded. Always a dominant woman, she had been humiliated and oppressed. Even if she didn't kill Lu Chen today, she vowed to repay the humiliation of these past few days. At that moment, Li Qingru's delicate hand grabbed Lu Chen's neck, and staring directly into his eyes, she said, "You are the first who has dared to treat me this way, and you will be the last. For Junwan's sake, I will not kill you, but I." Before Li Qingru could finish, Lu Chen suddenly reached out and grasped the arm that Li Qingru used to grab his neck, pressed her arm behind her back, and once again pinned Li Qingru against the phoenix chair. Realizing that her spiritual power had vanished once more, Li Qingru stood flabbergasted. Hadn't her spiritual power just returned? Why had it disappeared again? What was happening? Li Qingru's mind swiftly recounted what had transpired just before the disappearance of her spiritual power, and soon she realized what was going on. It seemed that whenever her body came into contact with Lu Chen, her spiritual power would be sealed away. After pressing Li Qingru against the phoenix chair, Lu Chen said with a smile, "It seems you haven't learned your lesson." Lu Chen had planned to give Li Qingru a temporary respite, intending to listen to a report from the brocade guard regarding the Qian Emperor's affairs, but Li Qingru was thinking of turning the tables. Having no choice, Lu Chen had to suppress her again. With several of his techniques, even as a celestial, Li Qingru could no longer bear it. Moreover, Li Qingru, a woman who had been obsessed with martial arts from a young age and never experienced the company of a man, felt like she was seeing a whole new world for the first time after encountering a man like Lu Chen. Gradually, all the pride in Li Qingru's heart was crushed by Lu Chen. She truly couldn't comprehend where this guy got so many strategies for dealing with people. Time passed, and the sky grew dark. The setting sun shone through the window into the Jinluan Hall, casting its light on a body drenched in sweat. Under the glow of the setting sun, the beads of sweat seemed to glisten with exceptional clarity. At that moment, Li Qingru, who lay on the phoenix chair, said, "Is this how you dealt with Junwan?" Li Qingru had initially thought Wu Junwan chose to become his woman because she was attracted to Lu Chen's good looks, but now it seemed that Wu Junwan might not have been willing at first. It's likely that this guy had done those things to Wu Junwan and used those manipulative techniques, leading to Wu Junwan completely losing the will to resist and ultimately having no choice but to become Lu Chen's woman. It had to be said, when it came to dealing with women, there were few men who could compare to Lu Chen. Although Li Qingru had no experience with the opposite sex, it was evident that Lu Chen's prowess had surpassed common sense. Hearing Li Qingru's question, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, "She approached me of her own accord. It had nothing to do with any techniques that I might have used." Seeing that Lu Chen wouldn't admit it, Li Qingru didn't pursue the topic further. "Do you really plan to imprison me forever? As a ruler of a nation, and now that you've conquered Great Ju, you have many matters to attend to," she said. Li Qingru had lost all will to resist at this point, and although there was some unwillingness in her heart, she knew that she had no way to harm this despicable man. Whether out of consideration for Wu Junwan or for her own sake, she couldn't bring herself to hurt Lu Chen. Having shared a similar experience to Wu Junwan's, Li Qingru knew that Wu Junwan could never leave this man. If she were to harm him, Wu Junwan would surely hate her for the rest of her life. From her own perspective, she felt that she had already become entangled with Lu Chen through karma. After all, her breakthrough to the heavenly human realm had been obtained by relying on certain methods. If she turned on Lu Chen now, she might incur the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, after spending these few days together with Lu Chen, she had grown to like the sensation. As much as she felt like she had lost her dignity, she was much consoled by the thought of her dear friend becoming this man's woman. In the past, back in the misty world, she would often joke with Wu Junwan that if they were to seek a man, they would find the same one. It had been a joke then, but now, the joke had come true in an unexpected turn of events. Since it had come true, she thought, why not just go along with it? Since Great Ju was already destroyed, with a man like Lu Chen standing in her way, it seemed there was little hope for her to restore her kingdom. Leaving aside the fact that Lu Chen could instantly seal her spiritual power, leaving her a weak and powerless woman, the divine weapon he wielded on the battlefield was not so easily dealt with. Lu Chen said, "You're right, your majesty indeed has many matters to attend to." Having said that, Lu Chen immediately turned toward the door and said, "Have someone prepare hot water, I wish to bathe with my beloved consort." As soon as Lu Chen's voice fell, the voice of the female guards came from outside, "Your Majesty, the hot water is already prepared." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly and looked at Li Qinru on the phoenix chair, saying, "Since the hot water is ready, let's change locations now." Upon saying this, Lu Chen immediately released his spiritual power and sensed the location of the Yu Emperor's bathing pool within the imperial palace. Quickly, he locked onto the location of the bathhouse, and then he lifted Li Qinru's delicate body, and with a shadow-shifting move, they instantly arrived at Li Qinru's bathing pool. After entering the bathing pool, Lu Chen still embraced Li Qinru's slender waist, resting his head on her fragrant shoulder. By this time, the bathing pool was filled with flower petals, its fragrance was overwhelming, and the surface of the water was steaming hot, making the whole bathhouse seem incredibly dreamlike. At this moment, Lu Chen asked in Li Qinru's ear, "Every time Junwan comes here, do the two of you take a bath together in this same pool?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen gently blew into Li Qinru's ear. Hearing this question, Li Qinru said coldly, "What does this have to do with you? I do not recall ever having such a close relationship with you that I would discuss such matters with you." Although Li Qinru was clear that she temporarily could not leave this man, she was not willing to tell him everything. She had already decided in her heart to treat this man as a consort from now on. Anyway, she had already broken through to the heavenly human realm, and once she followed this man back to Yan County, she would find a way to take Wu Junwan with her. The restrictions of the Misty World were about to disappear, and even if they could no longer stay in this world, the two of them could return to the sects they had belonged to before. No matter how powerful Lu Chen was, he couldn't possibly contend with the sects of the Misty World. Hearing Li Qinru's indifferent words, Lu Chen's hand slowly slid to her abdomen, and as he caressed her stomach, he said, "We already share the reality of husband and wife, yet you remain so cold to your majesty. You have not been this cold towards your majesty within Jinluan Hall these past few days." Li Qinru said coldly, "Although I don't know how you managed to control my body using various means, I will not submit, unless you kill me." Hearing this, Lu Chen raised his hand, stroking Li Qinru's jade neck, "Kill. What kind of person do you take me for? I would certainly not kill my own woman." Lu Chen continued, "And I do like your stubbornness. When Junwan first came to Yan County, she was just like you, and in the end, she still bore my child. Not only Junwan, but in the future, I also want you to bear my child." Hearing this, Li Qinru felt a shock in her heart. Losing her virginity was one thing. After all, she was in her 30s, and being a ruler herself, she valued her purity but would not let it dictate her life and death. However, a child was different. She could give her body to Lu Chen, but she absolutely could not bear his child. She had once heard her honored master say that in the cultivation world, the principle of cause and effect was paramount. If she were to bear Lu Chen's child, her life might end up being forever tied to Lu Chen's. Li Qinru then said, "The sun hasn't set yet, and the Sum Emperor is already talking in his dreams." Lu Chen chuckled, "Talking in dreams. This day will not end too late." Lu Chen had so far not managed to entice any heavenly human, but he believed that as long as his realm advanced to the heavenly human realm, the probability of Li Qinru bearing his progeny would greatly increase. Now that both Great Wu and Great Ju had been annihilated, only the Great Qian dynasty remained as his obstacle. By destroying Great Qian, he could become a celestial and enter the next phase of power enhancement. At this moment, Li Qinru spoke, "How do you plan to deal with the other imperial family members of Great Ju?" Although there were fewer members of the Great Ju royal family, dealing with them was nevertheless a troublesome matter. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said, "I don't intend to kill them. Let them all move to Yan County where they can still enjoy wealth and splendor." After all, the wealth of the Great Zhou royal family had already been seized by Great Sum. Casually allocating a portion of it would ensure the prosperity of this generation of the Great Zhou imperial family members. As for the next generation, that would be a matter for the future. Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Li Qingru fell silent, not saying much further. She had roughly guessed that Lu Chen would act this way, as it demonstrated that he was a benevolent and righteous ruler, preparing for the campaign against Great Qian. Seeing that Li Qingru had stopped talking, Lu Chen's hands once again began to wander over her body, and he sighed, truly like Junwan's good sister, your body is so supple. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Qingru did not pay much attention, striving hard to control her emotions. Seeing that Li Qingru was still silent, Lu Chen wrapped his arms around her body and walked towards the bath. Lu Chen, who had a strong playful streak when it came to novel experiences, would always frolic for a long while with a woman once he got her. When Li Qingru saw that Lu Chen had pushed her to the edge of the bath, she turned to look at him and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" Li Qingru hadn't finished speaking when her mouth was once again blocked by Lu Chen, who showed no courtesy whatsoever. Then the water in the bath churned, and the steam grew denser. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Qingru, exhaling a fragrance like orchids, rested her arm on the edge of the bath and her head on her arm, saying weakly, "Phew, do you really have no intention of handling the affairs of Great Zhou first?" Great Zhou had been destroyed many days ago, yet this man had been continuously indulging in those activities with her in the Jinluan Hall, showing no signs of attending to state affairs. Lu Chen said indifferently, "There's no need, my generals can handle it well." Before they launched the attack on Great Zhou, they had already planned how to conquer Great Zhou, how to take over after its fall, and how to govern Great Zhou. All these things had been discussed and settled, so there was no need for Lu Chen to do anything at all. Now that the war had temporarily ended, Lu Chen could fully enjoy himself. After hearing Lu Chen's answer, Li Qingru immediately cursed him as a foolish ruler in her heart. She had heard of rulers foolishly infatuated with women, and history wasn't short of rulers who lost their nations due to such obsessions. Yet, this was the first time she encountered a ruler like Lu Chen who engaged in those activities for several days in a row, utterly neglecting the territory he had won. Li Qingru couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could such a person really manage the entire Great Sum effectively, and would the Celestials truly want to follow him? Although she was full of doubts about Lu Chen, Li Qingru didn't voice them. If she were to express her skepticism now, she feared this man wouldn't leave her alone again, and who knew how long it would last. Although she was a celestial, she was not so powerful that she could engage in those activities with this man for 10 days to half a month. Then Li Qingru said, "I can be your woman, but I have a few conditions." At this statement, Lu Chen's interest peaked instantly. "Oh. Weren't you defiant unto death before? What made you change your mind all of a sudden? You're not deceiving me, planning to wait for me to let you go before finding an opportunity to assassinate me or to take your own life, are you?" Li Qingru said indifferently, "My word has always been as solid as gold." Embracing Li Qingru's slender waist, Lu Chen said, "Oh, then let's hear it. What kind of conditions do you have?" Li Qingru immediately said, "Once we arrive in Yan County, I want to live with Junwan." Upon hearing this first request, Lu Chen sneered secretly. Live with Wu Junwan? What kind of request was that? For him, it couldn't even be considered a request but rather a good thing. He wouldn't have to run around anymore. He wondered what Li Qingru would think when she saw Marang Shuiye, whom he had once sent to be by his side. Lu Chen asked, "Aside from this request, do you have any others?" Li Qingru said, "Release the control you have over me." Li Qingru had always felt she was under this man's control, otherwise, how could a person who practiced the unfeeling Tao become like a wanton woman? It clearly defied logic. Lu Chen immediately said, "There is no such control." Seeing Lu Chen continue to deny it, Li Qingru coldly said, "If you are unwilling to release the control over me, I would rather take my own life." Lu Chen laughed and said, "You see, you've said it yourself, if I actually had a way to control you, do you think I would release it? What if you took your own life? Wouldn't that be a big loss for me?" Li Qingru's eyebrows lifted, and she fell silent. Indeed, even if this man truly had a method to control her, he would not release it at this time. However, she had never expected Lu Chen to release his control over her. She said that earlier just to test Lu Chen, to see if he truly had some method of controlling her. Now, it seemed likely that this man indeed possessed such a method. Thinking this, it was probable that this man had also used a similar art of control on Wu Junwan. In order to help Wu Junwan escape from him, Li Qingru decided to compromise for the time being. After finding a way to break the control, she would then settle the score with this man. At this moment, Lu Chen leaned down and stroked her hair with his hand. In her ear, he whispered, "Qingru, do you have any other requests?" Upon hearing Lu Chen call her, Qingru, Li Qingru, who had always held a high position, suddenly got goosebumps all over her body. How could this man say such things? Li Qingru said coldly, "I haven't thought of any other requests yet. If you find me troublesome, then just kill me directly." Lu Chen chuckled, "You're saying such things again. Haven't I told you? I would never kill my own woman. However, speaking of which, I also have a request for you." "What request?" Li Qingru asked. Lu Chen said, "There can't be two rulers in a nation, you will have to change the way you address me." Li Qingru laughed coldly, "If you have the ability, make me willingly change how I address you." Ah. Before Li Qingru could finish her sentence, Lu Chen interrupted her with his actions. Lu Chen thought to himself, willingly, is it? He didn't believe he couldn't conquer this enemy nation's emperor. When Lu Chen and Li Qingru left the bathhouse, night had fully fallen. The two returned to Jinluan Hall, but this time they were dressed, and the scraps of cloth that had littered the floor of the hall had been cleaned up. However, Lu Chen still did not let go. Even after they had dressed, Lu Chen was still holding Li Qingru, letting her sit on his lap. After several days of Lu Chen's torment, Li Qingru, a celestial, was now exhausted. She was slumped in Lu Chen's arms, her expression indifferent but her cheeks flushed, her face full of charm. At this time, Lu Chen said to the female guards outside, "Report on the situation in Great Qian." Upon hearing Lu Chen's order, a female guard entered Jinluan Hall and immediately said, "Currently, the Qian Emperor has passed away, and the Daqian Crown Prince is young, so the Daqian Empress now has full control over Great Qian. Everything in Great Qian is under the Empress's say." After hearing the report, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. The Daqian Empress. Could the death of the Qian Emperor be related to the Daqian Empress? After all, as the direct beneficiary, now that the Crown Prince is young, she could take this opportunity to seize control of the court. But then again, what good would her control of the court do? Great Wu and Great Ju had already been destroyed, and next would be Great Qian. Even if that woman has become the highest center of power in Great Qian, it will soon be destroyed by Great Sum, and her status will fall greatly. At that moment, Lu Chen asked, "How did the Qian Emperor die?" The female guard replied, "According to the Brocade Guard's investigation, the Qian Emperor was infected with the plague before his demise. It is very likely that he died untreated from the plague." Lu Chen pondered again for a moment. The possibility of dying untreated from the plague was not impossible, but he still found it strange. There could also be another reason, that the Empress of Great Qian took advantage of the plague to kill the Qian Emperor, then blamed his death on the plague. Regardless of how the Qian Emperor died, the biggest problem now was not the political structure of Great Qian. Lu Chen did not care who was in power in Great Qian. No matter who it was, Great Qian would become a part of Great Sum. What was most troubling to Lu Chen now was the plague in Great Qian. Qin Yushan, after going to Great Qian, had been investigating the epidemic. Through Qin Yushan's investigations, the methods of virus and bacterial prevention that Lu Chen had taught were effective against the plague, indicating that it was a virus within Lu Chen's understanding. However, there was a significant problem. Although Qin Yushan used the Flying Star sect as a cover to teach many plague prevention methods to the common people of Great Qian, and those people also applied these methods, the plague still erupted over and over again. This gave the impression that someone was spreading the plague. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen said to the reporting female guard, "Investigate the background of this Daqian Empress." Lu Chen suspected that if the death of the Qian emperor was indeed related to the Empress of Great Qian, then the epidemic might also be related to the Empress, or perhaps there was someone else behind the Empress. If the person spreading the plague could be dealt with, there might still be a way to contain the plague in Great Qian. If it continued like this, he would not be able to send troops to Great Qian, which would greatly slow down his progress in unifying the world. For Lu Chen at this moment, becoming a celestial was just within reach. If this dragged on, he always felt uneasy, for only by becoming a celestial quickly, could his strength continue to rise. Lu Chen then said indifferently, "You may leave." "Yes, your majesty," the female guard replied and then turned and left Jinluan Hall. After the guard left, Li Qingru spoke up. Such a mighty sum emperor, to actually furrow his brow over a minor nation like Qian. Aren't you very powerful? Not only did you annihilate Great Wu, but also Great Ju. Why don't you plan to continue deploying troops to extinguish Great Qian? Upon hearing Li Qingru's sarcastic remarks, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, "Don't be anxious. The destruction of Great Qian is only a matter of time." Lu Chen knew Li Qingru still harbored resentment. He hadn't only destroyed her kingdom but also taken possession of her body. If she didn't feel the slightest bit of anger, she wouldn't be the Yu emperor. At that moment, Lu Chen thought of something and asked, "As the emperor of Great Ju, you must have received a fair share of intelligence about Great Qian, especially concerning the plague. Have you discerned anything from those reports?" The plague in Great Qian had been raging for quite some time, and Li Qingru must have surely obtained a considerable amount of intelligence on it. Every dynasty had its own intelligence agencies, and the Dayu dynasty was no exception. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Li Qingru was about to continue her sarcastic tone, but Lu Chen suddenly said, "Leave it. In a few days, we will return to Yan County. We should make the most of our time and create more beautiful memories in this Jinluan Hall." While saying this, Lu Chen's mouth drew close to Li Qingru's ear, and then he continued, "After all, this is where you once attended court." Upon hearing this, Li Qingru's heart shuddered. She instantly grasped Lu Chen's implication. This man was not yet satiated and wanted to continue toying with her body. Li Qingru immediately said, "There's a high probability that Great Qian harbors cultivators from another world." Hearing these words, the hand that Lu Chen had placed on Li Qingru's thigh halted its upward movement. "Cultivators from another world. Do you have any evidence? Or how did you come to this conclusion?" Li Qingru said, "You can have someone search my imperial study room. There's still plenty of intelligence about the Great Qian plague there." Lu Chen immediately instructed the guards at the door, "Bring all the intelligence and memorials from the imperial study room to the Jinluan Hall. I want to review them slowly." After giving the guard his orders, Lu Chen continued to embrace the beauty in his arms and said, "I actually had my suspicions too, but I never had concrete evidence." When Lu Chen first heard that the plague might have originated from the sea, he suspected it came from another world, but the brocade guard's every move in Great Qian was incredibly challenging. Only after he sent Qin Yushan to Great Qian did the brocade guard begin to collect more intelligence, yet Lu Chen's understanding of Great Qian remained quite limited. Lu Chen was curious about how much Li Qingru, the emperor from the northwestern region, knew about Great Qian. Li Qingru said indifferently, "If I don't tell you, you probably wouldn't even suspect." Lu Chen laughed and said, "The way you talk, it's as if I am inferior to you. If I weren't better than you, how could I possibly have conquered Great Ju and taken your body, and even made you submit thoroughly?" Hearing Lu Chen's humiliating words, Li Qingru did not lose her temper. With an expressionless face, she said, "You had better pray your methods always work, or else one day I will certainly end your life with my own hands." Lu Chen didn't take Li Qingru's threat to heart at all. His stern wife was probably just sick. With him as a divine doctor, there was no need for medicine, a single injection would do the trick. Just as Lu Chen was planning to continue disciplining Li Qingru for her obstinacy, the female guards outside had already moved the memorials and intelligence reports from within the imperial study room into the grand hall. Lu Chen glanced at the large boxes in the Jinluan hall and immediately felt a headache coming on. He then said to the female guards, "Go and call a few more people, and then sift through all the memorials and intelligence related to Great Qian." If Lu Chen had to go through these memorials and intelligence reports by himself, it was uncertain how long it would take him to find all the intelligence related to Great Qian. As the emperor, Lu Chen was not obliged to handle these troublesome matters himself. Subsequently, Lu Chen's trusted aides began tirelessly sorting through the memorials and the intelligence previously collected by Great Ju. Before long, they had selected all the relevant documents pertaining to Great Qian and brought them to Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at the stack of intelligence and memorials concerning Great Qian and couldn't help but feel some emotions stirring. Li Qinru, that woman, seemed to pay quite a bit of attention to the situation in Great Qian, given she had so many memorials and reports about it. Lu Chen then picked up the memorials and intelligence beside him and began to look through them. After a while, he essentially understood why Li Qinru thought that Great Qian also had cultivators from other worlds. Great Ju's intelligence personnel had infiltrated Great Qian quite early and, fortunately enough, became a core figure in Great Qian, which is why Great Ju knew many things even Lu Chen's brocade guard had not discovered. Great Ju's spies found out that the Empress had changed significantly, especially after the outbreak of the plague. She seemed like a completely different person, and her power had grown immensely. There were many assassins who tried to kill her, but she easily eliminated all of them. Most crucially, this Empress of Great Qian had once spoken of gathering luck to combat the evil gods. This made Li Qinru think of Mu Yunshi. Mu Yunshi wanted to unify the world, gather some sort of national fortune, gain the approval of the heavenly Tao, and thereby obtain the ability to open the transportation channel. Li Qinru felt that the goals of the Empress of Great Qian were likely the same as those of Mu Yunshi. If the Empress also wanted the recognition of the heavenly Tao, it indicated that she too wanted to leave this world. Of course, all of this was just Li Qinru's speculation. Whether the Empress of Great Qian was really a cultivator from another world was still uncertain. After reading through the intelligence about Great Qian, Lu Chen spoke as he embraced the soft body of Li Qinru. I didn't expect you to act faster than me and extend your reach so long that you've even managed to plant spies who have become important ministers in Great Qian. Speaking of spies, I am reminded of someone. Do you know who I am talking about? Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, the cold beauty in his arms responded indifferently, I don't know. Although Li Qinru said she didn't know, Lu Chen still wanted to say it out loud. He directly said, the person I'm talking about is Murong Shuiye. You truly are a great wife of mine. You haven't even married over yet but already sent Murong Shuiye, a beautifully attractive and talented stunner, to serve by my side. I must say, her body is indeed splendid. Especially the curse pattern you designed for her, it is very suitable. Every time, I am affected by that curse pattern, which greatly enhances my spirits. Faced with Lu Chen's words, Li Qinru treated them as if she hadn't heard them. In her view, Lu Chen using her failures as a topic was an insult to her. Insult me then, she thought. I've already lost my virginity, what more do I have to fear from being insulted? Seeing that Li Qinru did not want to engage with him, Lu Chen did not continue on the topic and simply said, once you go to Yan County, you will live together with Murong Shuiye and Junwan. The three of you together will certainly be very interesting. Li Qinru still said nothing. Just at that moment, Li Qinru suddenly realized that Lu Chen's hand had slipped into her clothes, and he began to undress her, looking as if he were about to do something to her. Seeing this, Li Qinru hastily said, what are you doing? After so many consecutive days, she was a celestial, not a real deity, how could she withstand it? What kind of background does this scoundrel have? In order not to let Lu Chen continue doing that sort of thing to her, Li Qinru threw out a topic, you unified this world, for what? To leave this world. Lu Chen smiled faintly, his hand still reaching into Li Qinru's clothes, you could say that. Li Qinru said, if you leave, what about your wives and children, aren't you afraid that I will kill them then? Or are you planning to eliminate everyone who could threaten your offspring's lives before you leave? Mu Yunshi had told Li Qinru that the spiritual energy of this world was extremely limited. Once the transport portal was opened, it could basically only transport one person out, which was why Mu Yunshi had not chosen to cooperate with Lu Chen. In Li Qinru's view, if there came a day when Lu Chen wanted to leave, then he would be leaving alone. Once he left, those celestials around him would definitely be thrown into confusion, and they might even leave one after another. Without the protection of those celestials, Lu Chen's wives and offspring might likely be subject to retaliation. Therefore, if Lu Chen cared about his wives and offspring, then before leaving this world, he would definitely find a way to eliminate all existences that could threaten their survival, such as the celestials of this world. Lu Chen answered with a smile, I never said I would be the only one leaving. Not only will I leave this world, but my women and children will also leave this world. Li Qinru had not expected Lu Chen to actually want to take everyone with him, which would likely be very difficult to achieve. But then again, if Lu Chen was truly a descendant of a cultivator family sent to gain experience, perhaps he really had a way to collectively leave this world. At that moment, Lu Chen once again pressed Li Qinru's body onto the phoenix chair, looking down at her with cold eyes and said, enough of this now. In a few days, we will depart back to Yan County, let's create more beautiful memories. Seeing that Lu Chen still wanted to continue with that act, Li Qinru's eyes instantly turned even colder, looking as though she wanted to kill Lu Chen. I can't take it anymore, let your trusted aides serve you. Li Qinru didn't even say, anymore, she was afraid of Lu Chen. Although she also wanted to overpower Lu Chen in that matter, based on the events of the past few days, she understood that she couldn't possibly be a match for Lu Chen yet. Lu Chen ignored Li Qinru's words, and he continued to undress her, while Li Qinru went on to say, your trusted aides are all beauties, they can satisfy you just the same. Lu Chen's female trusted aides were all handpicked by Chu Yukan, each one exceptionally beautiful, generally scoring between 80 and 90 points. If Lu Chen needed, he could let them attend him at any time. But Lu Chen does not like to waste his energy. Lu Chen ignored Li Qinru's words and carried on with his own business. Very soon, Li Qinru was once again overpowered by Lu Chen. Since his arrival in Dayu capital city, Lu Chen and Li Qinru had hardly ever left the Jinluan Hall, to the extent that even Li Qinru's phoenix bed had been moved to the Jinluan Hall by Lu Chen. Under Lu Chen's dominance, even though Li Qinru was once a very strong-willed empress, she had now become incredibly weak. In this period, Lu Chen wasn't entirely neglecting state affairs, but even when he dealt with them, he did so while embracing Li Qinru, appearing now as if he were bewitched by a calamity-bringing bitch. Of course, the soldiers of Great Sum didn't see anything wrong with that after all. Li Qinru was a very powerful individual, and without Lu Chen keeping her in check, even a celestial might have had a hard time keeping an eye on her. After all, Li Qinru was now their Majesty's woman, so it was no problem for their Majesty to keep her in his embrace constantly. The soldiers of Great Sum not only didn't see it as a big problem, they actually took it as a matter of pride, since even the Empress of Great Ju had been conquered by their Majesty. After an absurd month in Dayu's Jinluan Hall, most matters of Dayu were almost dealt with, so Lu Chen left Black Dragon Country's troops to guard Dayu while he himself prepared to lead Great Sum's troops back to Yan County. Inside the Jinluan Hall, smoke curled, and fragrance filled the air. At this moment, Lu Chen was embracing the soft, delicate body of the beautiful Li Qinru, lying on the phoenix chair, with his hands roaming over her body, and occasionally blowing in her ear. At this time, the beautiful woman's face was emotionless, but a blush tinged her exquisite features, with sweat beads trickling down her white, smooth forehead. It was obvious what they had just done. Lu Chen then said, we will be setting off for Yan County tomorrow. You must be very much looking forward to seeing Junwan, aren't you? Li Qinru didn't respond to Lu Chen's words. Over the past few days, she couldn't be bothered with whatever he said. She now felt like she had become no more than a plaything for Lu Chen, solely for satisfying his lusts, despite being an emperor of a dynasty, and now she had fallen so low. What's more, she was still a celestial now. In front of a pseudo-celestial, she not only lacked any power to resist but was instead only subjected to his advances, which left her feeling quite resentful inside. Now, except for when Lu Chen touched her and she would make some noises, for the rest of the time, she remained silent. This guy might as well just kill her. She would never show him a good face, that's for sure. Even as a dethroned emperor, she still had the dignity of one. Seeing that Li Qinru didn't speak, Lu Chen did not get angry. He continued, Junwan will definitely be very happy to see you. Once we return to Yan County, I will give you your freedom. Upon hearing this, Li Qinru scoffed, you think I would believe your lies? She was a celestial, after all. If Lu Chen were to set her free, besides running away, she might well turn Yan County upside down. And Yan County was where Lu Chen's wives, concubines, and children lived, he couldn't possibly let her go without worries. This man had even taken to doing that something while handling state affairs, keeping her in his embraces. Li Qinru couldn't understand men like Lu Chen. She still couldn't figure out what made this lascivious man so appealing and how he had managed to gain so much support from other celestials. Was it really all just due to his background? She had never heard of anyone who, when not locking something, still left the key in the lock. Seeing that Li Qinru didn't believe his words, Lu Chen said with a smile, don't believe me. Junwan used to not believe my words either. Now she leaves the imperial palace every day to run around Yan County. Li Qingru said, aren't you afraid I'll kill your wife, concubines, and children? Lu Chen replied indifferently, I still have confidence in you. Li Qingru coldly asked, I'm quite curious, where does this confidence come from, thinking that a person whose body you've forcefully occupied won't hold a grudge against you? Lu Chen said with a smile, if it were someone else, they might hate me, but you are different. Li Qingru inquired, please do tell, I would like to hear what makes me different from the other women. Lu Chen answered, after performing the duties of husband and wife with me, you broke through and became a celestial. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Qingru asked, is that all? Lu Chen continued, in this world, to become a celestial, one must go through the trials of the heavenly Tao. And the trials of the heavenly Tao are closely related to one's personal experiences. You couldn't become a celestial before because you cultivated the unfeeling Tao, and the condition for your breakthrough was that the man you fancy defeated you in person and took possession of your body. Because of the unfeeling Tao, you always thought you didn't fancy anyone, but in reality, you've always had feelings for me. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Qingru's eyebrows knitted slightly, and she said coldly, how ridiculous. I became a celestial by my own strength, what does that have to do with you? Li Qingru was no fool. Of course, she knew that her breakthrough was largely related to Lu Chen, but as a proud woman, how could she possibly admit such a thing? The condition for her to become a celestial was to be defeated and conquered by a man stronger than her. How would others look at her if such a condition were known? Where would her dignity stand? A proud woman, secretly hoping for a strong man to defeat her and subject her to humiliation, that's just disgraceful. Anyway, Li Qingru couldn't accept such a version of herself, so she would never admit what Lu Chen said. Seeing Li Qingru stubbornly denying it, Lu Chen chuckled, whether or not that's the condition for you to become a celestial, you know very well in your heart. At that moment, Li Qingru said, if you dare to release me, you will bear the consequences for whatever happens next. I advise you better kill me, since you've had your fun anyway. With your abilities, the beautiful women of this world will all be at your disposal, and you won't be lacking one more without me. Hearing this, Lu Chen tightened his arms, pulling Li Qingru's soft body close, look at what you're saying. Are you speaking out of anger? I'm not the kind of man who walks away without taking responsibility after pulling up his pants. My Qingru is so beautiful and outstanding. How can those garish floozies out there compare to you? As he finished speaking, Lu Chen blew gently by Li Qingru's ear and then lifted his right hand, slowly tracing her pale neck with his fingertips, feeling her delicate and smooth skin. Do you think I'm the kind of woman who likes to hear sweet nothings? Li Qingru, as an empress who once held great power, was very rational at heart and had never been fond of men's sweet nothings. Thinking sweet words alone could win her over was utterly impossible. Lu Chen said, I'm a straightforward person and don't like sweet talk, what I say is the truth. Li Qingru let out a cold laugh and then fell silent again, not continuing the conversation. Just then, a maid at the door said, Your Majesty, the phoenix robe is ready. Hearing the voice of the maid outside, Lu Chen immediately said, Bring it in, for my beloved concubine to change clothes. Yes, Your Majesty. The next moment, Several maids entered Jinluan Hall and saw the scene above the phoenix chair, their faces immediately flushed with redness. Their little faces were blushing, and their hearts pounded. Lu Chen then stood up and lifted Li Qingru as well, positioning her beside the phoenix chair so the maids could change her clothes. Seeing that Lu Chen wanted her to wear the phoenix robe, Li Qingru immediately guessed what that scoundrel was up to again. After spending this period of time together, she had fully grasped this man's nature. Once she put on the phoenix robe, he would surely go mad, and she would inevitably be tormented to death by him. The phoenix robe she wore was not like the one the Empress wore but a specially made one for her, also a symbol of imperial power. When she wore the phoenix robe, her entire demeanor became dignified and authoritative, and it seemed that Lu Chen especially enjoyed having such a version of her under him, satisfying his desire for conquest. At that moment, Li Qingru coldly said, "What are you doing? We've just." Li Qingru didn't continue, she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She seriously doubted what kind of beast this guy was reincarnated from. How could he have such robust energy every day? It didn't resemble that of a cultivator at all. Now she even wondered if Lu Chen was some kind of demonic cultivator. However, thinking back, when Lu Chen was with her, she never felt any discomfort, which meant he was not a demonic cultivator. Since he was not a demonic cultivator, why did he engage in those activities every day? Ever since that guy captured her, she felt her stomach swell a little every day, as if she had a false pregnant belly. Li Qingru now simply wished for Lu Chen to return to Yan County soon. Once back in Yan County, with the multitude of consorts in Lu Chen's harem, this scoundrel would not target her alone anymore. But those were future concerns. For now, Li Qingru was thinking about how to prevent Lu Chen from tormenting her further. The maids were already changing her into the phoenix robe, who knows how vicious he would be later. With a slight smile, Lu Chen said, "Tomorrow, we will leave this place you are most familiar with. This is where you used to attend the court. Naturally, I want to leave you with the most beautiful memories." Li Qingru replied coldly, "I don't need those memories." What bloody beautiful memories, this guy merely wanted to ravish her. With a smile on his face, Lu Chen said, "That's not for you to decide." With that said, he glanced at the maids in the hall and then said, "Dress her in the phoenix robe." Just as Li Qingru was about to struggle, Lu Chen suddenly whispered in her ear, "Today, I can let you be the empress for once." Li Qingru was stunned for a moment. Empress. What did he mean? Wasn't her original identity that of the empress? Why would she need Lu Chen's permission to be the empress? Noticing that Li Qingru had not understood his meaning, Lu Chen continued, "I know you've been having a thought recently, wanting to turn the tables and be in charge. Today is our last day in the Jinluan Hall. I can give you this opportunity. If you don't seize it, when we return to Yan County, you won't have such a chance again." Once Lu Chen explained, Li Qingru realized what he meant. The thought of turning the tables, having this scoundrel underneath her, and showcasing her status and identity, Li Qingru was somewhat tempted. She had been humiliated by this scoundrel so many times, she had long wanted to turn the tables and take charge, but unfortunately, her spiritual power had been sealed by Lu Chen, and she did not possess strength comparable to his. She had no way to reverse the situation and was only relegated to being repressed by him. If what Lu Chen said was true, then she. With that thought, Li Qingru hesitated. Though she was turning the tables and calling the shots, fundamentally, it was still the same old story, but at least this was better than being passive. Passivity always made her feel like nothing more than a container. After a moment, Li Qingru finally spoke, "I hope you keep your promise." Then, with arms spread wide, Li Qingru allowed her maids to dress her in the phoenix robe. Soon, Li Qingru was clad in the phoenix robe, sewn with golden threads, splendid and majestic. Dressed in the phoenix robe, Li Qingru appeared dignified and noble. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Chen felt a surge of rage inside him. Without waiting for Li Qingru to say anything, Lu Chen pressed her down onto the phoenix chair. Seeing that he knocked her over again, Li Qingru immediately said, "Indeed, a hypocrite, the promise you just made has already been broken." Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Broken my promise? No, 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 I certainly have not. Since I said I would give you a chance to be empress, I certainly will give you the chance. But, before that, let me finish my own business first. As his words fell, Lu Chen grabbed Li Qinru's slender jade feet and lifted them up. A fierce glint flashed in Li Qinru's eyes, a look that seemed ready to stab Lu Chen. However, the hatred in Li Qinru's heart soon dissipated, and she became immersed in the pleasure crafted by Lu Chen. Of course, in the end, Lu Chen did keep his promise. After all, he was the ruler of a country and couldn't always go back on his word. After an indeterminable amount of time, Lu Chen, embracing Li Qinru's body, rolled over so that he was beneath her. At this sight, Li Qinru snapped back to reality, having thought this man had no intention of keeping his promise. But unexpectedly, he had. Now, Li Qinru sat atop Lu Chen, looking down with authority at the man who had taken everything from her. This feeling, it thoroughly delighted Li Qinru's heart. This man might be formidable, but in the end, she had overpowered him. But, Li Qinru quickly realized a problem. Although she felt incredibly satisfied, she wasn't actually happy. This was not surprising. Who was Lu Chen? With so many wives and concubines in his harem, he could be considered an expert. In the past, Li Qinru had focused solely on her spiritual practice, Lu Chen being the only man in her life, leaving her without much experience. Li Qinru was accustomed to delicacies, suddenly having to make do with wild vegetables and roots, she quickly found them hard to stomach. But then a thought struck her. She looked coldly at the smiling Lu Chen and, with a commanding tone, said, "I command you, use every means to please me." In his heart, Lu Chen chuckled. This person must regard him as a male concubine internally. Even if she considered him a male concubine in her heart, he wasn't upset. He had just said he would let Li Qinru be empress for once. Immediately after, Lu Chen responded, "As you command, Your Majesty." Then Lu Chen actively served Li Qinru, until dawn. In the early morning, with the sky still a dim gray light, Lu Chen led the Daxia army on the road back to Yan County. When Lu Chen led the Daxia army back to Yan County, the commoners of Yan County spontaneously came out again to welcome Lu Chen. However, this time Lu Chen was not on horseback, he sat in a carriage, embracing the beautiful Empress of Great Ju in his arms. Wu Junwan hurried to the imperial palace as soon as she heard that Lu Chen had brought Li Qingru back, now extremely worried about Li Qingru's mental state. She understood Lu Chen, and with that bastard's temperament, now Li Qingru must have already lost her chastity, and she might even be pregnant by now. Li Qingru walked the unfeeling Dao, and being oppressed by a man in such a way, she might well end her own life directly. When the carriage stopped at the gate of the imperial palace, its door opened, and Lu Chen's wives and concubines, who were about to come forward, saw him holding a cool and seductive woman inside the carriage. At that moment, the women immediately paid respects and said, "We welcome Your Majesty's triumphant return." Lu Chen smiled and said, all right, rise, we are old husbands and wives by now, and you are not unaware of what kind of person I am. I have never cared for these formalities." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the women immediately stood up. Then, Lu Chen went on to say, "Let me introduce to everyone, the lady in my arms is your new sister, the former Empress of Great Ju." Upon hearing Lu Chen's introduction, all eyes were drawn to Li Qingru, and as an empress, she naturally did not fear their gazes. At that moment, Li Qingru instead eyed Lu Chen's wives and concubines. Each one of them was stunningly beautiful, looking like celestial maidens. Quickly, Li Qingru's gaze fell on Wu Junwan, whose belly was now visibly bigger, and seeing this, Li Qingru still paused for a moment. Though she had long known Wu Junwan was pregnant, seeing Wu Junwan with an enlarged belly firsthand, Li Qingru still felt a little dazed. Her good sister had been impregnated by a man like this, and there was always an odd feeling inside Li Qingru, indescribable, but it certainly filled one with great emotion. They had always assumed that within 100 years, neither of them would have men, let alone children, yet here was Wu Junwan, in her 30s, with a growing belly, and her man was more than a decade younger than she was. Of course, Li Qingru was in no position to comment on Wu Junwan now, as she herself had become the woman of the man behind her. At this time, Wu Junwan walked straight up to Li Qingru, and the two beautiful women gazed into each other's eyes while Lu Chen also, considerately, let go of Li Qingru. Coming before Li Qingru, Wu Junwan took her hand and asked with concern, Qingru, are you hurt at all? Li Qingru replied, no. Li Qingru looked again at Wu Junwan's belly and with her delicate hand, gently touched it and said, Junwan, in the past you always said you would never marry in this lifetime, yet to think in just a few years, you're carrying someone else's child. Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan felt a mix of emotions, not to mention Li Qingru, even she never expected to end up having her body taken by a man more than a decade younger than herself, and to even bear children for him. But she had no regrets. Though she had lost the chance to become empress, what she now had was far more joyful to her than power. Sometimes she wondered if she had been worn down by reality, by Lu Chen, losing her edges. At this moment, Wu Junwan's gaze turned to Lu Chen, and then she said in thanks, thank you, your majesty, for sparing Qingru. Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed and said, let her go. No, 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 I never said I'd let her go. She still has to bear my children in the future. Wu Junwan gave Lu Chen a somewhat speechless look. The letting go she meant naturally referred to Lu Chen not killing Li Qingru. However, this guy thought she was asking him to let Li Qingru leave. Who didn't know that this guy, whenever he saw a beautiful woman, was sure to take her into his harem? How could Lu Chen possibly let go of a mature, poised, and noble beauty like Li Qingru? At this moment, Lu Chen glanced over his wives and concubines, then said, all right, everyone go back now, don't just stand around here. This was after all the entrance of the imperial palace. Lu Chen couldn't do anything he wanted here with so many onlookers. Once they got back to the harem, Lu Chen could mess around as he pleased. Speaking of which, Lu Chen looked at Wu Junwan and said, Junwan, from now on, Qingru will live with you all. Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan felt very happy inside. Her good sister could finally stay with her all the time. Wu Junwan thanked him again, saying, thank you, your majesty. Lu Chen didn't say anything else and immediately led his wives and concubines back to the imperial palace. There was a family banquet tonight, and whatever matters there were, they could talk about them slowly at the banquet. Under the leadership of Wu Junwan, Li Qingru arrived at Wu Junwan's palace residence. After entering the courtyard in front of the palace, Wu Junwan brought Li Qingru to sit inside a pavilion. Wu Junwan sighed and then asked, Qingru, has Lu Chen hurt you? Li Qingru asked, Junwan, what do you mean? Wu Junwan stopped short of speaking. She could clearly feel a significant change in Li Qingru's aura, and she had also become more womanly. All these signs indicated that Li Qingru was no longer pure, and it was highly likely that Lu Chen had already devoured her. At that moment, Li Qingru wrapped her arms around Wu Junwan's voluptuous body and teasingly whispered in her ear, Wanyan, no wonder you can't leave this man, asking me not to harm him. It turns out he has so many tricks up his sleeve. Being with him must be very enjoyable for you, right? Li Qingru was always serious in front of others, but with her close sisters, she was always very gentle. Even though her nation had been destroyed by that man, as long as she saw her dear sister, the gloom in her heart would be swept away. Hearing Li Qingru's bantering words, Wu Junwan's cheeks flushed slightly, then she said, Qingru, you have indeed been, by him. Mentioning Lu Chen, Li Qingru snorted and said, although this man is indeed quite special, he is extremely lustful. Since he captured me, he not only forcefully took my body but also kept me locked up in Jinluan Hall, tormenting me every day. Wanyan, you must have been treated like this by him before, right? Li Qingru's words reminded Wu Junwan of the events that had happened when she first arrived in Yan County. Lu Chen indeed valued beauty greatly, and once he obtained a certain woman, he would spend a lot of time with her for a long while. What's most important was his sensitivity to identities, he enjoyed role play. And since Li Qingru was already a dignified and noble empress, how could Lu Chen let her off easy when he had captured her? Thinking of the torment Li Qingru had suffered, Wu Junwan said with a heartache, Qingru, it's been hard on you. It's all my fault. Junwan felt some self-blame in her heart. If it hadn't been for her becoming Lu Chen's woman, lured by the joy he brought her, maybe she could have still offered some help to Li Qingru, and the great Zhou dynasty might not have fallen so quickly. Although she seemed neither to help Lu Chen nor Li Qingru, from another perspective, not taking sides was actually helping Lu Chen. Li Qingru herself belonged to the weaker side, and without anyone's help, the likelihood of defeat greatly increased. Seeing the self-reproach in Junwan's expression, Li Qingru couldn't help laughing out loud. Then she raised her hand, caressed Junwan's beautiful cheek, looked into her eyes, and said earnestly, "Junwan, don't blame yourself. Lu Chen is no ordinary man. It's not unjust that I lost to him. It's just a pity that I didn't kill myself immediately, which gave him the chance to capture me in the end." In Li Qingru's view, it was merely a matter of being outskilled, and not having committed suicide right away, which led to her becoming an object for Lu Chen's amusement. All this had nothing to do with Junwan. Even with Junwan's help, given Lu Chen's methods, Great Ju would probably still have been defeated in the end. Originally, everyone thought that the strongest in Great Sum were those few celestials. Unexpectedly, the strongest turned out to be Lu Chen, especially because of the spiritual artifact in his possession. With such an earth-shattering spiritual artifact, Great Ju never stood a chance from the beginning. All one can say is that it was all destiny. After a long time of being tormented by Lu Chen, Li Qingru had now come to understand. She took it as a heavenly tribulation. Surviving this hardship could perhaps lead to a new change in her life. Li Qingru asked, "Junwan, do you intend to stay in his harem all your life, continuing to live like this?" Facing this question, Junwan appeared somewhat bewildered. She sighed softly, then replied, "I can no longer leave him." Junwan knew that she had completely fallen for that scoundrel. If she left him, she would definitely be obsessed with him, unable to do anything else. Although she felt this guy was too unreliable at times, always laying on women, aside from being lecherous, he didn't seem to have any other major flaws. Regarding Junwan's response, Li Qingru wasn't the least bit surprised. The man indeed had some tricks. At first, she thought about committing suicide every day, but after being tormented by Lu Chen for so long, she had completely lost that idea. Now, she instead wanted to make Lu Chen her own man. It was normal for Junwan to be unable to leave Lu Chen. However, Li Qingru still felt somewhat unwilling. This scoundrel had so many women, yet she and Junwan were merely two among his harem. As a former empress, Li Qingru wasn't accustomed to sharing her with others, though sharing him with Junwan wasn't a problem. Aside from Junwan, having other women share the same husband made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Even if she could not withstand Lu Chen's favor, her possessiveness and pride made the idea of sharing a husband with others especially difficult to bear. At this moment, Junwan looked at Li Qingru and asked, "Qinru, you're not planning to escape from Yan County, are you?" Li Qinru smiled slightly and then said, "If we are to go, we'll go together, I can't possibly leave with you here. Since coming back from the Misty World, we've been living separately. Now we can finally be together, and I never want to be parted from you again." Upon hearing Li Qinru's words, Wu Junwan felt a warmth inside her. Li Qinru continued, "I just feel that sharing a husband with so many women is somewhat hard to bear at heart." Hearing this, Wu Junwan was startled and quickly raised her hand to cover Li Qinru's mouth, stopping her from saying more. Wu Junwan cautioned, "Qinru, you must never think this way. Women who tried to monopolize Lu Chen had all been severely punished by him in the end, which made Wu Junwan's legs tremble uncontrollably as she remembered her past experiences. Li Qinru looked at Wu Junwan with confusion. Wu Junwan continued, "You have been with him for so long, you should know he is special. He's not an ordinary man. If he had only one or two wives or concubines, those one or two women absolutely could not bear his favoritism. Moreover, once he knows you are thinking this way, it is very likely that he would visit your room every night for the next few months." This. Li Qinru seemed to understand something and then asked, "Is that scoundrel the reason your temperament has been worn down?" Wu Junwan was also a proud woman, and she and Li Qinru were cut from the same cloth. Ideally, she also wouldn't want to share a husband with so many women. When Li Qinru first received Wu Junwan's letter in Dayu, she was very curious. She couldn't understand why Wu Junwan eventually chose such a lascivious man. Now thinking about it, it was probably because Lu Chen kept barging into Wu Junwan's room every night, until finally, she couldn't stand it and compromised. Wu Junwan sighed softly and did not answer Li Qinru's question, though Li Qinru could tell from her reaction. Li Qinru then hugged Wu Junwan's waist tightly, angrily saying, "This bastard, how dare he treat my woman like this? Someday, I will make him pay." Although Li Qinru said this, she herself had fallen into Lu Chen's hands, so how could she make him pay? The two beautiful ladies embraced each other, chatting for who knows how long, until a beautifully dressed woman in black-edged white clothing appeared at the palace doorway. The sudden appearance of this figure immediately caught Li Qinru's attention. Seeing that the newcomer was Murong Xueye, Li Qinru's expression instantly darkened. Li Qinru immediately released Wu Junwan and then raised her hand. In the next moment, a powerful suction force pulled Murong Xueye's body directly in front of Li Qinru. Li Qinru grabbed her by the neck and coldly said, "Your Majesty said, how dare you betray me? It seems you've already found a backer." Even though Murong Xueye now had Lu Chen as a backer, she was still extremely fearful in her heart. Murong Xueye struggled to say, "Greetings, Your Majesty, the Empress." Seeing Li Qinru choking Murong Xueye, Wu Junwan quickly said, "Qinru, Murong Xueye is now Lu Chen's woman. You can't treat her as a servant anymore. If Lu Chen finds out you treated her this way, he will definitely punish you." Although Murong Xueye often bickered with Wu Junwan, it was precisely because of Murong Xueye's presence that Wu Junwan didn't feel as lonely when she came to Yan County. Furthermore, Murong Xueye and she lived in the same palace. She drew a lot of Lu Chen's attention away from Wu Junwan, and through this, they had become good friends. After hearing Wu Junwan's words, Li Qinru finally released Murong Xueye's neck. Li Qinru released Murong Xueye, who rubbed her neck and coughed a few times before feeling a bit better. She then said with gratitude, "Thank you, Empress." Perhaps because she had grown up by Li Qinru's side since she was young, Murong Xueye always felt immense pressure in Li Qinru's presence. Even though she was well aware that the current Li Qinru was nothing but Lu Chen's plaything, deep down she still felt fear towards Li Qinru. Hearing Murong Xueye's thanks, Li Qinru sneered and then said, "Had Junwan not spoken for you, I would certainly have strangled you, you traitor." Wu Junwan intervened, "Qingru, it's actually not entirely her fault. You yourself have been with Lu Chen. You should understand how terrifying he is." Upon hearing this, the image of Lu Chen toying with her flashed through Li Qinru's mind. Indeed, as Wu Junwan said, once one had contact with that man, it was very difficult to leave him. However, Li Qinru couldn't comprehend why her curse pattern had been utterly ineffective. The curse pattern she had drawn on Murong Xueye's lower abdomen was not just meant to deal with the pseudo-celestial. It should have been effective against a celestial, or even someone from the Genesis realm, but it conspicuously failed against that scoundrel. Li Qinru then coldly glanced at Murong Xueye, sensing clearly that she had taken on the charm of a mature woman, her whole persona had grown considerably more dignified. Judging by the looks of it, Murong Xueye must have been played with by that man countless times. At that moment, Wu Junwan continued, "Qingru, although Murong Xueye has betrayed you, she has helped me a lot during her time in Yan County." Li Qinru snorted coldly and said, "She did what she was supposed to do." Just then, the voice of a man suddenly came from the entrance of the courtyard. "Qinru, you've just arrived at the imperial palace, why are you so angry? Who has upset you?" Upon hearing this voice, the three women were startled, and then looked in that direction in unison, just in time to see Lu Chen, dressed in a black gold dragon robe, walking in gradually. Lu Chen walked straight into the pavilion, glanced at Wu Junwan and Li Qinru, who were embracing each other. Seeing the two beautiful women clinging to each other, there was always an indistinct impulse within him. Such a sight was exceedingly pleasing to his eyes. Lu Chen's gaze then fell upon Li Qinru. Observing her fierce eyes, he said with a smile, "Qinru, after seeing Junwan, do you still have thoughts of taking your own life?" Hearing this question, Li Qinru sneered and then said, "Now that you have brought me to your harem, you better not regret anything that happens here later." Even if Li Qinru might not do anything, she had to gain the upper hand verbally. She wanted to instill fear in this man. Lu Chen spoke indifferently, "I have said that as long as you come to Yan County with me, I will give you your freedom, and I certainly mean what I say. I still trust you a lot. Moreover, with Junwan here, I don't believe you'll cause chaos in the Imperial Palace. Even if you want to, Junwan will stop you. Hearing what Lu Chen said, Li Qinru understood that he was using Wu Junwan as a hostage to threaten her. If she did not obey, he would cause trouble for Wu Junwan later on. Lu Chen then continued, by the way, there's a family banquet tonight. Make sure you attend. You can continue your chat, I won't disturb you. As his voice faded, Lu Chen turned and left the courtyard. Watching his retreating figure, Li Qinru's brow furrowed. Did this scoundrel come here specifically to remind her that Wu Junwan was his hostage? After Lu Chen left the courtyard, Wu Junwan sighed softly. She saw in Li Qinru the reflection of her past self. When she first came to Yan County, she was just like Li Qinru, full of pride and self-respect, unwilling to bow down to Lu Chen, but in the end, at last, her belly had been swollen by Lu Chen, and occasionally she would even take the initiative to serve him. Thinking about this, Wu Junwan sighed and then began to provide psychological counseling to Li Qingru, trying to alleviate Li Qingru's strong resistance towards Lu Chen. What had happened, they could no longer live without that little rascal. If Li Qingru was too resistant towards Lu Chen in her heart, it would only be torturing herself. A family banquet in the evening. All of Lu Chen's wives, concubines, and children were present, including Li Qingru. Although Li Qingru was extremely reluctant, she still went to the Wind Cloud Palace with Wu Junwan. Looking at his wives, concubines, and children in the Grand Hall, Lu Chen was filled with emotion. After more than 2 decades in this world, he finally had his own big family. The dinner ended amidst laughter and cheerful voices. Afterwards, Lu Chen went to Mu Zixuan's room, pulling along Xiaozhou and Dazhou, and effectively eased the lovesickness of the 3 women. Several days later, the Xuanyuan family, Xuanyuan Chen and Xuanyuan Yunqi were sitting on the stone benches in the courtyard, discussing something. Xuanyuan Yunqi spoke, brother, can you get His Majesty to give me a chance? I want to follow you to march south and eradicate Great Qian. Great Qian is the last dynasty, and if I don't participate in this battle, I might never get another chance. Ever since Lu Chen had put Xuanyuan Yunqi in command of the Imperial Guards of Yan County, he hardly let her participate in any major battles. Even if Xuanyuan Yunqi went to the battlefield, it was always in the rear. Xuanyuan Yunqi's dream of becoming a general had come true, she was now nominally a general. However, her role was largely superficial since she had no real military exploits to her name. She felt that her current self was just a vase. And she didn't want to be a vase. But she dared not directly say anything to Lu Chen. Even though Lu Chen seemed gentle, he was after all the son of destiny, and Xuanyuan Yunqi's deep-seated fear of him was innate. Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan Chen sighed and then said, Yunqi, don't you understand His Majesty's thoughts about you? Although His Majesty has agreed to let you command troops, His Majesty has designs on you and is also afraid of you getting hurt. There is a high likelihood that His Majesty won't actually let you go to the front lines. Seeing her brother speak like this, Xuanyuan Yunqi felt an immense sense of disappointment. At this time, seeing his sister's disappointed expression, Xuanyuan Chen continued, actually, you can take the initiative to approach His Majesty. Maybe His Majesty will agree. His Majesty is the son of destiny, an enlightened ruler. Even if you become his woman, he wouldn't confine you to the imperial palace. Look at those imperial noble consorts in the palace, almost every one of them wields various powers, and they often leave the palace. If you, my sister, can become His Majesty's woman and serve him well, perhaps His Majesty will agree to let you lead troops into battle. Xuanyuan Yunqi looked at Xuanyuan Chen with doubt. She felt like her brother was planning to send her to the emperor's side. Although she had long been prepared to bear children for the Sum Emperor, the thought of her unfulfilled dreams made her somewhat resistant to the matters between men and women. What if she hadn't realized her dreams yet and got pregnant? How would she then lead troops and ride across the battlefield? Seeing Xuanyuan Yunqi looking at him with doubtful eyes, Xuanyuan Chen continued to persuade her, Sister, you've also been serving as the Imperial Guard commander for so long, and you've spent most of your time in Yan County. You couldn't possibly be unaware of what those imperial noble consorts are like in the imperial palace. His Majesty dotes on his women particularly. If you can serve His Majesty well, I believe he will certainly agree to let you lead troops. Of course, even if His Majesty allows you to lead troops, he cannot let you be a main commander like me. Although Xuanyuan Yunqi had a talent for warfare, she had never been a main commander, and she clearly lacked the ability to command a large army corps in battle. After hearing what Xuanyuan Chen said, Xuanyuan Yunqi became displeased. If her brother could become a main commander, why couldn't she? She could learn to be a main commander as well. If His Majesty gave her the chance, she believed her abilities would be no weaker than her brother's. It was just that she had always been in the rear, without such an opportunity. Even though she knew what her brother was getting at, Xuanyuan Yunqi, in order to take part in the war against Great Qian, still determined to seek out the emperor proactively. What if the emperor really agreed? With this thought, Xuanyuan Yunqi said, I understand, I will go to see His Majesty in a couple of days. Nighttime. Inside Wu Junwan's palace, smoke curled in the air. Two beautiful women sat cross-legged, engaged in an intimate conversation. Li Qingru's bright red phoenix robe hung loosely, revealing her fair collarbones and shoulders, while her jade arm encircled Wu Junwan's tender body. Since Li Qingru had come to Yan County, the two of them had lived together every day. Lu Chen had been busy feeding his wives and concubines these past few days, so he had not come to Wu Junwan's place for the time being, but he still rather enjoyed seeing the two beautiful women being close. Li Qingru now raised her hand, lifting Wu Junwan's chin, gazing into her phoenix eyes as she said, Junwan, once the restrictions of the misty world are lifted, shall we return to our sect? Li Qingru still did not want to stay in Lu Chen's harem, she planned to elope with Wu Junwan too. Upon hearing Li Qingru's words, Wu Junwan said, Qingru, I know you still have reservations about Lu Chen. If you really don't want to stay here, you can talk to Lu Chen, perhaps he will agree to let you leave. The palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace is also Lu Chen's woman, and look, he still let her return to the mysterious Moon Palace. As long as you do nothing to harm the interests of Great Sum, he will not imprison you indefinitely. Li Qingru sighed slightly, Junwan, do you really want to bear his children that much? You see, he's been back for so long and hasn't come here once. If he were your male pet, I might not say anything, but you must understand, you are not his only woman, and the number of his women will only continue to grow. In the future, we staying in his harem will only be guarding an empty boudoir. Hearing this, Wu Junwan smiled slightly, then took Li Qingru's hand and said, Qingru, if you stay in Yan County a bit longer you will understand. Lu Chen has always been even-handed and doesn't particularly dote on anyone. The reason he hasn't come these few days is because it just hasn't been our turn yet. Lu Chen had many women, even if he spent several nights with a few, it would still take several days to go around. I reckon he will come to my place in a day or two. Seeing that Wu Junwan still harbored feelings for Lu Chen, Li Qingru's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed that making Wu Junwan give up on Lu Chen completely was not an easy task, and considering the man in question had numerous tricks up his sleeve, once a woman got involved with him, it was very difficult for her to leave. What should I do? Could it be that I really have to spend my whole life in this damned harem? Just then, a man's voice came from outside. Qingru, you've been here for several days now, yet you're not behaving. Still thinking of running away, and even planning to take Junwan with you. As the voice faded, the door to Wu Junwan's room opened, and Lu Chen entered from outside. Both women turned their heads to look at Lu Chen at the same time. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Li Qingru didn't show any fear and said calmly, Aren't you unafraid of me causing trouble in your harem? Lu Chen smiled slightly, Of course I'm not afraid, and I also believe that Junwan would not be led away by you. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, he used shadow shifting to move behind the two women and sat down, then directly wrapped his arm around Wu Junwan's slim waist. The sudden closeness of Lu Chen made Li Qingru extremely uncomfortable. She was having a world for two with Wu Junwan, and now this bastard wanted to interfere. After Lu Chen wrapped his arm around Wu Junwan's slim waist, he gently caressed her belly and said while doing so, Junwan is already carrying my child. How could she possibly leave with you? If she leaves, the child will either have no father or no mother. I don't believe Junwan can be so heartless. You think everyone practices the unfeeling Tao as you do, abandoning kinship as soon as it's convenient. This. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Qingru was taken aback. She always thought of taking Wu Junwan away with her, yet overlooked that Wu Junwan was very different from her. She followed the unfeeling Tao and could give up many things, but Wu Junwan could not, especially when it came to ties of blood and kinship. At this moment, Wu Junwan spoke, Your Majesty, Qingru just hasn't gotten used to this place yet, that's why she's thinking of leaving. Once she becomes accustomed to it, she won't think about leaving anymore. Lu Chen, smiling, said, She wants to leave not because of unfamiliarity, but because she lacks my nourishment. With these words, Lu Chen directly embraced Li Qingru by the waist, and she froze for a moment before saying coldly, What are you trying to do to me? Lu Chen replied with a smile, Now that you are my imperial noble consort, what do you think I will do? Li Qingru felt a tightness in her heart. Although she had been with this bastard for over a month and had been humiliated by him daily, that was without Wu Junwan around. Now that her dear friend was right in front of her, Li Qingru did not want Wu Junwan to see her disgraceful side. Li Qingru then threatened, If you dare to touch me, I will make sure we both go down together today. Upon saying this, Li Qingru started to struggle, but she immediately realized that her spiritual power had been sealed. Just as she had thought, as soon as she came into contact with Lu Chen's body, he could directly block the spiritual power inside her, rendering her as helpless as an ordinary person. Then, this man could do whatever he wanted to her without inhibition. Lu Chen, at this moment, completely ignored Li Qingru's threats. He simply pulled her up from the ground and then picked her up in a princess carry. Before Li Qingru could even attempt to escape, Lu Chen, using shadow shifting, appeared beside Wu Junwan's bed holding Li Qingru. He then threw Li Qingru onto Wu Junwan's soft couch. You want to take Junwan away with you, so today, right in front of Junwan, I will have a good talk with you. Li Qingru ultimately paid a heavy price for her behavior. At this moment, Li Qingru's heart was filled with humiliation. She didn't want Wu Junwan to see, but Wu Junwan was right there in the room, and not far away at all. She could see and hear everything clearly. In order not to let her dear sister think she was promiscuous, Li Qingru did everything she could to suppress her emotions. However, sadly, all of Li Qingru's restraint dissipated, ultimately turning into whimpers and pleas for mercy. Seeing Li Qingru being tormented by Lu Chen in all kinds of ways from every direction, Wu Junwan, sitting in the middle of the hall, could only sigh softly. She too had noticed that Lu Chen was particularly keen on such matters, especially tormenting Li Qingru in front of her, which seemed to fulfill him psychologically. Much like Wu Junwan had imagined, for Lu Chen, tormenting in front of Wu Junwan brought him a special kind of pleasure. Moreover, in front of Wu Junwan, as Li Qingru grew especially anxious fearing that Wu Junwan was watching, her muscles would contract and become incredibly tense in anxiety. At that moment, Li Qingru seemed to regain some clarity. She slightly turned her head, wanting to see what Wu Junwan was doing. As a result, she found Wu Junwan's eyes fixed on her, their gazes meeting, and Li Qingru instantly became even more nervous. She snorted coldly, weakly cursing, Scoundrel. Nevertheless, no matter how she cursed, Lu Chen simply did as he pleased, completely ignoring Li Qingru. Thus, Li Qingru spent a night overwhelmed with humiliation and tension. The next morning, when Li Qingru awoke, she found herself still tightly embraced, unable to move at all. She turned her head and saw, to her surprise, that Wu Junwan was lying right beside her. Li Qingru struggled to recall the events of the previous night, quickly remembering some details. It had started with her being tormented alone by Lu Chen. Later, to humiliate her, Lu Chen invited Wu Junwan to watch, and then he fell asleep embracing both of them. Thinking of how she behaved in front of her close sister, Li Qingru felt immensely ashamed. This damn scoundrel, treating her like this. She was once the Empress of Great Zhou, after all. She would make this man pay someday. Just as Li Qingru was thinking about how she could get back at Lu Chen woke up, and she instantly sensed something was off. Lu Chen lay behind Li Qingru, leaning close to whisper in her ear, Chinru, I didn't expect you to be so bold in front of your dear sister. Hearing this, rage surged in Li Chinru's heart, and she coldly said, the humiliation you gave me today, I will someday repay it all. Lu Chen, smiling, replied, good, I'll be waiting. Just then, Li Chinru turned her head toward Wu Junwan, only to find that Wu Junwan had also awakened and was looking at her. Li Chinru hurriedly said, Junwan, last night Li Chinru wanted to explain something, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back, uncertain of what to say. Now, whatever she said might seem like justifications to Wu Junwan, given how she had acted. Continuously calling him, darling, and claiming there were no feelings involved would be a sheer lie. Wu Junwan understood what Li Chinru wanted to say. She lifted her hand, gently touching Li Chinru's cheek and said, Chinru, I know what you want to say, and I don't mind. They had once been sisters who shared life and death, and they would continue to be such sisters in the future, not minding sharing the same man. Moreover, she had long known that Lu Chen couldn't be monopolized by her alone. At that moment, Li Qingru coldly said to Lu Chen, who was lying on her back, what more do you want to do? Get up now. Lu Chen responded indifferently, I just like holding your body like this. If you want me to get up, you'll have to call me, darling. Li Qingru said coldly, don't even think about it. I will definitely not. Hiss. Before Li Qingru could finish her sentence, Lu Chen started to play tricks, and Li Qingru instantly gasped in a breath of cold air. This horrible man. He is utterly lawless. Seeing Li Qingru's face as cold as frost, Wu Junwan sighed softly. At that time, Lu Chen whispered in Li Qingru's ear, Qingru, do you know what Junwan's condition for breaking through to Celestial is? Upon hearing this question, Li Qingru paused for a moment, but she quickly realized that Wu Junwan's condition for breaking through to Celestial involved Lu Chen. Wu Junwan had once mentioned it to her, and she herself had broken through to Celestial because of Lu Chen, which already set a precedent. While Li Qingru was thinking this, Lu Chen continued, her condition for breaking through to Celestial is to bear me several children, and yet you actually thought about eloping with her. If you take her away, and she's unable to break through to Celestial later, do you really want to watch her die before you when her time comes? This. Li Qingru turned her head to look at Wu Junwan beside her, staring into her eyes, Junwan, is your condition for breaking through to Celestial really? Li Qingru didn't continue her question, but Wu Junwan blinked her beautiful eyes slightly and nodded subtly. Seeing Wu Junwan admit it, Li Qingru was momentarily stunned. Alright, indeed, she had neglected to consider this. However, the thought that both she and Wu Junwan had to rely on this man to become celestial made Li Qingru feel extremely humiliated. Both of them had once been such independent women, they had been through so much life and death together, never depending on that man. They had always hand in hand overcome the challenges they faced. Now, not only had they become the playthings of that despicable Lu Chen, but they even had to bear his children, which Li Qingru found deeply intolerable. At that moment, Li Qingru fell into silence, not speaking for a long time. After an unknown period, Li Qingru finally spoke, Junwan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have urged you to leave this man. Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed mockingly, what he meant by, this man. Wu Junwan looked at Li Qingru's jade-like face and said, Qingru, you don't need to apologize. I know you mean well. Seeing the affectionate looks they exchanged, Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. He was still lying on Li Qingru's back, and yet these two acted as if they were the only two in the world. But then again, this was quite interesting. After a while, Li Qingru said to Lu Chen on her back, I may very well stay quietly in your harem, but I absolutely will not bear your children. And don't even dream of making me pregnant with your child. Hearing Li Qingru's icy words, Lu Chen burst out laughing. Whether or not she would bear children wasn't up to her, that would depend on his capability. Lu Chen then said, I could agree to that, but what if you do become pregnant? Li Qingru said coldly, there are no what ifs. I am already a celestial, and there is absolutely no possibility of me getting pregnant with your child. Li Qingru thought she could completely manipulate her own spiritual power to prevent certain things. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Hearing Li Qingru's words, Lu Chen simply thought she was very naive. Lu Chen, of course, understood what Li Qingru was thinking. She was probably just like Wang Qingqi and the others used to think, believing that by using spiritual power to force out the impurities within the body, one would then consider everything to be all right. They certainly could use their power to expel the impurities inside them, but they must wait until after matters were concluded. While Lu Chen was handling affairs, they would not be able to harness such power. Perhaps they would not even have the chance to exercise their power before they were already struck. At that moment, Lu Chen said, "All right, I agree, but if you do conceive, you must give birth to the child." Li Qingru did not respond to Lu Chen's words. She did not feel that she would conceive Lu Chen's child. As Lu Chen slowly stood up, the pressure on Li Qingru's body instantly disappeared, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness. After Lu Chen stood up, he walked towards the bathhouse while saying, "You two rest well, I'll come to see you again in a few days." The affairs of Great Zhu were nearly settled. Now, the focus of the Great Sum would shift towards the destruction of Great Qian. Today, there was a great court assembly specifically targeting the discussions about Great Qian. Next, they would devise a plan of attack to take down Great Qian. After Lu Chen went to the bathhouse, watching his retreating figure, Li Qingru's mood grew complicated. Ultimately, she had compromised. Initially, her thought was to commit suicide upon defeat, but failing to succeed in her suicide, she had her innocence taken by that scoundrel, and then was tormented by the man in various ways. Later, thinking that she had already lost her chastity, she might as well come to Yan County with that scoundrel, hoping Lu Chen would find a way to take her good sisters away from Yan County. Now that plan too had failed, and in the end, she had given in. She, once an empress, was she really going to live in the depths of this palace for life and become a plaything for that scoundrel's release? Seeing Li Qingru's somber expression, Wu Junwan moved closer and then embraced Li Qingru's soft body. Wu Junwan said nothing, just holding her in her arms. Their voluptuous, tender bodies pressed together, giving each other a sense of great warmth. Soon, Li Qingru felt her heart filled with strength. She decided to continue living in Yan County for the time being. If one day Wu Junwan made a breakthrough and became a celestial, and that man lost interest in the two of them, she would then find a way to leave. That man had so many women, and he was still expanding his harem. Sooner or later, he would lose interest in her and Wu Junwan. Thinking this, Li Qingru felt much better inside. As long as Wu Junwan became a celestial, a few decades, 100 years, were nothing to them. Waiting 100 years was certainly bearable. She did not believe that after 100 years, Lu Chen would still be interested in their bodies. Clearly, Li Qingru had underestimated Lu Chen once again. After Lu Chen finished bathing, he went straight to the Hall of Political Affairs. Today's Great Court Assembly had all the civil and military officials present, who were obviously there to discuss important military affairs. Now that Great Wu and Great Zhu had fallen, and the Black Dragon country far to the northwest had also aligned with Great Sum, that left only Great Qian. The so-called important military affairs were bound to refer to the matter of destroying Great Qian. When Lu Chen entered the hall, all the ministers' gazes fixed upon him. Each time a dynasty was conquered, it was time for some ministers to climb the ranks. For them, conquering Great Qian was another opportunity. After Lu Chen sat down on the dragon throne, the ministers immediately rose from the ground in unison, then bowed towards Lu Chen. "Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years." Lu Chen spoke calmly. "My ministers, you may dispense with the formalities. Take your seats." As his words fell, the assembly of ministers sat down again. Then Lu Chen continued, "Today's court assembly shall be presided over by us, and the main topic of discussion is none other than the eradication of Great Qian." Upon hearing the topic that Lu Chen had announced, the ministers inside the hall were thrilled beyond expectation, for indeed the main discussion of today's Great Court Assembly was the eradication of Great Qian. Lu Chen glanced at the ministers in the hall, then began to speak. "Great Qian is different from Great Wu and Great Zhu. To eradicate Great Qian, there is currently one major difficulty. A difficulty." The ministers instantly understood what Lu Chen was referring to, the current epidemic ravaging Great Qian. If the soldiers of Daxia were to rashly enter Great Qian, they would very likely contract the epidemic themselves. By then, not to mention eradicating Great Qian, the Daxia army might instead suffer great losses in Great Qian. Lu Chen continued, if the issue of the epidemic cannot be resolved, Daxia will not be able to deploy troops. Does any among you have a solution to the matter of the epidemic? As Lu Chen finished speaking, the ministers in the hall immediately burst into animated discussion. Seeing the worried and frustrated expressions on the faces of the ministers as they discussed, Lu Chen knew that expecting a good solution from them was nearly a waste of time. He himself, with modern knowledge, had no clear way to deal with Great Qian's epidemic, let alone these people from ancient times. Lu Chen's call for discussion was nothing more than a formality. Ever since Lu Chen had become emperor, he had to put up a front at court, pretending to discuss issues and seek advice from his ministers. In truth, any decisions Lu Chen held in his heart had already been made before attending court, and the court session was merely a means of informing the ministers. Yet even so, Lu Chen still let the ministers discuss the matter, simply to follow protocol. The ministers in the hall deliberated for a long time but failed to come up with any satisfactory solutions. After what seemed like an eternity, Zhuge Zongguang rose to his feet and said, Your Majesty, the epidemic in Great Qian is highly likely to be spread in secret. As long as someone is deliberately spreading the epidemic, it will not be contained in Great Qian anytime soon. This humble subject suggests first sending disciples from Sunset Sword Sect and Tai Chu Divine Hall into Great Qian to investigate, ascertain the source of the epidemic and who exactly is responsible for spreading it, then we can make a decision. Upon hearing these words, a minister quickly stood up and spoke, Your Majesty, I fear that may be improper. Although the Sunset Sword Sect and Tai Chu Divine Hall have already pledged allegiance to Your Majesty, they are, after all, sect powers. Allowing sect powers to excessively meddle in national affairs could potentially leave drawbacks in the future. Zhuge Zongguang wouldn't propose involving the Sunset Sword Sect and Tai Chu Divine Hall at this juncture without reason. In recent times, with the successive fall of Great Wu and Great Zhu, some conflicts had arisen between the sect powers and certain forces within the imperial court. Entrusting the investigation of the Great Qian epidemic to the Sunset Sword Sect and Tai Chu Divine Hall, wouldn't the credit then fall on these two sect powers? What about the others within the Daxia dynasty, especially the military men? During the eradication of Great Zhu, the Daxia army hadn't played a significant role, which already dealt a heavy blow to Daxia's morale. Now, with Lu Chen continuing to favor sect powers, the troops of Daxia might feel even more sidelined. After listening to the opposing minister's words, Lu Chen glanced at the others in the hall before stating, Since the Sunset Sword Sect and Tai Chu Divine Hall have pledged themselves to us, they are our people. If there are those who feel the presence of these two major sect powers may disrupt Daxia's unity, then effective immediately, Tai Chu Divine Hall and Sunset Sword Sect are to be dissolved. Daxia shall establish Taichu Academy and Luoyang Academy, and from henceforth, anyone may apply to study at these two institutions. Seeing Lu Chen casually decreeing the dissolution of the two great sects, the ministers were somewhat astonished. They knew that Lu Chen wielded the greatest authority of any emperor before him, but they had not anticipated that he would so readily dissolve sects with celestial grade power. At that moment, Zhuge Zongguang spoke again, Your Majesty, the Sunset Sword Sect and Tai Chu Divine Hall are the two strongest sect powers of the Daxia dynasty. If they are to be dissolved, it's likely that the other sects may fight viciously to take the title of the number one sect, thus disturbing the peace of Daxia. If Your Majesty has already decided to dissolve the Tai Chu Divine Hall and Sunset Sword Sect, this humble subject proposes that all sect powers within Daxia's territory be disbanded. From now on, no sect powers shall be allowed to exist within Daxia's borders. Hearing Zhuge Zongguang's last words, the ministers in the Hall of Political Affairs finally understood why Lu Chen decided to dissolve the Sunset Sword Sect and Tai Chu Divine Hall. Everyone knew that great scholar Zhuge was 100% on the emperor's side, and since Zhuge Zongguang proposed dissolving all sect powers within the territories of Great Sum, it indicated that this was the true intent of the emperor. But why would the emperor want to do this? At that moment, Lu Chen spoke, dissolve all the sect powers in the world. I'm afraid that might not be good, right? Great scholar, could you tell me, if we really do this, what benefits will it bring? Zhuge Zongguang answered, Your Majesty, although Great Wu and Great Zhu are already vanquished, there are still some remnants of both nations taking refuge within some of the sect powers, harboring delusions of restoring their countries. They exist in the form of sects, secretly recruiting troops and dodging Great Sum's scrutiny. If we dissolve all the sect powers in Great Sum and prohibit their existence, they will lose their primary hiding places. This will be more conducive to the stability of the world. Lu Chen said, I see, the benefit is indeed not small, but to dissolve the sect powers of the world, the resistance will certainly not be minor. Zhuge Zongguang continued, Your Majesty, as long as you dissolve the Tai Chu Divine Hall and the Sunset Sword sect, these two major powers, and then impose a blockade on those sect powers under the pretext of searching for remnants of the two countries, I believe that doing so will cause most of the sect powers to dissolve themselves. Every major power's leaders are old foxes, and as long as what Zhuge Zongguang has suggested is done to this extent, people will know that the emperor is determined to eliminate the sect powers. If they insist on continuing to exist, what follows will inevitably be their physical destruction. The Daxia dynasty is currently at the height of its influence, and Lu Chen, the Sum emperor, holds power that can be said to have reached a historical peak. No force would dare to oppose Lu Chen at this time. Listening to Zhuge Zongguang's words, the ministers suddenly felt sweat on their foreheads, as they had thought that today's discussion would be about the campaign against the Great Qian dynasty. The result, however, turned out that the great scholar and the emperor's direction of conversation shifted swiftly to the elimination of sect powers within Great Sum's territory. The reason why the emperor wanted to eliminate the sect powers was also mentioned by Zhuge Zongguang before. The apparent goal is to deprive those remnants wishing to restore their countries of their sanctuaries. Of course, the most important reason is probably that the existence of the sect powers severely affects the stability of a dynasty. The current sect powers are like small nations, having everything from weapons to population. Lu Chen, an emperor of a unified state, will never allow such forces to exist on the land of Great Sum. Of course, Lu Chen is actually preparing for the future enemies of the Misty World. Only by integrating the resources of this world will there be a greater chance of victory against the enemies of the Misty World in the future. Indeed, today's Great Court Assembly was meant to discuss the annihilation of Great Qian, with the elimination of Great Sum's internal sect powers being a side issue. After Zhuge Zongguang finished speaking, Lu Chen put on a thoughtful look and was silent for a long while. At that moment, the Great Hall was incredibly quiet, everyone waiting for Lu Chen's response. After pondering for a while, Lu Chen opened his mouth and said, In that case, let's do as Great Scholar Zhuge has suggested. Great Scholar Zhuge, I'll leave this matter in your hands. Someone always had to be the bad guy, and the emperor could not afford to offend people at will. Since Zhuge Zongguang was the one who proposed it, he would be the one to take the blame. There are a great many sect powers within the territory of Great Sum, and whoever proposes to eradicate these sect forces will become their enemy. Lu Chen, as the emperor, for the sake of peace throughout the land, generally does not deal with such offensive matters in person. Now, as emperor, Lu Chen has grown increasingly adept at his role. Sometimes, he even doubts whether one day he might become like the other emperors, cold and merciless, only knowing how to manipulate power. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhuge Zongguang immediately knelt down and said, Your servant obeys the decree. After discussing the matter of eradicating the sect forces, Lu Chen glanced at the ministers in the Great Hall and then said, Let us put this matter aside for now and proceed to discuss the conquest of Great Qian. Upon hearing this, the ministers felt a jolt in their hearts. They had originally thought that the emperor intended to use the conquest of Great Qian as a pretext to take action against the sect forces across the land. However, after finishing the matter of dissolving the sects across the land, the emperor's tone shifted back. Was the eradication of sects across the land, in the emperor's eyes, merely a trivial matter? In the eyes of the ministers, the difficulty of eradicating the sects across the land was no less than that of destroying a dynasty. Within the several great dynasties, there were many sect forces. Although Mysterious Moon Palace was nominally the strongest among the sects, no one could be certain that there were not hidden forces within these great dynasties possessing strength surpassing that of Mysterious Moon Palace. However, since the Sum Emperor had already decided, there was nothing the ministers could do now. Lu Chen's power was immense. Once he had made a decision, no minister dared to persist in opposition. The Great Court Assembly then continued to discuss the campaign against Great Qian. After the deliberation of the Great Court Assembly, Lu Chen decided to first dispatch 400,000 troops to march south and station them at the border between Great Qian and Great Sum, but not to launch an attack for the time being. Instead, he would send some strong individuals into the Great Qian dynasty to clarify the situation with the epidemic. Then, they would commence the campaign against Great Qian. Naturally, there was another benefit to sending troops to press the border. The common folk of Great Qian, already panicked by the epidemic, would undoubtedly become even more terrified and anxious if they knew that Great Sum had dispatched hundreds of thousands of troops to their border. Under the pressure of the epidemic and the Great Sum army, some of Great Qian's people would surely choose to surrender to Great Sum. In this way, Great Sum would not need to expend much effort to take down Great Qian. After the Great Court Assembly ended, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Chen went directly to the Imperial Study Room to deal with some official documents regarding troop movements. At that moment, Bai Qingqing's voice rang from outside. "Your Majesty, General Yunqi requests an audience." Hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily startled. Then he said, "Come in." Lu Chen had more or less guessed the reason for Xuanyuan Yunqi's visit today. Clearly, she wanted to take part in the battle against Great Qian. As Lu Chen spoke, Xuanyuan Yunqi, clad in black gold armor, entered the study room. Xuanyuan Yunqi wore her hair in a single ponytail, with her fringe parted to both sides, revealing her smooth and white forehead. Her eyebrows exuded a valiant air, and her entire presence was vibrant and dashing. The black gold armor of Xuanyuan Yunqi fit tightly against her body, perfectly highlighting her shapely figure. It had to be said, this attire truly suited Xuanyuan Yunqi best. Lu Chen had long wanted to take Xuanyuan Yunqi into his harem, but had not allowed her to stay there. Instead, he had her lead the Imperial Guards. That was because Lu Chen felt that Xuanyuan Yunqi was at her most beautiful when donning a warrior's armor. After evaluating Xuanyuan Yunqi with a glance, Lu Chen's mouth curved slightly upwards, and with a smile, he inquired, "Yunqi, what brings you to me?" Upon seeing Lu Chen, Xuanyuan Yunqi felt an immense tension inside. She still remembered her initial impression of him. She thought Lu Chen was merely an ordinary seigneur, a lecherous one at that. Even though she knew he was the son of destiny, she still did not show him any favor. However, as days went by and she spent more time with Lu Chen, she realized that he was not merely a libertine. Now, standing before Lu Chen, all she felt was pressure. Even though Lu Chen wore a smile, his smile carried the majesty of an emperor. As soon as Xuanyuan Yunqi stepped into the imperial study room, she immediately knelt down and said, "Your subordinate pays respect to your majesty." Long live, forever live your majesty." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Yunqi, how many times have I told you that we don't need to be so formal when we are alone? Please, rise." Xuanyuan Yunqi promptly stood up. "Thank you, your majesty." Then Xuanyuan Yunqi straightforwardly said, "Your majesty, I wish to march south and attack Great Qian." With a calm smile, Lu Chen indeed thought the same. He had known Xuanyuan Yunqi sought him out to take part in this battle. Lu Chen said, "Yunqi, you are now the Imperial Guard of Yan County. You are responsible for the safety of the entire Yan County. If you, the commander of the Imperial Guards, were to leave Yan County, who would protect it?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xuanyuan Yunqi was taken aback. Clearly, Lu Chen did not want her to march south. Otherwise, he would not have said so. Her position as the Imperial Guard commander was not that essential. Lu Chen had many military generals under him, many of whom were capable of taking on the role of Imperial Guard commander. If Lu Chen wanted to replace the Imperial Guard commander, he could do so at any time. There was no need specifically for her to hold this position. Although she felt there might be no chance this time, considering it could be the last battle before a unified world, Xuanyuan Yunqi had to keep trying nonetheless. Immediately, Xuanyuan Yunqi said, "Your Majesty has numerous capable people under his command. Surely, someone is more suitable than your subordinate for the position of Imperial Guard Commander." Hearing Xuanyuan Yunqi's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Really? I was not aware of that. Apart from your brother and you, I really haven't found anyone more suitable to be the Imperial Guard Commander. The Imperial Guards need absolute loyalty. The commander of the Imperial Guards must be absolutely loyal to me, and your Xuanyuan family has always shown absolute loyalty to me. Hence, there is no one more suitable than a member of the Xuanyuan family to hold this position." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xuanyuan Yunqi thought for a moment and realized he was right. The Imperial Guards protect the entire Yanjing, the Emperor, his wives, children, and the power core of Great Sum. For the Emperor, naturally, it is crucial to choose the most trusted person as the commander of the Imperial Guards, as history has seen many rebellions led by commanders of the Guards. Many changes in the throne involve the critical position of the Imperial Guard commander. Thinking about this, Xuanyuan Yunqi felt even less hopeful about her chances of going south. At that moment, Xuanyuan Yunqi suddenly recalled her brother's words, yet she hesitated. After a while, Xuanyuan Yunqi stammered, "Your Majesty, your subordinate knows a suitable candidate, but I can only tell your Majesty tonight." Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled. The expression on Xuanyuan Yunqi's face became stiff, clearly indicating it was not her intention. Surely someone had coached her. Who else but Xuanyuan Chen, that guy? Currently stationed in the old capital city of Great Sum, the only person who could influence Xuanyuan Yunqi in such a way must be Xuanyuan Chen, her brother. Lu Chen then said, "All right, come to the palace tonight. I will visit your place tonight to hear about the person you recommend." Although Xuanyuan Yunqi had not yet been conferred the title of consort, she still had a palace of her own within the realm. Any woman Lu Chen favored, even if she did not reside in the palace, inevitably had a room of her own. Seeing Lu Chen agree, Xuanyuan Yunqi quickly thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now." Okay. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Xuanyuan Yunqi then left the imperial study room with her mind blank. She had not expected to actually use the method her older brother had mentioned as if possessed by a ghost. Could it be that tonight she really had to? Xuanyuan Yunqi quickly stopped herself from thinking further. Since the words had been spoken, there was no turning back the arrow once the bow was drawn, and she could only keep going. With this thought, Xuanyuan Yunqi firmed up her resolve. She must go on the southern expedition. Watching Xuanyuan Yunqi's retreating figure, Lu Chen smiled faintly. He had long thought about having Xuanyuan Yunqi join him on his journey south. He had even discussed it with Xuanyuan Chen, inquiring about how well Xuanyuan Yunqi's military tactics studies were coming along. Xuanyuan Chen, that guy, surely knew his intentions. Xuanyuan Chen really knew how to play his sister. Meanwhile, Great Qian Dynasty. After the emperor's departure to the west, every household in the Great Qian capital city hung white cloths. The entire city lost its former prosperity, with hardly anyone on the streets, making it exceptionally desolate. The scene inside the palace was much the same. At this moment, Lu Qingqiu, dressed in white mourning attire, was standing vigil in front of the emperor's coffin. The white mourning clothes tightly wrapped Lu Qingqiu's body, perfectly showcasing her voluptuous and graceful figure. One could tell at a glance that her body was especially soft. At that moment, the sound of a bell rang out, followed by the appearance of a black figure behind Lu Qingqiu. Quite interesting. The Yu Emperor always suspected that Great Qian had cultivators from other worlds. I initially didn't take it to heart, but now it appears there really is a cultivator from the high-level cultivation realm. However, looking at your state, it doesn't seem like your true self has descended. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Qingqiu did not show any surprise. Even without turning back, she had already guessed who was speaking to her. She was already aware of what had happened in Great Ju and knew some movements of the barbarian tribe goddess. At that time, without turning her head, Lu Qingqiu said, "What is the barbarian tribe goddess doing in Great Qian instead of staying with the barbarian tribe?" Mu Yunshi said with a smile. I heard that the Empress of Great Qian is exceptionally graceful and owns a face that could captivate the masses. Curious, I decided to come and see for myself. Lu Qingqiu replied lightly, the plague in Great Qian is still rampant. The goddess should be careful. Mu Yunshi responded indifferently, the plague of this world cannot harm me. At that moment, Lu Qingqiu turned to face the woman in a purple dress and a purple veil, Mu Yunshi, and continued, speak then, why have you come to see me? Mu Yunshi said, you must already be aware of what happened in Great Ju. Not only was Great Ju defeated, but the Yu Emperor has been imprisoned by the Sum Emperor in the Jinluan Hall, played with daily, and even confined in Yanjing. Poor Yu Emperor, who knows how much she has been tormented by now. To think that an emperor of a dynasty has fallen to such a fate is truly lamentable. Hearing Mu Yunshi's words, Lu Qingqiu's face remained expressionless, and she calmly asked, what are you trying to say, goddess? Mu Yunshi immediately responded, the empress wouldn't want to end up like the Yu emperor, would she? That Lu Chen is a lecher who is extremely fond of beauties. Even if a woman of graceful charm like the empress is already married, he would certainly not let her go. Moreover, you are still a virgin. Lu Qingqiu chuckled lightly and then said, so, you're unable to deal with the Sum Emperor and plan to use me instead. Mu Yunshi said with a smile, it's not about using or not using. Great Qian will soon face Great Sum's punitive expedition. Cooperating with me is actually helping yourselves. Although you are not from this world, I believe you wouldn't want to see Great Qian be destroyed by someone else, right? As someone from the cultivation world, even though Lu Qingqiu is just an avatar, this avatar would certainly also want to leave this world. To leave this world, one must confront Lu Chen head-on. An enemy's enemy is a friend, and even if they eventually fall out over the matter of the transmission channel, if they continue fighting alone, they would likely be taken care of one by that Lu Chen. Lu Qingqiu said indifferently, I alone can handle the Sum Emperor and do not need the help of others. It's you who I find to be quite dangerous. Although this world suppressed Mu Yunshi's true power, Lu Qingqiu could still faintly sense that this so-called barbarian tribe goddess had a strength that was at least above the heavenly human realm. She couldn't be an ordinary celestial. Even if they joined forces to overcome the obstacle that was Lu Chen, they would end up becoming enemies in the end. True cooperation between them was impossible. Mu Yunshi said, your intuition is quite accurate. Thinking you can deal with the Sum Emperor alone, I don't think you have that capability. He possesses an Earth-grade spiritual artifact, and that artifact has already accepted a master. I believe you should understand what an Earth-grade spiritual artifact means. Unless you also have an Earth-grade spiritual artifact on you, chances are you are no match for him. I've said all I need to. Whether you want to join hands with me is up to you to decide, she added. After hearing Mu Yunshi's words, Lu Qingqiu fell into thought. If the Sum Emperor truly possessed an Earth-grade spiritual artifact, then facing him alone indeed seemed to be a difficult task. However, Lu Qingqiu's gaze swept over Mu Yunshi, who was attired in a purple dress, revealing her flat, fair midriff and bare feet, with a bell-shaped spiritual artifact on her ankle. It was apparent from her demeanor that she was probably not a disciple of any respectable sect. Lu Qingqiu then asked, from which world do you hail? Without any hesitation, Mu Yunshi replied, Shuiyan world. Upon hearing her answer, Lu Qingqiu thought for a moment. She did not have any memory of this world, indicating that Shuiyan world was likely not a particularly powerful one. Lu Qingqiu then said, all right, we can join forces. Lu Qingqiu thought to herself, if she could use Lu Chen's hand to also deal with the barbarian tribe goddess, that would be for the best. Just at that moment, a dark shadow appeared behind Lu Qingqiu. Empress, I have found out that recently Great Sum has sent quite a few spies into Great Qian, and it's likely they won't take long to wage war on us. Hearing this, Lu Qingqiu let out a cold laugh. The Sum Emperor really is in a hurry, not even waiting for the plague within Great Qian to subside before thinking of mobilizing troops against us. Mu Yunshi said with a smile, isn't the plague the perfect opportunity for Great Sum? With the pestilence ravaging, what fighting power does Great Qian have left? Great Sum could easily take down the entire realm without lifting a finger. Lu Qingqiu said indifferently, if he thinks he can destroy Great Qian, he's probably overestimating his abilities. Since you were involved in that battle with Great Zhu, tell me, what's so special about the spiritual artifact used by the Sum Emperor? Although Lu Qingqiu didn't believe she would lose to the Sum Emperor, she harbored no underestimation in her heart either. If he could annihilate Great Wu and Great Zhu, and even scare away the goddess of the barbarian tribe, it proved that the Sum Emperor did have some capabilities. To ensure that her own plans were foolproof, Lu Chen must die. Mu Yunxi promptly replied, that weapon could fire beams of light, one of which was strong enough to break through my battle formation, and the beams could easily neutralize the sword intent released by the Yu Emperor. Hearing Mu Yunxi's answer, Lu Qingqiu's liame briefly furrowed. She was well aware of the power of an Earth-grade spiritual artifact, but from Mu Yunxi's account, it seemed she still underestimated the extent of an Earth-grade spiritual artifact's might. Not having an Earth-grade spiritual artifact of her own was a very big problem for her. At that time, Lu Qingqiu continued to ask, I'm very curious, how did you come to this world? Mu Yunxi replied, I initially encountered a red flower sedan in the chaotic sea, and out of curiosity, I followed it, wanting to see who was inside. As a result, the red flower sedan triggered a spatial temporal turmoil, and I was transported to the misty world. From there, I then arrived in this lower world. At this point, Mu Yunxi gave Lu Qingqiu a sidelong glance and continued, I'm somewhat curious as to how you ended up in this world. An entity capable of creating a clone, whose strength is at least in the divinity transformation realm. A clone of a divinity in the divinity transformation realm ends up in a lower world and cannot leave. I'm afraid others might not believe this if you told them. Lu Qingqiu retorted sharply, knowing that I am a clone from the divinity transformation realm, yet showing no fear of me at all, it seems the backing you have is not simple either. At this time, Lu Qingqiu looked up at the sky and said, the red flower sedan you mentioned, I saw it too. I was exploring a minor world when I encountered that red flower sedan. Thinking it was an unearthed treasure, I wanted to seize it, but unexpectedly, the red flower sedan actively opened up a space-time passage and sucked me in. Not only that, I have now completely lost contact with my main body. This. Mu Yunxi thought, no wonder a clone of a potentate from the divinity transformation realm couldn't leave this world. This clone had actually lost all contact with her main body. How baffling. What kind of world was this, capable of severing all connection between a clone and its main body? She had previously thought this was merely a lower world with incomplete laws, and never expected this world to have secrets even she was not aware of. What on earth was that red flower sedan? Why had it brought them to this world? For a moment, Mu Yunxi felt a chill run down her spine, as if she was being targeted by something. However, she quickly consoled herself in her mind, perhaps all of this was just a coincidence.